All right. So as I was saying, we've got full day, full weekend, and this weekend and next weekend we'll really focus on the fundamentals of yoga. So let's get started. Just going to center for a moment. So you can put everything aside. I mentioned if you have your chant out in front of you, you can just like place it in front of you where you don't have to touch it. And take a good time. So that might mean moving the sitting bones back and apart, which we will talk about more maybe next month. I don't think we're doing that this month, but as the sitting bones move back and apart, that helps to make space in the pelvic floor and it frees up the spine so it can lengthen even more. Now, if you're more comfortable sitting against something, you have full permission to do that. Otherwise, you'll just sit up nice and tall. Then rest your hands in your lap. The invitation is to close your eyes or keep a soft gaze gently downward. And let your awareness settle into the flow of your breathing. So you just start to notice the rhythm of your own breath. Is it rhythmic? Is it not in so much rhythm? Is it shorter, choppier? Is it longer, steadier? Notice the quality without making a judgment about it. Just be present to your experience right here. If there's lots of excitement or nervousness, maybe the breath is a little bit shorter. But in the observation, it might begin to lengthen. As the breath lengthens and deepens, even the body starts to settle. The hips and legs and feet become a little more grounded, a little more connected to the earth below. And then out of your solid roots of the hips and legs and feet, the spine can elongate. From the base of your spine to the top of your head, make just a little bit more space. In fact, with the next inhale, allow the collarbones to lift and broaden a bit. And as you exhale, the shoulder blades settle down your back. So you take a few moments right here to integrate the breath with the body, and therefore the body with the mind, the body and mind with the heart. More subtle place, the feeling place, where we recognize what is true and lasting versus what might be just a passing play. So allow a few more breaths right here, connecting to your source at your heart center, which is really where this calling to practice yoga and to offer yoga to others comes from. The space of the heart. You might recall your own intention for joining yoga teacher training this year. We'll let that intention guide us through today and through the next 11 months together. And then slowly, you may bring palms together, hands at your heart center. It's called Anjali Mudra, which we will talk more about later this weekend. And we'll get ready to chant our chant. Get the timer set up here. We'll do 3 ohms to begin with, and then we'll do 3 rounds of the invocation, Sahana Vavatu, and we'll do call and response. So that way, I know everyone's still learning the chant. Could do the 3 ohms together. Palm response. Bow your head to your own heart center, if that's comfortable for you. And then releasing your hands, softly to open your eyes. Someone want to read the translation? Anybody want to read the translation to it?
Sure.
Debbie?
May we, teacher and students, be protected together. May we enjoy the fruits of our actions together. May we grow stronger together. May our knowledge be full of light. May there always be harmony between us. Om, peace, peace, peace.
Thank you. All right. So now you can set everything aside and we'll do a little warm-up asana practice. So please come to all fours. Once you move everything out of the way, to all fours. And you can cushion your knees if they need a little extra padding there. Have your hands an inch or two forward of the shoulders and spread your fingers evenly apart from each other. If the toes are curled under, that helps to bring a little more tone to the legs. The leg muscles firm to the leg bones. And we'll do a few cat and cow tilts here. So on your exhale, lift the back, ribs rise towards the sky, cat tilts. And with your inhale, lift the sitting bones and draw the shoulder blades down the back, cow tilts. Go back and forth. Exhale, cat tilt. Inhale, cow tilt. Now, let the hands be wide enough apart. We measure shoulder distance from the middle of the wrist to the outer deltoid. So it looks like Nathaniel. Yeah, good job. You might even go like half an inch wider still. There you go. All right, so just a few more times of weakening the whole spine. In fact, next time you rise up for cat tilt, let's add the side to side dimension. Take your right ribs to the right to come down for cow and left ribs to the left to rise up for cat again. So you just get a little playful with the movement. There's no real right or wrong here. I'm doing barrel rolls with the spine is one way to call it. And just helping to open in the sides of the spine, the sides of the torso, even to hips and shoulders as well with this movement. And next time you're in cat tilt, pause there and go the other way. Left ribs left and then down for cow. Right ribs right and up for cat. So a few times in the second direction. Weakening the whole spine. Next time you're in cat tilt, pause there, and then we'll come back just to a neutral spine. Draw the shoulder blades firm onto the back. Let's do a bird dog pose. Reach your right leg straight back behind you. Toes curled under. We'll lift the leg hip height off the ground, but keep the hips nice and level. And then opposite arm, we'll reach it out. Good. As the arm reaches out, we've got the pinky down and the thumb up. Everyone's really good at that. That helps to keep the shoulder open a bit more. Press more through your foundation arm and leg and notice how that helps engage your core. Release your arm, release your leg. And we always just do the best that we can with it. So no worries if there's a wobble for sure. Wobble is a part of life. Take your left leg back behind you and then we'll lift the leg hip height. And then opposite arm gets to reach forward. If you need more support for your balance, you could keep both hands on the ground. That would be an alternative. Otherwise, arms lifted, but anchor through the foundation, arm and leg just a little more. So belly is toned. We bring a little more engagement to the core that way. All right, so then exhale, release your arm, release your leg. You can shake out your right wrist. And then we didn't do it on side one. You can shake out your other wrist as well. Or whichever side is which. Sorry, I think I just confused them. But now we'll bring right foot forward and let's take lunge pose. So if you have blocks, you may place your hands up on blocks. So you've got some. Do you want them? No. Okay. So if you have on blocks, that tends to give you a little more breathing. Your torso is lifted a little bit away from the front thigh. Press your back foot into an imaginary wall.
Go on your fingertips. Try coming on your fingertips.
Yeah, and make sure your front foot is up in between your hands. We want the front shin to be vertical here. It's one way to support your joints better. So as we keep the legs nice and strong now, bring your right hand to your hip and we'll add a twist. Press your back foot into an imaginary wall to help the spine lengthen and then open it up. Am I doing it wrong?
No, I'm not moving.
Open it up to the right. You can reach your right arm to the sky as long as your shoulder is comfortable with that. If your shoulder prefers, keep your hand on your hip. All right, big breath in. And then with your exhale, untwist. You can switch legs. You might lower the back knee, bring the front foot back, take the left foot forward. Lunge pose on side 2. Spread your toes nice and wide and notice how that helps the leg muscles firm to the leg bones. Keeping that, press your back foot into an imaginary wall and notice the rebound through the spine, through the crown of your head. So as the spine lengthens, then we're ready to twist. Left hand to your hip, elbow back, shoulder back. And here again, you can reach the left arm up in the air as long as that's comfortable for you. If your shoulder doesn't want that, you'll keep your hand on your block. Make sure the back thigh stays lifted. You don't want to collapse down, so lift your back. I don't know what this. A little bit more still. Yeah, there you go. Okay, guys. With an exhale, we'll untwist and make your way back to table. You can walk your hands about a hand distance further forward on your mat. Firm the shoulder blades onto the back here, and now downward facing dog pose. Lift the sitting bones back and up. And as the sitting bones lift back and up, let the heels soften down toward the ground. Now, for just a moment, we're going to check the distance between hands and feet. Bring shoulders hard and head forward for plank pose. And notice if that's too short for your plank. All right. So if it is, make your adjustments so hands and feet are wide enough apart that you can have a comfortable plank pose. And then keep that distance as you come back to your downward facing dog. Notice if your downward facing dog feels any different. That is the ideal distance for between the hands and the feet, is so that you can move back and forth between downward dog and plank easily. Let's come back to plank. Shoulders hard and head come forward. And lower your knees to the ground. And then bend your elbows in close to your side ribs to lower the torso as well. Point the heels and toes straight back behind you, and we'll do locust pose. Bring your arms in by your sides. If your shoulders allow it, interlace your fingers behind your back. If shoulders aren't ready for that, keep your arms by your sides, and we'll lengthen to lift. Now, if you're interlacing your hands, have the palms face toward your head rather than away, right? Palms face in. Yeah, good. Okay, and then we'll release locust, hands under your shoulders. Make your way all the way to downward facing dog pose. In Sanskrit, Ardha Uttanasana. Notice if this downward dog feels any different than the first one or two that we've done already.
It looks better.
Yeah. Right. So chin away from your chest here. Take your feet mat distance apart now. Have the outer edge of the feet come all the way to the edge of your sticky mat. And then walk your hands back to meet your feet. So we'll come towards a standing forward bend. The feet are a little wider apart from each other where they're still mat distance. And if there's any strain in the back, you could bend your knees a little bit more. That will make it more comfortable. We want the hands to touch something. So if not the ground blocks, and we're doing so to help keep the curves of the spine, the lumbar curve in particular. Now imagine you have a yoga block between your shins. You're trying to hold the yoga block in place. And when you take that action, notice how much stronger the legs get. Right? Keep the legs that strong, and we'll lift the torso halfway. Hands on shins or thighs as you reach your heart out. Place your hands on something, shins or thighs, as you reach your heart outward. So this is a half forward bend. Good. Inhale fully, and then with your exhale, deepen your forward bend. Keep pressing feet into the earth and holding the imaginary yoga block between your shins. And this time we'll inhale to rise all the way up to standing. Full extension. Reach your arms way up high to the sky. And on your exhale, palms together and hands to right center. Okay. Release your arms. Step your feet to a neutral distance apart. All right. In your mountain pose, we'll do tree pose next. Vrksasana. So if you need support for your balance, you can move to a wall. We'll have the wall to your right in that case. So you have full permission to do that. Right leg is the standing leg. Anchor through the four corners of your right foot. Lift your left heel and we'll turn the left knee out. Now place your foot either just below the knee or just above. You could use your hand to help place it there. Then we want to firm in the bent leg and the straight leg, draw towards each other. And as much as you firm in, you can root down through your standing leg. Hands might start at your heart. As the shoulder blades drawn on your back, then we'll reach the arms up overhead. Vrksasana or tree pose. Soft gaze on something that's not moving in front of you. Patty, one of the students in YTT last year, she painted these birds on the wall. So perfect thing to gaze at. She actually made the cover of the yoga manual too. All right, with your exhale, release your arms and release your leg. Pause and breathe. And then side two. So spread your toes wide of your left foot. We want to plant roots from deep within your belly. Extend those roots through the four corners of the left foot into the ground. Lift your right heel, turn the right knee out. Place your foot either below your knee or above for tree pose on side two. Hands might come to your heart. And at first, we firm in from sides to center, drawing the bent leg towards the straight leg towards the bend. And we can root down even more through the standing leg let that rooting down help the torso lift a little more, the crown of the head lifts, the arms follow that inner lift. Steady breath in, steady breath out. If there's strain in the shoulders, arms in a cactus shape is a great alternative. Right? With an exhale, we'll release the arms and release the legs, standing tall. Good. So now we'll face the wide side of your sticky mat. What we've been doing since Zoom is part of the room is having each half face towards the center. So if you don't mind, we'll go that way, but just know that you're not mirroring each other. Let me start standing right now. So step the legs nice and wide apart, please. And we'll have the ankles approximately under your wrists. So 5-pointed star as we stretch the legs out nice and wide. At this point, outer edge of the feet are parallel to the short side of your mat because that actually helps keep the hips a little more open. So notice if your toes are wider and then just take the heels out more. Yeah, to help soften the hip area. Now we'll do warrior two pose to your right. So lift the left heel, shift it out to the left a little, and then turn your whole right leg out so it's parallel to the long side of your sticky mat. Breathe in and lengthen through your spine. As you breathe out, bend your right knee. We'll bring it directly over the ankle. So knees over the ankle, shoulders are over your hips. And like Lucy mentioned last night, if you look down at your front foot, you want to be able to see your big toe just to the inside of that knee. And if it's comfortable for you, keep your heels on the floor as well. We want all four corners of both feet on the ground. All right, are we good? Notice the strength in your legs. You could turn your gaze over your right arm, your front arm. Okay, and then with an inhale, we'll straighten the front leg and exhale, relax your arms. Turn your feet for side two. So the right heel will lift and we'll take it out to the right. The left leg turns out 90 degrees. Sweep the arms nice and wide. Inhale. And then when you exhale, bend your left knee. So knee over ankle, shoulders over hips. So we want the back toes angled just slightly inward. And if at all possible, we'll have the both heels on the ground.
Yes.
So we'll go that way. All right, looking good. Inhale, we'll straighten the front leg. And as you exhale, relax your arms. You can turn your feet to face center and then we'll squiggle or step the legs all the way back in, mountain pose. Okay, just take a breath. And then we'll do side angle posture, Parsvakonasana. Step the legs wide apart again, and the feet are going to go same way as before. We'll go to the right to begin with. So the back heel, take the left heel out slightly left, and then turn your whole right leg out to the right. Now this time we'll encourage a little more inner space with the arms. So cross your wrists in front of your body, and then take off the winter sweater, shoulder blades drawn down your back. Oh, it was warmer today than yesterday. Bend your right leg. And then for side angle, you have a couple options. The front arm, you can rest the forearm on the thigh, or if you have a block, you could place your hand on your block just to the outside of the front leg. And then upper arm will sweep it over the ear. Utthita Parsvakonasana, extended side angle pose. Now, just briefly, look down at your front knee. You want the center of the kneecap right in line with your second toe. Better. Keep going a little wider, Cynthia. Yes. Yeah. So that's going to be kinder to your knee joint. And in turn, that helps the prana, the vital life force, to flow more fully. Press down through both feet and inhale to rise all the way back up. On your exhale, turn your feet for side two. So right heel opens slightly right. Left leg turns out 90 degrees. Now we'll encourage the inner space again. Once you have your feet placed well, cross the wrists in front of the body. Great big circle. We open the arms to open the heart. Shoulder blades draw down the back. We'll bend the left leg. And then do the same option you did on side one. If you had forearm on your thigh, you'll go there. If you had hand on your block, go there. Upper arm will sweep out by your ear. Side angle pose. Now, if you have the forearm on your thigh, have the palm face up, and the fingers, they don't have to be like stiff, but they're a little bit more open rather than curled up. Yeah, good. That'll help keep the shoulder open. Okay, steady inhale, steady exhale. Notice your own solid roots and then send a little more energy through your back foot. Let your solid roots support you even as you inhale, mount, and we rise all the way back up to standing. Good. Exhale, relax your arms, and then you can squiggle or step the feet all the way back together. All right, pause and breathe. And we'll do one more facing this direction. Let's do wide-legged forward bend. You may step the legs wide apart one more time. Now your blocks may be helpful for this one because it's a forward bend for Ardha Uttanasana. So you could set them up right in front of you about shoulder distance apart. Once the legs are nice and wide, we'll reach the arms out to the sides. Plant your feet parallel, thank you. The outer edge of the feet parallel to the short side of your mat. Like I was saying earlier, that helps to open the hips more. So then we stay rooted through the legs. We'll hinge from the hips. Keep your arms nice and wide. And if you pause at the halfway point, that's going to make the core engage a little bit more. Again, from the center of the pelvis, plant roots through the four corners of both feet. Let that help engage your core. Good. Now, with another exhale, we'll deepen the forward bend. You can bring hands down to your blocks, or if you can maintain the lumbar curve and bring hands to the floor, then you could go there. But yeah, you guys are going pretty good that way.
Yeah, they felt really good.
Yeah.
Good.
Be careful not to hyperextend the knees. You want to keep the back of the knees soft.
I'm getting many of them.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because people don't always do it.
When we hyperextend, we actually lose power. So if the knees keep a slight micro bend, not only is it kinder to the joints, but it builds strength. All right, now let's rise only halfway. You can bring hands back to blocks if they weren't already. It's for the halfway lift. And then bend your knees and we'll toe heel, squiggle or step. Back to standing forward bend at this point, Uttanasana. Let's bend the legs pretty deeply. And we'll take chair pose, Virksasana, also known as the powerful pose. So lift your torso, lift your arms. So feet are neutral distance apart. The outer edge of the feet can be about hip distance. The outer edge of the feet are also parallel to the short sides of your mat at this point. And then you can smile at your neighbors across the room. Press down through your feet and inhale, rise all the way up. Good. On your exhale, press the air down around you. Very nice. Okay, so we'll turn to face the front of the room, face the front of your sticky mat. You can come up to the front of your sticky mat, actually. It is warm, right? Maybe we should turn the fans on. You want the fans on? You guys want the fans? All right, no one's saying yes for the fans. All right, well, stand tall and not pose at the front of your mat. It'll be hot yoga today. Inhale, lift your heart, lift your arms. And with your exhale, forward bend, hinge from your hips. Breathe in, we'll rise halfway up. Now with your exhale, let's take lunge. Step your right foot back or lunge. Now, even though the feet are wide apart and your front foot is directly under the knee, the ankle is directly under the knee, attempt to pull the feet toward each other. So leg muscles firm a little more. That might even square the hips more. Then crescent lunge. We'll bring hands to hips, draw elbows back, and lift your torso. You can bring thumb tips to the shoulders. That helps draw the shoulder blades down the back. Keep shoulder blades down the back as you reach your arms up. Nice. Full inhale, full exhale. And then with another breath out, float your hands back down to the ground. We're about to shift the hips forward. When you do, lift your back leg way up high. Now, how high is up to you? Press the standing foot into the ground and then mindfully float your upper foot down to the earth, side by side to the other foot. Yeah, nice. Bend the knees a little, press the feet into the earth a lot, and then breathe in to rise all the way to standing, full stretch. As you breathe out, palms together, hands to heart center. Okay, so we'll do that with the second leg now. Breathe in, lift your heart, lift your arms. On your exhale, hinge from your hips, forward bend. Inhale and halfway lift. On your exhale, step your left foot back now. And keeping leg muscles firm to leg bones, we'll bring hands to the hips, lift the torso. I realize I'm not mirroring you at this point. Shoulder blades drop down the back and we'll reach the arms up. All in Asana, crescent lunge pose. Steady breath in, steady breath out. Shoulder soft, belly toned. With another exhale, float your hands back down and then big step forward, lift the back leg up high. As you shift hips over the front foot and then mindfully place the lifted leg down on the ground. All right, press both feet into the earth. Inhale, rise all the way up to standing. And with your exhale, palms together, hands to heart center. So we'll do one more little flow into downward facing dog this time. So inhale, lift your heart, lift your arms. On your exhale, forward, bend. Breathe in and halfway lift. Breathe out, bring both hands to the earth, step one foot and then the other foot back. Let's actually come to plank pose. So take the feet far enough back that you're in plank. Now, if you need more support for your plank, lower your knees. Keep the belly nice and toned. Turn the elbow creases forward and then we'll bend. So elbow creases, that's like the eyes of the elbows. Turn them towards the front of your mat. And that way, when you bend your elbows, they'll come in close to your side ribs to lower all the way down. Point the heels and toes straight back. We'll do cobra pose this time, Bhujangasana. Hands stay under the shoulders, but attempt to pull them towards your feet to help lift the torso up. Good. Bhujangasana, cobra pose. Release your cobra and then all the way to downward facing dog. Toes curl under, lift the sitting bones back and up. Now we'll pause here and breathe for 4 full yogic breaths. Steady inhale, steady exhale. And there's no hurry. After those 4 breaths, lower your knees and we'll do child's pose, Dandasana. Big toes together, knees wider apart. Take sitting bones to your heels, and then you can stack your hands, forehead on your hands. If that is not comfortable, have your hands on a block, forehead on your hands on a block. And then we've got one more option, a little more shoulder opening. If your forehead comes to the floor comfortably, you could bring your palms together and bend your elbows so hands are behind your head. And we'll take 4 full yogic breaths here. So inhale from nostrils to belly. Exhale from the belly, back out through the nose. Again, there's no hurry with your breaths. After those 4 breaths, you can outstretch your arms, make your way up to sitting. I'm going to finish up with a twist because I think that would feel good. And then I'll turn it over to Lacey. So once the torso lifts, then please just come to staff pose, Dandasana. We'll stretch the legs out straight in front. We'll be really mindful about the internal rotation of the thigh bones here. So take your left hand to the upper inner right thigh. Take your right hand all the way to the sitting bone. So as we internally rotate, the inner thigh draws in and down, the thigh bone plugs in towards your hip, and the sitting bone moves back and apart. And if you do that on just one side and then sit up nice and tall, notice the difference even in your torso and in your shoulders and into your neck, especially, the hips and the legs, of course, but it can make a big difference. So now do side 2 as well. And so once you have the sitting bones a little bit wider, let's bend the right leg and we'll do seated spinal twist, Vrksasana 3. Now, right foot could stay inside the leg. That'll make it a more doable twist. Or place your right foot outside your leg for a little deeper twist. Give your shin a squeeze as the spine grows tall. Inhale, and on your exhale, we'll twist right. The right hand to the earth where it supports you. Left hand might hold the knee to help the collarbone stay lifted. And if you can keep the breathing space open, then the elbow comes outside the knee. In that case, bend your elbow and have the palm open towards the Ashtanga tree, the 8-limbed tree. That's the gesture that dispels fear. It's called Abhaya Mudra when the palm is open. So let the straight leg be nice and active. We're flexing the foot and heels on the earth. Good. Inhale with a tall spine, and as you exhale, untwist. Switch your legs. Right leg out straight. We'll bend the left leg in. Place the bent leg foot same as you did on side one. If it was inside the straight leg, go there. If it was outside, go there. Give the shin a squeeze so your spine grows tall. Inhale, and then on your exhale, twist left. Left hand to the ground behind you where it supports you. Right hand holds the knee to keep the breathing space more free and open. If your breath is free and open, then you might bring the elbow outside the leg with the palm facing the hallway wall. So again, the gesture that dispels fear. Straight leg, nice and active. Flex your straight leg foot, press the heel into the floor. Better. Right. Inhale, we'll keep a tall spine. And as you exhale, gently untwist. Okay, well, uncross and stretch out your legs and give them a shake. And hand it over to Lucy.
Thank you. All right, so everybody, please get out. If you printed out the handouts, you probably might want to have them so that you can make notes on them when we go through the anatomy. We've got like an hour lecture on anatomy. And as far as this is the date, January, February is really kind of important. It's the basis for so much of what we build on. So we're going to spend a little extra time here. I'll have you stand up and do some things to feel different bones in your body and things like that. Yeah, I'm going to go on share screen. So yeah, you guys will all face this way. Okay, so feel free, you can leave your mat and bring your chairs around closer. And so Nathaniel, I won't be able to see you when I'm speaking. So if you have a question, just unmute yourself and ask, okay?
Okay, I'm having a little trouble hearing you clearly. I'm not sure what it is.
How's that?
Much better, much better.
Okay, good. All right, I didn't bring my other stuff with me. All right, I'm just going to check something. Let me just check the audio settings here. Nope, they're up high. Okay, so let us know when you can. All right, so just wave your arms crazy like that, so we can look up at the screen and we'll double check. Okay.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you. All right, so let me share screen here. Screen. What happened to my thing? I had it up here. It's no longer there. So Kelly, when you logged on, did you?
I think that you had just the browser open. So what happens when you share screen?
Well, I don't get a choice of that screen. So my screen is not appearing. Here it is.
Did you click on shared screen?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, so share that screen and then we'll go to a different window because you just left it open in the browser. Will it let you do that?
No, here, let me get back out. I'll bring
here.
it back up. You're right. I just need to bring it back up. So let me stop the share. Well, it's not even showing. All right, so click up there. Good. All right, let me go back here.
And your
And
thing,
I'm
I
over
think, is right there.
Yeah. All right, so now I'm going to move this over to the side so I can see it better. There we go. All right, got it now.
So
Thanks.
just a quick question. I wasn't able to print the handouts this morning. Is
That's
this
good. I got it now.
really separate from anything?
This is separate.
This is separate.
Yeah.
I'll just take notes on that.
It's perfect.
I got it. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, of course. Anytime.
Stay on it.
You guys, anytime that you need to have a bio break or, step out for something, feel free to do it. We want you to feel comfortable, Yeah. Okay. All right. So can you see that, Nathaniel?
Yeah, nice and clear.
Good. All right. You guys can see.
Yep.
Excellent. All right. So, oops, how did I end up there? Okay. So let me get my little notes out here. This out of the way. This out of the way. Whoops, sorry, making a mess. I'll have to go get them. All right. Okay. So, this is the basics of anatomy. So, this is my little tagline, if you will. Okay. I don't need that. So it's down, so balance through alignment, strength for length, and support for release. So in every pose, in every single pose, you need to align. And we'll talk about what that means, aligning the bones so the muscles are going to work efficiently. And the next thing is that if for length, was everybody comes to yoga and goes, I'm not flexible. I'm not flexible. Well, the only way that you get flexible is to first get strong, which is counterintuitive. So when they come in to say that, I say, let's just get you lined up and strong, because when the bones line up the way they should, the joints and the muscles have the support to move the way they should. So you need strength before you can get flexible. And then support for release, no matter what pose you're doing. We've done it this way. You want to do it that way? No, I didn't think so. So I'm talking to myself. All right. So that's my little byline, if you will. All right. So yoga anatomy. So we have two types of yoga anatomy. Oh, this thing down here is getting on my nerves. It'll go away in a minute, but every time I move the cursor, it comes up. Sorry about that thing on the bottom. So in yoga anatomy, we have two types of yoga anatomy. So has anybody in here taken an anatomy course at any time? Okay. 20 years ago. Okay, good. So, okay. But
It's too far gone.
too far gone, yeah. So most people think of anatomy, the physical anatomy of the body and so forth, and that's true. But in yoga, we have another type of anatomy called subtle body anatomy, and that's of the energetic being. If you've heard of chakras, yeah, you've heard of chakras. Chakras are part of the energy body. Okay, we're going to cover those in more depth as we go through, but mostly we want you to know right now that when we talk about yoga anatomy, there are two types. So the physical body anatomy is the stuff that you're used to knowing about, and that you're going to learn about more today. Bones, muscles, connective tissue or fascia, the movement that we do, and then the poses that we do using this body, and the therapeutic actions that we do and take in poses. Those are all part of your physical body anatomy, and anatomy plays into all of those. So knowing about the muscles and the bones and connective tissue will help you not only do the poses with more precision, in that it's good for your body that way. Not that you're trying to be precise and beautiful, but for your own body. We all have what's called an optimal blueprint. So for our body, I'm short and stubby. So I'll never have long legs and be able to do some of the things other people will. But for my body, I align and I know when it's aligned. For everybody else, you'll have your own alignment where you stack up in a way that feels good. All right. And so once you know how to do that, you'll be able to do a pose for your body type better, and you'll be able to understand the actions so that you can teach them to other people with different body types, because there are millions of different body types. Yeah. All right. Now, subtle energetic body. Today, we'll talk for a moment about the koshas. All right. Has anybody ever heard of the koshas? Right. And probably not. It's not something that's talked about in class. It's from a meditative standpoint, you may have been exposed to it, but we'll talk a little bit more about the koshas in the next slide. All right, so the koshas are your layers of being, essentially. So there's this external layer that we know, the outer body, then you start going in and there's the breath body. Then you go in towards your decision-making, your ego sense, your deeper part where you start to use your higher functioning of the brain. Then you get into emotions and thoughts and feelings and memories. And then you come into the deep part of being, which is where we all want to be. The deepest part of your being, the higher consciousness that resides within you, whatever you call it, soul, spirit, higher energy, bigger energy, the bigger energy of the universe. That's what's deep inside. And that's what we want to, that's what we do yoga for. To not only feel good in the body, but to go through those layers and have a sense of ease in our thoughts and our feelings, help us with our decision making because we're clear, and then to come into that deep part where we feel at one with this greater universe. And again, however you term it, God, goddess, nature, nothingness, whatever that bigger energy is, it's something bigger than us, right? The Vayus then are another energetic part of our being, and that's how prana. Now, prana is, you've probably heard about pranayama if you've been doing yoga, control of the breath. So prana is often translated as breath, but it's deeper. Prana is the energy, it's a healing energy of life that sustains us all. and it rides on the breath. So prana rides on the breath. But, and if anybody's ever done like Tai Chi and prana are sort of the same idea. Okay. Chinese medicine uses Qi. We use prana, and these are prana vayus. So it's how the breath moves through the body. You may have heard in some of your classes, apana vayu, that energy that from your pelvis down roots you to the earth. Okay, so that's the energy of elimination, of procreation, sexuality. That's all in our lower part. That's a function that goes down. All right, and then let me get the images up. So let me start talking to the images in just a minute instead. So prana vayus, will go over those. Bandhas are locks of prana. So that's designed for when you're doing a practice like a breathing practice or a yoga practice, where you work parts of your body to help channel the prana so that it flows more fully and it works its way up to those higher levels of being. And then the chakras, 7 wheels of energy. So those are the 4 different types of subtle body. Let's look at the pictures. I think it's easier to understand when you see it sort of pictorially, right? Okay. So these are the koshas, all right? And so you'll hear, again, we're not going to spend a lot of time on that today, but the physical body, I'm getting to ahead of stuff. There we are. Okay. All right, so the koshas are the layers of being, and they interpenetrate the body. So they're not discrete. So they all flow together, kind of like a consciousness. Yeah, so I am going to do this a little bit. So the outer body is called the gross body, and that is Annamaya kosha. And kosha means layer of being, okay? And so the koshas are layers of being that interpenetrate the body and house the body and the body and soul, however you term that. So Annamaya is that external. It's what we see. It's what we recognize. We recognize our physical body. Pranamaya is the next layer in. So here's the outer body. All right. Pranamaya is when you're getting a little more subtle. You know, at the beginning of the centering, Kelly said, get it, feel into your breath. So first it was take your seat. Then you start feeling into the breath. All right. And that's the pranamaya kosha, the layer of our being that has to do with the movement of this healing energy in our body. All right. Then you go down to the next one, which is I gotta look. Manamaya. All right. And that is Manamaya is the center of your ego. It's your solar plexus. And again, that's where you start thinking about things. You go out into the world, you make decisions, you live day to day. So you're bringing a little bit more of you into the world. Then you get a little deeper into Vijnanamaya kosha, which is the deeper knowledge. It has to do with the wisdom sheath, your intuition associated with the third eye. So we're going deeper and layers of subtleness, right? Subtlety. All right, finally, you get into the bliss body, Anandamaya kosha. And that's that place inside of you where when you're quiet in meditation, when you're sitting or you go to the great, to Grand Canyon and you look at the Grand Canyon and you feel that there's something bigger, okay? Or you look at, you go and see a lake that you love and you're by that, that's touching into that deeper, subtlest form of energy inside of us, right? So those are the koshas. And we'll be talking about them because the koshas are used. Somebody had talked about interest in yoga therapy. Kelly and I are both certified yoga therapists. The whole healing of yoga therapy is based on the kosha model. So that somebody will come in with wanting to see you for some reason. So you do an assessment of where they are in these koshas. How's their physical body? How is their breath moving in their body? How are they feeling rooted in day-to-day activities? So you do a full intake looking at those koshas. You don't necessarily call them koshas, but you're doing an assessment of the individual. And then when you work with them, you're teaching them not only on asana and pranayama, but you bring in Ayurveda and you bring in other practices that help support them in day-to-day daily living. Does that make sense? And you guys are, if anybody's interested in yoga therapy, you can talk to us about it. You have to go through an 800, might be 1,000-hour program now. So it's a long commitment, but if you're in this for the long haul and you're interested, feel free to come talk to us. All right. So those are the koshas. Then let's go to the vayus. All right. So now these are the vayus. Did I say my slide? No, I didn't. I took it out. All right. So these are the vayus. All right. And so this is the movement of the energy that's working to come into you through your breath and working through your system. So this bottom one, this apana vayu, that has to do with, as I said, that's the energy that's leaving. Okay. So the prana comes in as you breathe in through the nose. Okay. But it comes in and it works through the body. So apana is that grounding, rooting, eliminating. Samana is digestive. Okay. So that's where you digest food. It's a circular movement. You digest food or you digest information. And there's a whole weekend in September where we go deep into all these. I'm just giving you at least the basics now so that you're aware of them and you go, what in the world? And when you look at your yoga toolbox, you're going to see reference to the vayus. You'll see reference to the chakras. So it's important that you kind of understand that. Yeah, just that what they are. Okay, let's go to Udana, and that's resonant in the throat, has to do with talking and so forth. And then prana is having to do with moving out as well as coming in. Okay, then Vyana pervades the whole body. So it's almost like associated with your nerves and things like that. So there's lots more to this, but those are just the basic. Over here are the bandhas. And the bandhas, again, are how you work the body to help draw in muscles and support to keep. The Mula Bandha is intended to help the energy to lift up and channel up through the center of your being. There's an energy core in the center of your being called Sushumna. It's your central channel. And so the idea of Mula Bandha is you're drawing the energy up. Uddiyana Bandha is a deep abdominal lock. You're moving energy up further. And then Jalandhara Bandha is where you gently tilt your chin down towards your chest. It's a gentle move. And that's keeping the energy from leaving through your nose and being able to be channeled upwards. So that's, again, a quick and dirty of what, not dirty, quick and clean of what these energies are. And we don't expect you to know any of this at this point, but just to know that they're there. And then the chakras. Okay, so most of you have heard of those. That they're energy vortices. Okay, so vayus are how the prana moves in you. Bandhas are how you channel the prana, and then chakras are they're spinning little vortices all along the spinal area, having to do with also all parts of your living day to day. All right, so we'll be going into those in deep detail, as we go through. Okay, and Kelly has a whole. She has a whole program on chakras. Okay, have you done it? Okay, I was your smile. I thought maybe you did. Cool. So chakras are wonderful and they're fun and they really are nice. So why can't I move this up? Stop this. Okay, here we go. Okay, so yoga anatomy study. All right. So what you're going to learn is about the bones and the muscles. And so I would say, not just me, Judith Hanson Lassiter is one of the major teachers, says yoga teachers should know all the bones. Well, we don't think you have to know all the bones, but we think you should know the main bones, okay? The main bones of the body. Why? Because you know what's going on. And if someone comes into your class and goes, I have a break of the humerus, you're going to go, uh-oh, is that the arm or the leg, So it's important for you to know. Not that you necessarily teach move the, but we say take the head of the humerus back in the shoulder joint, sometimes in advanced classes and so forth. All right, so you want to know that there are 206 bones. And I've tried to, on several of these slides, I'm saying, know these, okay? So that you're aware what's really important. So you need to know that we have 206 bones in the body. That you should know. All right, in YTT200, Yoga Teacher Training 200, what you're in now, we're going to focus on key anatomical structures. And each month we'll focus on different areas of the body related to the poses we're teaching. And this month it's all about the legs and the feet. A lot of standing poses, your basic standing poses. All right. Then you also need a functional understanding of how the muscle works. And the best way to do it is when we get done after this weekend and you know the major muscles that we're talking about, and well, not the muscles, not so much the muscles this time. We're getting into muscles next time. We'll touch on the muscles of the legs this time, but this is mostly about bones, okay? Because you can't have it all at once, right? So, but when you want to engage a muscle around a bone, so if you just for a minute, just take your arm out straight, all right, and then curl your fingers and make a tight fist. What other part of your arm work? Turn your fist up. So turn your palm up. All right, now make a fist. What other part of your arm gets engaged? Look at your arm. So what happens? Yeah. Yep. What? Okay. Forearm. What else?
Bicep.
Pardon?
Bicep.
Yep. Biceps, depending on how much you're working on. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Okay. Then bend the elbow. All right. And do like a strongman. What part of you gets involved? Whole bunch of things, right? So from the hand, the wrist, the arm. So this is the kind of thing that you want to do when you're moving a bone, or engaging a muscle. What other part gets engaged? Because everything's interconnected. Yeah, you just don't move one thing and only one thing happens. So that's how you start to look. How does it move in your body? What are you curious about? And what other muscles get engaged? Okay. We'll get more into muscles next month. Practice poses, which we want you to do this month, all the ones that you're going to learn today. Kelly taught you most of them today, which is what we'll do in these warm-ups. We'll be focusing on what you're doing. All right, so key anatomical terms and areas. So fundamental bones is kind of what we're calling, one of your teachers calls the anatomical terms. Okay, so one of your teachers, so we say the key muscles. You don't have to buy this book, but we highly recommend. Yeah, it's a wonderful book. If it's too expensive, just let it go. You can also get it on Kindle. So if it's for about $10 cheaper, I think, than the book. But it's an excellent book. And if you turn the whole first 24 pages, 26 pages, have so much of what we're going to be talking about today. And so it's a nice way to review. So I highly recommend it. And if you can't get it, fine. Okay, don't worry about it, because there's a lot in Science of Yoga, but key muscles are really good at showing you anatomical parts. And it's nice as a yoga teacher to have a good anatomy book. All right, so fundamental bones, the spine and the curve, these are the anatomy that we're going to be looking at throughout the whole time. Today, we're going to do bones, spine and its curves, a little bit of these first 5, and the muscles and connective tissue will start on next month. Okay, because it's just too much all at once. We'd be here for days. All right, so now so let me just tell you, the handout that you get, I'll be showing you some slides that you won't get, because I haven't been able to find a place where I can purchase rights to an image to print them out for you, but I can show you here. All right, I love this little one. The writing in purple I've added in, but this is a nice little clear picture of some of the main areas you want to know. All right. And again, I'm sorry I can't give this one to you, but your next one has similar things. But this is just so clear. All of these, cranium and mandible on the head, we don't talk about too much. You know it. It's good to know, but I don't think that's on any test. I don't think so. Cranium and mandible. It's just nice to know they're up there. And also, but you do need to know all these other ones. Okay, and we've listed those now. Okay. All right. So you won't get this one, but you will get this one, which I could get the rights to. And it's the same thing, only not so cute as the other drawing. And I don't have there's no room to put the English names after, like mandibles, your jaw, clavicles, your collarbones, and scapula, your shoulder blades. But this would be a good, I would say, for homework. You might want to look at this, and then maybe for your own edification, write down the English names after the common terms that we use, because that's then going to give you a little exercise so that you begin to identify them more. Okay, I do like that this one has front and back, which is good. All right.
Most teachers call it the English words. They
Yeah.
don't say move to your start.
Correct.
They say push, like you have to breath.
Correct.
Right.
Exactly. Most teachers will not say,
Right. Clavicle.
yeah,
They call it.
just say lift your collarbones. Okay, so bring the shoulder blades down your back. Yoga teachers don't teach anatomical terms, but yoga that doesn't mean they don't know them. And so for you to know them, that's good for your background. Excellent point. Yeah. Fundamental. So can you see how I wrote that? Fundamental bones? No, these and all these. We don't talk so much about the bones of the feet and toes, but you need to know that phalanges and tarsals are all part of the foot and the bone, the hand and the foot. All right. This next break, is also, it's in your key muscles. So the appendicular and axial skeletons. All right. So now this is important to understand. This has to do with movement as well as more. So these notes, I've written a lot of notes on the side. All right. So the divisions of the skeletal system. All right. This is on over here. Oh, this is so frustrating, this daggone thing. I don't know how to get rid of it. It's right in the thing. Okay. So here is, so your appendices are your arms and your legs. Okay. They are how we move around the world. The legs are how we move. The arms are how we reach out, talk to people, grab things. Okay. So, and the pelvis is part of that. The pelvic girdle is part of that because that's attached to where the legs move. Okay. So in blue, and it'll be darker on your handout. These are your appendicular skeleton. Now, one important thing to know is many times when we're doing yoga poses, we try to lead with the arms. Okay, we take the arms out instead of moving from the axial skeleton. All right, and that's one of the main things that we want to do as we do our poses. So this axial skeleton, it's the part of us that's stable. Okay, there's not much movement there. The spine is joints, but the movements are very minor. Okay, and so we want to be moving and orienting from this, our strength and stability. All right, and this I mentioned the central energy channel when I was talking about chakras and sushumna and bandhas. And this is your central channel. Your spinal column goes through there, and the energetics of the body are in here. Okay, so spine, ribs, and skull, and that's for stability. There are 80 bones in this axial skeleton, and there are 126 bones when we have to move around. Yeah, so there are lots more bones, and so the axial, that central channel, and that strength, that's stability and strength. The appendicular, that's the locomotion. That gets us out and moving and connects us with the world. All right. So again, when we teach and we talk about moving from your spine, moving from your ribs, moving from the back body and the side body, we're talking about this guy. And instead of, and it's not that you don't use your arms and legs, but your primary connection in yoga pose is going to be to the spine. Yeah. I mean, all the old yoga texts you look at, it's all about the spine. All right. So here it is, 206 bones. I said this like 6 times now, right? Good. So you know that's something you should know. All right. And this is just breaking down that picture you just saw. So it's interesting, isn't it, that how we engage with the world, we got lots more bones. And the foot and the hand, look at all those bones in there. And the hands have a little bit more than the foot, but that's how we make it around the world. That's that opposable thumb and that big toe, key to how we move through life. Yes. Was that a question? Do you have a question, Cynthia? Oh, no, you were just looking at your hands. I thought you were looking at your hands. I thought, oh, she was raising her hands. I'm so quick. Oh, good. That's great. All right. So the axial skeleton, and this is more solid. You don't need all those little bones for moving. You need bones that are bigger. The cranial bones are bigger and more solid. They don't move. If they do, it's a slight amount. The vertebra in your back, which we'll see coming up, they are big bones separated by discs. And in the rib cage, the thoracic area, the chest bone and your ribs, they don't move much either. They expand and contract with the breath, but they don't move a whole lot. They are for stability and strength. All right. So let's talk about anatomical position. All right. This is a term of science. All right. Anatomical position or neutrality, neutral position. Okay. Oh yes, I'm here. So that is where the bones stack up as intended. So what does this yoga pose look like?
Tadasana.
Yes. Except with mountain pose, we usually don't have the palms turned out. We may do that. We do that initially, get shoulder blades on the back, then we usually let the hands rest a little bit, but stay extended. Depends on the system you've studied. Some people have it turned palm up, some by the side. But this is, so mountain pose, guess what? Mountain pose is your main pose. And in yoga, every pose, we say every pose is mountain pose. You may hinge at the hips. You may twist, but you still want to have the energy of mountain pose in everything that you do. All right. Speaking of which, ta-da! All right, so Tadasana, and what does that say here? It's the master pose of standing. So you should know that too. What's the master standing pose? Tadasana, mountain pose. All right, so talking about body shapes and body differences. Now I drew this line on PowerPoint, and it's hard if you've ever worked with PowerPoint to try to get it right where you wanted it. It was either to the left or to the right. So I couldn't get it right down the center. But you can see there that this cuts the body into left and right. Yeah. So this is considered a midline, and everybody has one. And so when you look at this midline, what you're looking for, again, that should be a little bit over to the right, but you're looking to see, are the shoulders at about the same height? Are the hips at about the same height? Knees, feet, and are the hands hanging about the same length? So when you look at somebody, one of your students, you can tell a lot. If they've got some unevenness in their body, this will help you. And then this one, the side view, this is the plumb line. Now, so the plumb line is cutting you from front to back. All right. And so this is lining up the ear over the head of the arm bone. And mine looks like it could, it looks like I'm a little far back. Okay. And then here's the hip point. That's your hip joint. And this is your knee joint. And this is the foot, and just in front of the heel. So there's me in plumb. And there's I might have my shoulders back a little too far, but we'll see. Okay. So look, even as teachers, we all have, right? All right, significance of anatomical neutral position, mountain pose. All right, and this is a lot from key muscles. When you line the bones up the way that they're supposed to be lined up, then what you're doing is giving gravity something to press down through. So gravity is always present. It's always pressing us down. So if we sit like this, it's going to press us down further. And if we sit like this, it's easier on our back. So if we line up, so all I'm doing, Nathaniel, is like sitting sort of like I'm at the computer and I'm rounded, my back's rounded in a C. That's me not being aligned, and that's gravity pressing down, and that becomes hard on the lower back and the shoulders. But if I sit upright, like Kelly had you do in Dandasana, staff or stick pose at the end there, when you sit upright, when gravity presses down, you shouldn't feel any pressure in your lower back and in your shoulders because you've aligned the way it should. So the force of gravity it's easier to sit upright. You have less stress on bones and joints. And as a matter of fact, you're getting good, healthy stress on the bones. Bones need healthy stress to stay strong. Okay. So aligning with gravity, this is on the healthy bones. So bone mass for all of us decreases with age. How do you keep it strong? Resistance exercise. And for us, that's aligned yoga poses. You can go to the gym too, and both of those do well. But you want to have resistance and your muscles using strength to hold those bones up to help increase bone mass. Unaligned bones, that's me leaning over at the computer. That's unhealthy stress on joints, often called wear and tear. And so when people say, this is just normal wear and tear. So let's talk about what normal means. Okay. Normal just means that most of the people are doing it. When you looked at over 50% usually are doing it. So if you look at a bell curve, has anybody ever seen bell curves with studies? All right. So normal. So in this case, think of the childhood obesity in the United States. Yeah. So if you look at a bell curve for what's the norm? The norm is over 50% of the childhood population has obesity. I don't know that 50% is right, but there's a whole lot. That's become normal, but that's not healthy. So in other words, the norm is not necessarily healthy. So I think I jumped in a little sooner here. But so this going back to the unhealthy stress on the joints, unhealthy stress means that you're weakening the muscles, the bones, and the connective tissue. Okay. And so when you weaken that connection tissue, like sitting at connective tissue, like sitting at the computer, you're getting tight muscles in the traps, tight overstretched muscles in the upper body, tight muscles in the chest that are short. So we call that muscles that are intended to stabilize, hold you upright, like the traps, Okay, then they become tight and weak in the chest. Yeah, muscles intended to support movement become stuck in place. So there's something called locked long, meaning it's like when you've overstretched a leather belt. Okay, so you put on the leather belt and you're at the last hole. Okay, and it's starting to stretch and stretch and stretch. Then it no longer has resilience. It doesn't go back. So that's called locked long, overstretched and weak, unable to do its full function. All right, locked short is like a tight fist. You can't return to normal length. So your chest muscles become tight like a fist, and they don't open up easily if you're always sitting at your computer and not opening up your chest. Yeah. So here's an example of muscle imbalances, just so that you can see. This is misalignment, and this is muscles. Again, you don't have to know this for a test. I just want you to understand this. Muscles locked short and locked long. And this is a young woman here, young girl. And this is not unlike what we see in a lot of people, where the head forward, this is head forward syndrome. All right. So the chest is tight. The upper back is tight because it's overstressed. All right. Down here, this is probably locked knees and a little bit more arch in the lower back. There's no support to the abs here. Okay, so in both these cases, you're putting a lot of stress on all these different places. So that's why we want to align. All right, when we align well, the muscles work, and so do the joints. Joints are simply places where two bones come together. All right, two bones. Joints are where two bones come together. Shape reflects function. Some joints are intended to be mobile, like your shoulder joint, your hip joint, not as much, your knee joint. Some are more stable, like the joints in your back. Okay, primary types, the ones that we will be most concerned with are the ball and socket joints. So that's it, your upper arm bone goes into the shoulder socket, and that's a joint of maximum mobility. Okay, the hip, you've got the upper thigh bone that goes into the hip joint. And again, if you've ever seen, I'll show you a picture. It's like this. It looks like if your hand is up and you've got the other hand in, the hand turns, that the fist is, it's turning in the joint. And I'll show you, Nathaniel, in a minute here. Hinge joint, the knee and the elbow, although the knee is more than a hinge joint, but it's often thought of as a hinge joint. That's greater stability. You can just flex and extend, and we'll talk about that in a minute. And compressive joints are very limited mobility, and that's your spine again, that axial skeleton. All right, so here's just an example of joints. So here's the ball and socket joint. So there's your ball, okay, and this is the socket it sits in. And so you have a lot of mobility. That's the ball and socket joint. Here is a hinge joint, okay, and you can see it's like a door hinge, like your bathroom door hinge, yeah. All right, and that's your elbow and your knee, although the knee does a little gliding and a little rotation, but not enough to categorize it as a different joint. All right, joints, freedom in the joint is what we're looking for. All right, so joints depend upon freedom and flexibility. So if your joint is not free, and we'll talk about how that can happen, you can't move the bones freely. Okay, and so it's not a good place to be. And then this one is for everyone. You should never feel a joint. Okay, so when you're done a yoga pose and you got to shake your knees out like tree, you got to shake your knees out. It's because you've stressed them. So you should never feel a joint. You should never feel stress on a joint. If you feel a joint, like it aches or it feels a little tight or you got to do something, that means something's not aligned. Your bones may not be lined up the way they should. Muscles may not be working as intended. The joints may have been locked, like hyperextended or overstretched. That means they don't have support of the muscles above and below. And so we talked about locked long or locked short, okay? So joints facilitate movement. Okay. All right, so these are the movements that we want to do. Okay, flexion, extension, abduction. We'll do those in a minute. Let me come back to this. So flexion means the reduction of an angle. So everybody take one arm out, turn your palm up. All right. Now inhale, bend the elbow and have the palm come toward. That's a flexed elbow. All right. Now an extended elbow, you take it back down. So when your arm is straight, it's extended at 180 degrees. It's like an up, if you were to stand it up on or even down. Okay. But that's 180 degrees. When you flex it to 90 degrees, you're closing off that ankle. It's no longer 180, it's now 90. And then you extend it, it goes back to 180. All right. So that's the difference between flexion and extension. All right. Now, hyperextension means you've gone beyond 180 degrees. Okay. And you've hyperflexed it. You've gone further, 180, 182, 183, depends. And what that does is it puts stress on the cartilage of the joints. It also puts stress on the tendons and ligaments, tendons in the muscles, ligaments in the bones. And that is considered pathological. You're on the way, maybe not now, maybe in 10 years, but you're on the way for a knee or an elbow, a shoulder, it's going to be problems for you. Okay. And many of you, I came around to, it's very, very normal in our civilization, in our society, that we have locked knees. I had, as someone who is pretty mobile, and was super mobile in my earlier days, I locked my knees like crazy. And it took a long time for me to stop that habit. It becomes a habit. It took a long time, years for me to stop the habit because I was starting to get knee damage when I got in my late 40s, early 50s from doing it all my life. So I feel for you if you're a knee locker. And when I come around to you, it's just to give you more insight so that you're aware when you do it. So that's all my intention is for you aware when you do it so that you can soften a little bit. Then we'll talk about how to engage the muscles above and below when we do the posts. Okay. Okay. Abduction. Think of what abduction is, right? It's moving away. So take that arm by your side. Okay. Just extend the arm down by your side. All right. And then take the arm away. That's abduction. All right. Bring the arm back towards you. That's adduction. You're adding to. Abduct, we're taking it away. And adduct, we're adding back to. It can even cross the midline. So if you took that arm up and then you were going to come across like you were going to do Virabhadrasana, eagle arms, okay, then you could, or Vrksasana arms, that's even better. Yeah, good. Or eagle arms, either one. Yeah, that's eagle arms. Okay, so then you're going to, sometimes it's called, you'll hear somebody like Doug Teller, who will be here in August, by the way. He's a master teacher. He's going to be here to teach you. He is always good. He calls it abduction and adduction. So many people will do that so that they make it clear when they're talking. So if you hear that, you'll know what that is. All right, that's okay. Now rotation. So take the arm out again. All right, and then turn the palm downward. That's internal rotation. Turn the palm upward. That's external rotation of your shoulder. All right. So you can put your hand on the top of, so take your other hand, put it on the top of the head of the arm bone, the top of the arm bone as you take the one arm out. All right. Now internal rotate. And can you feel how the whole arm, including the upper arm bone, turns towards the inside, internal rotation. And then you turn the palm up and that's external rotation. All right. We're going to stand and do a few in a minute too. Supinate. That was when the palms or your feet turn upwards. You're in a supine position. Pronate, you're turning downwards. Okay. There are special movements of the feet. So plantar flexion, the plantar fascia is on the bottom. So to flex that, you actually point the foot, and that's going to flex this bottom of the foot. And dorsiflexion, you're closing off the ankle, you're taking the foot towards you. Again, you're not going to be tested on that, so you don't have to know that, but it's just good to know. So here are some movement examples. All right, so stand up for a minute. Everybody, let me stop screen share for a second. See if I can find that now. Oh, there it is. Stop share. Good. All right, so stand up for a minute. All right, so let's take take the arms out. All right, now take the arms by your side. All right, so now let's flex the shoulder joint. Good. Good. And then extend, bring it back down. And stand to the side, and you can even extend the shoulder joint back further. Yeah, push your gun back. When it's here, it's 180. Yeah. So flexing and extending, and even a little back. Yeah, good. All right, now, take the arms out and flex the elbows, yeah. Good, and extend them back. Good, all right, so now your palms are up, so that would be supination. Turn your palms down, that's not pronation, it's really palms up, but it's like going towards the pronation idea. Good, bring your arms back down. All right, so now on the legs, all right. Hold on, I am dressed. Okay, all right, so on the legs. So stand in your mountain pose, all right? Now, we're gonna flex the hip. How do you think as your hip is here? All right, that's your hip joint is right here. How do you think you might flex the hip? You're gonna close off an ankle. You could do that. You could bend at the hip, yeah. So we're closing off an ankle. You could also do that. And that's hip flexion. Excellent. All right. So hip flexion. So what do you think hip extension might be? I'm taking it back. Good. So in a lunge, you're extending the hip, yeah? So do it on the other side of your balance. Flexing. Good. Take it back. Good. Good. And then come it back up. All right. So now internal and external rotation. Take your arms out. All right, now internal, you got it, that's it. You're gonna turn the whole arm in, that you're internally rotating the shoulder. Now you're gonna external rotation. So on many poses, we'll say, when Kelly had, you take off your sweater, when you come back down, that's an external rotation of the upper arm. Okay, and then, so we'll get you into that in different ways. Now, how about the legs? All right, so if I said to you, internally rotate the right leg. Yeah. Exactly. So you're internally rotating, you're moving at the hip, the whole leg moves at the hip, yeah. And then you come back. How about external rotation? Good. Then you come back. So now those we use internal rotation and external rotation more when teaching. All right. So just for a minute, take your feet a little wide. Okay. All right. Parallel feet. All right. Now, with your feet a little wide, come up on the ball of the left foot. Good. And take the left heel back. And can you feel how you internally rotated the leg at the hip that way? So when you move from the sole of the foot like that, you're getting the whole leg. And so you did a big internal rotation of the upper leg. How about external rotation of the front leg is when you turn this foot out. Yeah. So from the center, you turned in a little more here. You've turned out a little bit more here. All right, so that's internal and external rotation. So if someone comes around to you, like the yoga teacher, and says, take the top of the left thigh back a little more, they're wanting you to do a little bit more of this internal rotation. And that tends to happen with standing poses a lot, that there's a flattening that happens here. So that's why it's important to know about. And adduction and abduction. All right, so let's take your feet wide. What did we just do from center?
Away,
Abdo. We took ourselves away from center. Okay. All right. Now you can adduct your legs, come back. You could even cross this leg over that leg. What is that? Yep. That's an adduction as well. So you're coming towards the midline or across the midline for adduction. And again, you don't teach with that, but when you're explaining it to somebody or when you're talking about what it is, you want to understand the planes of movement. All right, so that's a little bit about planes of movement, which we're coming into. All right, you can come. Yeah, isn't that fun? Yeah, standing up for a minute is fun. Good. All right, I'm gonna go back to screen share. All right, so that's what you just did. Oh, and internal rotation, external rotation. Okay, abduction, shoulder abduction, and adduction. All right. Now, okay, and this is my speech about hyperextension, because again, I had it for so many years and I have knee trouble as a result. Not so bad now. So you can come back. I had a Baker cyst behind the right knee that was painful. And I had to deal with that for a while. And when I went to PT, the physical therapist said, you know what to do. And I said, yeah, I think I do. And so I just started working my quads and working to get length in the calves and the Achilles tendon and strengthen the quads. And that's if you're hyperextending, you've got tight ankles, tight Achilles tendon, tight calves, and your hamstrings are tight. Okay, that's just what happens. So here, so that you can see what it looks like. Okay, that is really Yeah. So what you want this top of the shin, which is below the knee, to be over the ankle or in front of it. And instead, that's it's going back behind it. Can you see? And can see what happens with the hips. The thighs are forward. And just like that picture we showed, there's the glutes are not fully engaged. There's no support to this. This is a young girl. And you see this a lot in young girls, because they want to be with, kind of in. And so they think it makes them look taller when you lock the knees. I know. And so, but it doesn't. Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't work. So here's another example of it. And here, so this one's not as severe as that one. And here's someone else. Can you look at how the posture is more upright once you can you see if I drew the plumb line down there, it goes through his arm, but it doesn't go through his hip and it doesn't come down to the foot. If I came straight down from the ear here, it's going to go through the shoulder, it's going to go through the hip and and he's now aligned. So that one thing is going to throw everything else you do out of alignment. Now here's a hyperextended elbow. The other place, I saw that in here today, but we're working on legs today. So this is another place where if you can hyperextend, and many people do, you're really not using the upper arm or the lower arm. The lower arm actually can be a little tighter. This one has no support. And this is a hyperextended elbow. And here it is. This is Ray Long. He also does our key muscle book. So can you see when this is a hyperextended elbow, how the elbows come towards the center and you're off center? This usually the hands lift up. Now, when the shoulders are aligned and the elbows are not hyperextended, you got more power and more length. All right. So we'll remind you of those as we go through. And again, don't think that we're picking on you. We just want you to be aware. Yeah.
Doesn't want to do it. I want it. Right?
Well,
Yeah.
you want to do it so that you feel healthy and strong. All of us.
Just now.
Yeah. It makes a difference, doesn't it? Yeah.
So please keep doing it.
Okay. I just want you to know we love you. So it's yeah. All right. So here's proprioception. This is the one I like. I couldn't find it. So you'll get this one, but I like this guy because they show the mid-sagittal plane. So these notes I've written all along the left are things, these are notes I wrote. So this is so that you have the information right with the slide. So again, you don't have to know these terms in teaching, but you need to understand where your body is moving in space. And proprioception means knowing where your body is in space, to have a sense of what you're doing. Sometimes people don't. They're not real sure. They're not as familiar. They're not as connected to the body. That's okay. So we come into yoga and that starts to connect. Yeah, getting into yoga pose is one of the best ways for people to feel where their bodies are in space. I didn't know where mine was until I came to yoga. I mean, I was there, but I was always just talking and flittering around. And I was a perfectionist and I had to do everything right. And I was so concerned about appearances and everything else. I didn't know all that when I was younger, but now I know that. Now it's like, yeah, whatever. So anyway, sagittal plane. So sagittal plane is the one that we're most familiar with. Sagittal plane cuts us down the middle, okay, into left and right sides of the body. And then if that line in the middle is called the mid-sagittal plane, and that's what we call the midline. So when we say to you, you'll hear us say, draw in towards the midline, plug your arms into the shoulder socket, plug your legs into the hip socket, draw energy into your midline. That's your core. That's your axial skeleton. That's the head, this core body, and the pelvis. Yeah. So then the coronal divides you into front and back, like that picture you saw of me earlier where I divided you into front. That's the plumb line. That's where you can see your midline from the side. All right. And that's when it has to do with the adduction and adduction, taking a wide stance. Those are all frontal or coronal planes. Sagittal is everything to do with most of the poses that you do. When we say take a wide stance, that's coronal. When we have you, do so much things from the front on the left and right, that's sagittal. Now, transverse, divides you into upper and lower, and rotation occurs here. So you rotate at the mid body there. All right, so that's important for you to know. You should know the planes of movement. And this is your handout. They're missing the line at the center, but I couldn't find that one either. All right, connective tissue. Okay. So let's see where I am in my notes. What do I want to? All right. So connective tissue It's a lot of stuff. All right. So connective tissue it's your bones, it's your muscle, it's the cartilage, it's your tendons, it's your ligaments. It's all of that tissue. And they're even now the studies are, Kelly will do a presentation on fascia. Okay, not this month or the next several months, but I think it's after April. She'll go into it a little bit more fully, but they're even thinking that your connective tissue connects to your brain in certain ways, so that you get messages from the connective tissue to your brain as well, which makes a whole lot of sense. And so, listening to your body is a really good thing to do. All right, so, but the main ones we want to look at today, the connective tissue is bone, all right, and then ligaments, which anchor bone to bone. You definitely need to know this. So your elbow and your upper arm, okay, that's connected at the joint through the tendons attach the muscles of that area, and the ligaments attach the two bones. So you need to know ligaments anchor bone to bone. They help stabilize your range of motion in the joint. So they help hold your bones in place. So when you hyperextend, you're stretching the ligaments of that knee over time. And that's why your range of motion over time can actually decrease and you can have issues. Tendons anchor muscle to bone. All right. And they pull on the bone. So the only way that you move is muscles contract. Your bones don't move unless you contract muscles. All right, now a closer look at bones. All right, what else should I have? Bones. Okay, so now these are let me see what I have. You should definitely understand and know what these bones are. Okay, so the ilia are the two sides of your pelvis. The ischia are the two bottoms, your sit bones. Ischia is your sit bones. Pubis is that joint in the center of the two sides of the pelvis. And I have pictures of these, and we'll go through them. So these are terms you should know. Ilium is the single one. Ilia is two. Ischium is the single. Ilia is two. And pubic and pubis, those are considered pelvic girdle. Also, on the upper leg, the thigh bone, the upper part of the thigh bone is considered part of the pelvic girdle in many references, like key muscles and others. So I want to show you a picture in a minute. Do you guys learn by seeing pictures or words? I like them both, pictures and words. Words look good, but when I see what it looks like in illustration, yeah. All right, so the pelvis is just the two sides of the pelvis, basically. Your pelvis itself are two big bones on the side with a hole in it to receive the leg joint, with the bottoms of it, the ischium, what you sit on, your ischial tuberosities, and the pubis, that place in the middle, especially for women, where there's enough movement that they can birth a baby. Okay, so that's the purpose of the pubis having that there. So your upper leg, there's just one bone you need to know on the upper leg, and that's your femur, your thigh bone. All right, and again, the tops of the femurs and even the SI joint can be considered part of the pelvic girdle. So were you to mention any of those in the test, we'd be happy with it.
You can Kelly with this.
Oh, good. Kelly's got, is that Mr. Bone Jangles? That's Mr. Bone Jangles. Yeah. Cool. All right, good. So Kelly, will you point out the ilia? Oh, hold on. So hold on, let me stop the share. All right, so Kelly, all right, Nathaniel, there you go.
These two hip bones right here in the middle.
All right, so you got to talk off. Speak up.
These two right here are the ilia.
All right, now turn around from the front. Ilia, each of them is an ilium. Now find the hip points. Show them the hip points, because that's coming soon.
So hip points are here on Mr. Bone Jangles. His hips are a little like tilted forward like that. So these hip points on normal people are going to be more forward.
Yeah.
Right, but they're right here.
Good.
And you can feel them on yourself.
Yes, feel them on yourself.
Oh, okay.
So find your hip points. It's the most prominent. It's like if you come
It's like right there in the
below
front.
your waist a little bit and sort of in, you're going to feel the hip points. Can you know? We
Yeah.
talk about the hip points in teaching.
Yes.
We talk about the hip points in teaching. Yeah. All right. Now show them the ischial tuberosities.
That is back here. That is what you sit on right down at the bottom.
Those are your sit bones, the ischial tuberosities. All right, then turn it back around the front and show them the pubic bone.
Pubic bone is here.
Yeah, down there, and then see that joint, that disc, that doesn't do this in your spine.
Mhm.
All right, so there's a disc, and that's why, if anyone's ever been pregnant
Pubic bone.
and had pain in the front part of the pubic area, it can sometimes be that the weight of the baby or your alignment has put everything a little off, and that's painful. Okay, so that can be because there's mobility there, and when you're pregnant, you're more mobile. And so that can cause that to shift, and you can have, nerve things going on and discomfort and so forth. Doesn't happen often, but it can. All right, so turn it back around and let's show them the sacrum as long as I turn off the slide.
So the sacrum is this triangular bone right in between the hip bones right here.
And the SI joint is where the sacrum and the ilium meet. So some people consider that part of the pelvic girdle. Ray Long does, but I'm not everybody. So
You can feel that joint sometimes. You can feel that joint in yourself. There's two indentations right back there.
yep,
So the sacroiliac joint, yes. Were you able to see when I pointed that before?
yep,
So triangle right in there.
posterior, posterior, posterior.
Yeah, and so sacroiliac joints are here.
Okay, all right, so there. Good, all right, so let's do this. Thank you, Cal.
Sure.
Okay. All right, so now, we just showed you, and the upper leg is just, it hangs down, the upper leg on the femur hooks into those ilium, each side of the ilium, the two of them, yeah? That's where the thigh bone comes in. Now, the lower leg, you have your kneecap, patella. You have the shin, which runs from the kneecap down to the ankle. That's that big bone on the front of your lower leg. On the side of your lower leg is something called the fibula. The tibia is the big one for you to know. Ankle and feet, know about your heel, and just know that you have tarsals, metatarsals, and joint. You do need to know that. Okay, and let me.
Really sorry to interrupt you, but I can't hear you that clearly. There's something a little
Yeah, we need to bring
like echoey.
We need to bring. I didn't bring my. We'll start using them. Okay, so ankle and the feet. All right, so did you hear the thigh bone, the upper leg, the femur plugs into the pelvis at the, it's a joint receptor there. There's a hole called the acetabulum. All right, and that's the upper leg. Lower leg, you've got your kneecap. These are bones, the kneecap and the shin bone, which is pretty major, and the fibula, and the ankle and feet. Mostly you need to know the metatarsals and the phalanges. All right. So let me show you the pelvis. All right. So here, this is why I like illustrations. And I think if I don't give these to you, it's because I can't find them to buy the rights to print them. But see what I like about these are that you can see there's an ilium. There's an ilium. There's a pubic bone. And there's a sit bone, the ischium. And there's your femur. And up here is what we showed you, the sacrum and the coccyx, the tailbone on the end of the sacrum. So, and this is the infamous SI joint, sacroiliac. Okay, we'll go into that more a little later. And then I wanted to show you, there's a difference between the male and the female pelvis. So that's a male pelvis, okay? And take a look at, all right, the female's up here. Can you see? It's wider and not so tall. It's wider so that why? So for birthing babies, yeah. All right. And then the male pelvis is narrower and a little taller it is. Okay. So yeah. When Bridget.
People get hip replacements, what is the part that gets replaced?
All right, so when people have rib replacements, it can be anything in here. Sometimes they replace the whole head of the femur with a new ball. Sometimes they are able to scrape out the labrum on the acetabulum and make space that they can reformat that and maybe put a little new head on the femur. Sometimes they will do one or the other or the whole thing. They may replace the whole joint receptacle, okay, and the head of the femur as well. Okay? Good question.
So they can replace the receptacle.
Yeah.
without doing anything to the sit bone.
Yeah, they'll go in, there's a labrum, there, I haven't talked a lot about the cartilage around the bones. Because I really want to focus on this today, but the labrum is lined with, that capsule is lined with cartilage, and that's what wears down. So sometimes they can sort of scrape it, or it'll get worn in funny places and have little birds and things like that. Sometimes they can scrape it and that will do the job for certain people. Sometimes they have to go into deeper, they can do all sorts of things with the hips and not have to pull the rest of the bones. Isn't that amazing? And they've gotten so good at hip replacements now that you don't have to get it redone every 10 years. It used to be that you had to do it. Now, not so much. I have a friend who just recently fell and broke a hip. She was going to a restaurant. They didn't have a step, mark, and she fell. And so I think she might come to class on Monday night, my actually dental for the first time. So Sandra, remember Sandra Mike and Adams? Yeah, I know. That was just so it was really tough when she emailed it. Oh my God. All right. Bones, thigh and lower leg. This is just for you to see. So this is so annoying. There must be a way to do this. Okay, so I wonder if I can move this. Can I move that over? Okay, I don't want to mess it up. I'll soon lose it. Okay, so there's your pelvis up there. All right. Here's your hip joint. Okay, and then there's the femur, the thigh, and there's the tibia, the big bone, leading from the knee down to the ankle, and there's your fibula on the outside. Okay, stop that. See, I knew I did something that's going to stay there. Okay, all right, bones of the ankle and foot. So you can look and see that there's the tibia, that shin bone. There's a tibia, that's that big shin bone coming into the ankle. These are tarsals, there's a bunch of things in there. And then these are the metatarsals and the middle and distal phalanges, proximal, middle, and distal on that one. You don't have to know proximal, middle, and distal. You just need to know that these are the toes. Phalanges are the toes and the fingers, okay? And tarsals are the bones of the foot and ankle. Yeah, metatarsals on the foot. Okay. All right. Bones of the upper limb. All right. So I'm giving you bones again. We're working on mostly legs, but I want you to have all the information on bones this month. All right. So shoulder girdle. Okay. The shoulder girdle are the shoulder blades, the collarbone, and the top of the arm bone. Yep. And you know what's cool about the shoulder girdle? You move any one of those three and the whole shoulder girdle moves. So lift your collarbones up and what happens to your arm bone and your shoulder blades? They move back. All right. So if you want to take the arm bone back, just lift your collarbones. And the arm bone goes back into place and the shoulder blades roll down your back and your neck is straight. Yeah. So that's how you'll hear us say lift your collarbones. Because we don't say anything else. When you lift the collarbones, your arm bone goes where it should, your shoulder blades go down your back. You don't have to say take shoulder blades down your back, blah, blah, blah. You just say lift the collarbones. And then just let it go with that. Yeah. All right. So that's the shoulder girdle. The arm, radius, and ulna. And we'll show that on the skeleton in a minute. Arm, radius, and ulna. So the radius, so those are your two big bones. So the radius is the big bone that runs down sort of along the thumb side. The way I remember, because we'll ask you that, I know we will. So the radius and the ulna is the smaller bone that comes more towards the elbow. So sometimes with broken elbows, it might be that one, or broken wrist. It's the ulna. It can also be the radius, usually the ulna, I think. So the way I remember, radius is longer, and the thumb is a more important digit than the other. So that's how I remember what side they're on. The radius is on my thumb side, and the ulna is on my little finger side. But it's not, I mean, it's important, but not like the radius. The radius helps with support. I mean, all important, you know what I mean. All right, wrists and hands, you need to know carpals, metacarpals, and phalanges. Okay, so just like what we did on the feet, it's the same sort of a thing on the hand. All right, so bones of the shoulder girdle. All right, there you are. There's your clavicle, and that's your so there's your collarbone. This is your shoulder blade, and this is the top of the head of the arm bone, the head of the, your upper arm bone. Okay. Here's the bones, here are the bones of your arms. Here's your humerus, okay? The head of the arm bone is the humerus. That's why it's called your funny bone. When you hit your elbow and you hit, and they go, oh, I hit my funny bone. It's not funny when you do it, okay? Right? I mean, it's painful. All right, so the bones of the arms, there's your humerus, ha ha ha. You don't have to know lateral and medial epicondyle. Those are the parts of the bone of the humerus that connect to the radius and ulna. But you need to know radius on the thumb side, our big longer one, and then the ulna on the little finger side. Bones of the wrist and the hands. There we go. There we go. Ulna and radius on your thumb side, ulna on the pinky finger side. All right, and once again, carpals. All right, you got tarsals on the ankle and the foot. These are carpals on the wrist. All right, and then you've got the metacarpals and the phalanges. All right, we have metatarsals and phalanges on the foot. So they're similar, and that can sort of maybe help you or not. All right, so you will get this on your handout because I can't give those, but you're going to get the main things. All right, so you can see here, you can see your rib cage, your pelvis. Here's your shoulder girdle there, the collarbone, your shoulder blade, and the top of the arm bone. All right, and here's your pelvis, and you can see what we just looked at with the SI joint and the sacrum, and then here's the ilia, and here's the pubic bone here, and then here are your sit bones, the ischium or the ischial tuberosity. And there's your foot. They don't have a hand on here. It wasn't important enough, I guess. And there's your spine. All right, so we're going to come more to that. Okay, bones of the trunk and head. This is your axial skeleton. All right, this is where it gets fun. So the spine has, we talk about a straight back, but it's not really straight. All right, they're described as S curves. So the neck, your cervical spine, curves in towards the body. Your thoracic, which is your mid body, okay, your shoulder blades and so forth, curves out away from the body. Your lower back, the lumbar, curves in towards the body. And then the sacrum and the tailbone curve out. They're coming back. They have an outward curve to come in. All right, now, let's talk about the number. So 26 is what we use 26 as the number of bones in the spine. Okay, some places you'll see that they'll call it as much as 29 because they're counting the sacrum as individual bones or tailbones as tailbone. Sacrum has fused bones. Tailbone has mostly fused bones. There may be a little bit of movement there. So, we're just going with 26 because that's sort of the standard. All right, I have a picture. We'll go over that in a minute. So the sacrum, as I noted on the last time when we looked at the pelvis, the sacrum is often considered a part of the pelvis. All right, so again, you wouldn't be wrong if you were to say that. Tailbone, again, that's fused bones. So, and that sometimes gets extra counts too. So we're counting each of those as one. That's pretty standard. Your chest has 25 bones, your sternum, and then you've got 12 pairs of ribs, on the front and the back. All right, head has 29 bones. Who knew? The cranium, the big support, hold your brain in. Occiput is something we'd like you to know. The occiput, that's the back. If you put your hand back behind your skull, back where your skull ends before your neck, where it starts to curve in, that's called your occiput.
You can see it really good here too. It's the same.
Yeah. Well, so, good. And we're going to look at those in a minute. Okay, because I have to go back out of share. So you guys can look there. And I'll show you in a minute, Nathaniel. And then mandible's your jaw. But occiput you should know because we can say, support your occipital ridge. I do. And I'll say, or move back like you're in a cosmic headrest. Put your hand behind the occiput, take the head back into that cosmic headrest to align the neck. All right, so you want to let's show these. All right, let's show them now. All right, so we can show the legs and the spine now. So we'll stop the share.
We gonna use now the number of.
Yes.
Per area?
No.
Is
The spine and then 208, yeah. The other's interesting information for you to have. 206. 206, yeah. 206, yeah. All right, so Kelly, show everybody, first of all, the femur and the, the femur, okay, and then the tibia and the fibula.
And so the tibia is the big one in the shin.
Hold on.
You guys can move around if you can see.
You're welcome to get up sometime you want and come and look or whatever you want to do.
So tibia is the big shin bone. You can feel it on yourself, the really hard one that gets banged and hurts. And then the little one is the fibula right there.
Good. All right, and then the feet, you can come look at that anytime you want. They're kind of messed up. That guy has 4 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got some stuff going on his feet.
But the important thing is like the phalanges.
Yes.
Right. Tarsals too, tarsals.
Tarsals, the calcaneus, the heel, although we don't test them on that.
Yeah, so just know the phalanges.
Yeah, they're the phalanges, and yeah. Good. All right, and then, show the head.
You might have to angle that up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. All right, can you hear okay, Nathaniel? Good. All right, so show the sternum and the ribs.
So the sternum is the breastbone right here. And then of course, we know the ribs and these ribs have more movement than these. These are a little more stable.
Yep.
Here.
And they're called intercostal muscles. We'll cover them next time. In between those ribs where Kelly has shown you, and they expand and contract as you breathe. All right, and then show the turn them around and show the shoulder blades.
Voila. They're always higher than like I
I
think
know.
they should be,
I
you know,
agree.
so just aware if you can't really, I mean, maybe you can feel them on yourself, not with your hand. You can feel them on someone else.
Shoulder blades, yes. Yeah,
When you're laying on the floor too, or up
Yeah.
against. the wall.
Yeah, right. That's a good point. The shoulder blade tips will be an important thing to know because we want to draw them kind of towards each other.
when we get up to bony landmarks, I'm gonna have you get up and look at each other.
Is that
and
today?
feel. Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
probably do that in a minute. All right, now show the occiput, okay, the back of the head.
Okay, so occiput is here, and you can also feel that on yourself.
Yeah, turn it to the side so that then. Yeah, see how it goes in, it's in there, you can feel it, that's really important for you to know, because we want to keep the head aligned. But when people take their head up like that and drop it back, oh my God, that's bad for your neck, that's bad for your throat, that's bad for everything. So we'll talk about that when we get into forearm. Thank you, Kels.
Uh-huh.
All right. All right, so we did that. All right, so now these are numbers you need to know. Numbers of bones. Okay, and your slide, your hand up is not the same as this, but I cannot find this really pretty slide. But I gave you one of those. So I wrote my notes down the left and right. Okay, so Esther. So here is the cervical curve, your neck, curving in. This is your upper back and mid back in the curving outwards slightly. All right, this is your lower back, lumbar, curving in. And here is the sacrum and tailbone. Again, this outward curve that moves in. All right, so now, axis and axis, we don't yet keep the numbers, it's just good information. The top vertebra here on your cervical spine and your neck is C1, and then the next one is C2. C1 is considered axis, we call it axis. It like holds your head up. So it's holding up your head now. The C2 below it has mobility. That's how you can turn the head left and right. That's how you can nod yes, no. So the two together work to do that. But axis is the one that has more movement. Okay, now, so there are 7 vertebrae, 7 bones in your neck. Okay, C1 through C7, C7, and it has a lordotic, arching, inward, concave. Any of those words will work. Okay, arches inward, it's concave, it's lordotic, moving in. Okay, the thoracic vertebra, T1, and they start at the top. T1 goes down to T12, and that's high 5, which means arching outwards or convex. All right, lumbar has 5, 1 through 5, and again, that's lordotic, arching inward, concave. And the sacral has actually just two, and that's the sacrum, which is, they have, this is one where they add that under five. But actually, you just consider it two. The sacrum is one, they're all three bones. The tailbone, other than one is top, this is the second one. So if you look at those as bone one and bone two, and then you have the bones above, that will give you 26. All right, and I put in here 26, 29, and it depends. So this is relaxed. It depends becomes a catchphrase in your life. Okay, so you ask a question, and it depends upon many things: the person, the day, what's going on. It depends upon the system that you study. It depends on where you are. Do you know what I mean? So concrete answers in yoga, especially when it comes to anatomy, it depends what we talk about. Okay, so that's my joke to you. But that's not really a joke because it depends on what resource you get. 26 is what you'll find in key muscles and so on. Now, just so that you know, the place where your angles start to shift, and that's between the last vertebra of the neck and the first vertebra of your mid body. That's the most vulnerable to injury. Okay. Okay, up here, I'll see this before actually, but okay, down here, between the last of your mid back bones, T12, and L1 of your lumbar, that's another place where there can be some injury. And the big one on most people, right down here, okay, on L4, L5, L5, and S1, sacral one. So this is the area, if you're a yoga teacher and someone says, I have problems with my lower back, and you go, oh, L4, L5, S1? And they go, yeah, because that's the norm, okay? All right, so just so you know, but that is the place where most injuries in the back are occurring, just day-to-day living injuries. If you're hit sideways in an auto accident, it's usually right about here, about T8, 7 or 8. But
I'm losing you again on the audio. Sorry.
this is really bad. We got to get better things.
It seems like whenever you switch
Turn.
over to bring the skeleton over, it seems to change. I don't know what it is.
Well, that's because I move it back for Kelly. I forget to bring it back to me. Sorry, Nathaniel.
Okay. No worries.
Thank you. All right, and here's your mnemonic for remembering. This is from Kathy Donnelly. So breakfast at 7, lunch at 12, and dinner at 5. So you can remember the number of bones in each of those sections, okay? So breakfast at 7, that's your neck. Lunch at 12, that's your mid back and so forth. And dinner at 5, that's your lower back. So just remember that, and that'll help you remember the number of bones. Because we do want you to know that. We do want you to know the areas, the English and the Latin name or medical name. And we do want you to know what the curve means. Okay? And your handout looks like this. So it's the same thing, just not as pretty. I like the other one better. So you've got all the same notes that were on that. Okay? All right, bones of the chest. Here's your sternum. We looked at that, and a lower side. Okay, these are the ribs. Now you're going to see my note here, lower side ribs. That's a teaching cue. A teaching cue is to take the lower side ribs, knit them, and knitting's small. It's a small movement. It's not big. It's very subtle. So if we say knit, or if I say it, I don't know if others do. If I say knit the lower side ribs 1/4 inch towards each other, that's going to help you engage the core. It's going to help you engage transversus abdominis, the obliques, and your deeper core muscles, because that's you using the deeper core muscles in a very subtle way. It's not a big move. All right. So lower side ribs, I put that there because that becomes a teaching cue, and that's a bony landmark we want to know. And we'll talk about bony landmark. Bones of the head. You don't need to know cranium and mandible. You need to know occiput, the back of the head, which we just talked about. All right. Some key bony prominences in yoga. Okay. So let's look at the head. So the top of the head, crown, you'll say, extend through the crown of the head, extend through the top of the head. Occipital ridge, we just talked about the back of where the skull is. You've seen that. All right, you'll sometimes hear, excuse me, the humerus. the head of the, we'll say, move the head of the arm bone or rotate from the head of the arm bone. So the bigger part, that's the outer part of the humerus, is what we talk about there. Outer top of the upper arm bone at the shoulder joint. Scapula, we call shoulder blades, and we call shoulder blade tips. So we're going to come up and look at those, find them on ourselves if we can, and let your friend look at it. How am I doing on time?
We're way over.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you're supposed to end at 2:15.
At what time?
2:15.
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Okay, okay. Oh, okay, so that's 20 minutes. Oh my gosh. All right, so we'll stand up and let's just find these things, sit bones. You won't be touching anybody's sit bones. So actually find them on yourself. Okay, sit for just a minute. All right, so sit for just a minute. Find the occipital ridge. Okay. Find with one hand, find the top of the arm bone and just roll your shoulder back and you'll feel how that arm bone goes. All right, now the scapula, you can't feel the shoulder blades themselves, but you can feel the shoulder blade tips. Now, the way that you can do it is to put your hands on your hips, take your elbows back, lift your collarbones. All right, now, take one hand, right hand, if you want, and take it back and then feel, move the left. So I'll show you standing and I'll show you in a minute. Okay, so watch. I know, I'll do it in a minute. So let me get them started. So if I stand with my elbows back, now I can take this one hand and touch the shoulder blade tip on the other side. All right, take the elbows back and you feel the shoulder blade tips. All right, so Nathaniel, I'm going to show you this. So you guys stand up for a minute, please. You need to stand up anyway. We'll do this. All right, so Nathaniel, if you take your hands here and your elbows back, hands at your hips, fingertips forward, thumbs back. Good. And then take one hand back and reach over, and with that left elbow back, you can even move the elbow that's behind you, kind of move it back a little bit, and you'll feel the shoulder blade tip. You feel it? Good. All right.
Yeah, I do. I feel the
Good.
pressure of it. Yep.
Yeah, do the same thing on the other side. Reach, if your arms don't reach or your shoulders don't, that's okay. But kind of move. If you have the hands on the side and take the elbows back, you can feel the shoulder blade tips. The shoulder blade tips, good. The shoulder blade tips are what we want you to know about, because we'll say, if we say bring the shoulder blades onto your back and bring them towards the center, many people will end up doing this, right? But you want to have breath in the upper back, and you want to bring just the shoulder blade tips towards each other. So you can even take your arms in what we call Shiva arms, with your elbows by your side and your arms out. Now take the hands back up about a half an inch, and you'll feel the shoulder blade tips come together. Can you feel them? All right. Another way I cue it is right between the shoulder blade tips. Imagine, keep your elbows glued to your side if you can. Good. And then take the hands back like you're offering trays of food. Can you feel that shoulder blade tip? Another way to think of it is imagine there's a magnet between the shoulder blade tips, and you're trying to hook something back there without using your hips. That's you taking, and feel how the upper back is open, your neck is open, your upper back is open. That's what we want. Good. All right. So that's shoulder blade tips. Let me finish up real quickly here. Okay, good. Let me share again. That one you definitely need to know. It's a huge cue in teaching. All right, we talked about the sacrum. We talked about the hip joint. 4 points of the feet. We'll go over that when Kelly does the foot exercises. And I talked about the midline. Our focus this weekend, foundation, feet, and legs. So we did some extension and flexion and internal rotation. We looked at the bones. All right, now we'll talk about the muscles a little bit when we start teaching the poses. I think that's the best way to do it. But the main thing is your quads. Okay, everybody know where your quadriceps are? Right above the knees. Okay, if you reach back behind above the knees, that's your hamstrings. Okay, all right. So those you need to know. The adductors are your upper inner thighs. 2 to 3 finger widths below where your leg meets your trunk is where they start about. That's where you want to get the action. All right, and gastrocnemius, that's your calves, okay? So that's your lower legs. We're going to be looking at those as we do poses. Okay, standing poses benefits. Standing poses are great. They're accessible for beginners. They strengthen body and mind. They are grounding and supportive. So it's all a good reason to do them. And if somebody has anxiety or is worried, you just have them do a bunch of standing poses and they'll start to be back in their body. They help to energize body and mind. They help with balance, and they bring flexibility to all these places. And you've got that list. General pose considerations. Never, ever should there be pain, sharp sensations, shooting sensations down a limb, numbness or tingling. If you have that, you better stop, back off, and take a look at what's going on. Yeah, so you never, and if someone says, when I just did that, I got tingling, you got to look at what they're doing and give them another way to do it. All bodies are different, poses will not look the same. And this is so important to know. The full or classic pose is not the goal. Accessibility is the goal. We want everybody to be able to come into yoga and do the pose wherever they are. We can't ever look like the pose full. Make sense? Move slowly in and out of poses and avoid if there's an issue. All right, just a word about this. You've seen contraindications, cautions, and precautions. Contraindications is a medical term. So that means that you really probably ought to do it if you have a particular thing going on. This is for Yoga Journal. And so, for example, you wouldn't want to do a headstand, period, but you wouldn't want to do it if you have neck injuries. You wouldn't invert if you have eye issues, more on that later. You want to do twist in pregnancy. Cautions is care taken, and precautions, care taking in advance to avoid danger of mistakes. I like to use cautions and precautions rather than contraindications. I don't use much. I use mostly cautions and precautions because most people can approach most poses with modifications. All right, so that's important. Standing poses, primary structures, we talked about them. The bones of the legs. I just mentioned to you the muscles that we are going to be looking at as we teach. And this peroneus or fibularis is that outer muscle outside your lower leg. So if you look, Nathaniel, if you just take your hand along the outside of the leg from your knee down to your outside of your ankle, that's the area of the peroneus or fibularis. When it's engaged the way it should be, it's called the bootstrap muscle and it supports the knee. Okay, it's not engaged if you hyperextend. All right, thigh and muscles of the lower legs. I've sent you that. You can look at that. And again, that's just so that you have that. Our focus this weekend is standing poses. Foundation, feet and ankles, ankle knee alignment, and knee and thigh alignment. And that's all I need for now. Okay. And we're back. All right, you're up, Kels.
It's 2:45.
Oh, gosh.
So I wonder if we should take our long break now. And then just, we can take a little break in the middle of the afternoon.
I think it makes a lot of sense.
So, yeah, we'll take a break now. Let's take a 30-minute break. We'll have, this is our long break.
This is our long break.
And then we'll get a shorter one later on as well. But the outside door is locked, but you can unlock it. Oh, we talked about that if you want.
So can anybody just tell me what I talked about?
Healthy bonus.
Healthy bonus. Yeah, good. Yeah, good. Awesome. Good. Excellent. Yes.
Sacrum.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ilium.
Yeah. Look at you.
Okay. Okay.
Good.
SI is when where they connect. The ilium sacrum. Yeah. The ischia are the sit bones. And the ones here, these are the
Hip points. Yeah.
the hip point. That's part of the ilia, right?
Hip points are part of the ilium.
This is the pelvic.
Yes, the pelvis. Yes, yes. Oh my gosh, you guys. I'm so happy. You guys are so awesome. Well, yeah.
Talking to them about other people. I love you. Here's this, here's that.
Yeah. And see, that's what's so good.
My family's gonna be sick of me, but it's funny. Yeah, we can.
They probably will, but that's okay. That's so cool. Awesome. All right.
And all the hands are with you. Yeah, okay.
All right.
And then what's the bathroom situation again? There's a key.
Yeah, there's a key. So when we lock the door when we're in here by ourselves, the main door, Okay, so you go into the inside of the women's dressing room, there's a key. Then you'll have to unlock, if it's locked, you unlock the main door, go to the restroom, use the key to get in and out of the come out with that. Come on back, and then when you come back in, if you're the only one going out, then you'll lock that door, the main door.
Okay.
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 Right now, we're all on break, so all you have to do is go and get the women's room key. And you can leave, one of you can leave the women's room key in the door during break the whole time.
Okay.
Cool?
Cool.
Awesome. Thank you. You're welcome. How you doing, Michael? Oh, did we stop the recording? Oh, you did good. I was trying to think, did we have a recording for it? Pause recording.
There we go. Hopefully Nathaniel will show up any minute now. So we're gonna look at some foundational yoga poses this afternoon, and we'll start with Dandasana, which is in English it's called staff pose, and you have this in your manual. Let me find out where that is. In your manual on page 86. So you can flip there if you want to take notes in your manual. So,
I think there were some questions.
oh, do you want to do questions first?
Yeah, I think there were some questions about, didn't you guys have some questions?
I think we were just asking, we're clarifying about the taking the class, observing the class, that part of things. So we can take a class, take a class and write a reflection anywhere, correct? Like even like if we take a regular class at the plumbing gyms or something like that,
Yep.
we can do that, right? But the observing, and we can observe, but if we take the class here, we're taking it with you guys, right?
So let me,
Participate.
okay, so your tuition covers one class a week with either Kathy Kelly or me,
Right.
forever, for the whole year. Okay, that, you can write a participation report about those,
Okay.
but you don't have to.
Okay.
If you want to take another class on your own with your own money, like take Vita's or something else,
Okay.
you can take that and write a participation report around that. So, and you can, any other class that you want to go to where you pay for it, or, you can participate and take that class each week instead of or in addition to ours. All right, so now as far as observing, you can observe anybody, as long as they let you come in. Now, no, if you do it outside of here, that they might want you to take the class rather than sit and watch it.
Okay.
Okay, so that means you wouldn't get the real observation in,
Mhm.
because they don't like people sitting around and looking. So just be aware of that.
So talk to the teacher ahead of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the observation.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So I guess
And
like the other part of the question was,
Yeah.
do you have to sign up in any form, whether it's online or signing in, to come to one of your 3 classes?
yeah, so in your account with the yoga center, Kathy, I don't know if she's done it yet, but
I
she'll
haven't.
put in a bunch of like free classes for you. So
Oh,
then you would
so
just
you
sign up like regular,
okay.
but you have like a bank of classes in your account.
So
It'll
is that
stay-
online before we show
Yes.
up?
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll say student pass, and when you run out, you just have to let Kathy know. She'll dump another 15 or so in.
Okay.
Because she knows she'll need to do more, but I think she does like 15 or 20 at a time. And each time you sign on, then we have a record that you come to the class,
Gotcha.
and you're using your student passes. You don't have to sign in to observe, you just get the teacher's approval ahead of time. You can email her or him, if we don't have any hints right now, so you can
Yes.
email her
The
or talk.
last question was about Zoom. Can you do a Zoom class to observe, knowing that you may not see the students?
Oh, that's
Right.
a good
You may or may not see
So,
the
we don't recommend it.
Okay.
You can if that's your only choice for that time, but I'm telling you, where you get to see, you see, Kelly was teaching, I was walking around. I could see, we call it a bird's eye view, I could see who I needed to go to and just look at what they were doing. You can't see that in 2D. Can you hear okay, Nathaniel? Good. So you can't see that in 2D. So we just really encourage you, if you can, to come in, because the live experience, you learn more. But if that works for you and there's one you want to do and it doesn't fit any other time, yeah, you can do it, but you're not going to have the experience that we really would like for you to have. How's that?
Perfect.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Miriam.
I have a question. It's not in regards to what you guys are speaking about. It's more so in regards to the information that's going to be on the quizzes. I noticed when you were teaching, you said it's certain things that you were making note of that we need to know. far as us getting the quizzes, are you gonna just kind of review that? Okay, all right.
No, but here's the thing. And Kelly can talk to, we will be emphasizing, and oftentimes we'll say,
Okay.
know this. Take a wide stance. What is it that's on the floor? The foundation. Know that. So we will do that as we go through when we think about it. You'll need to know this. You'll need to know that.
But there are study questions.
Oh yeah, there's. Oh yeah.
Okay.
And the written reviews are based on the study questions.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And where are the study questions are in the folders?
You don't have them yet, but they
Oh,
will
okay.
be.
Okay.
They will be.
So we don't have a quiz this weekend?
Not this weekend.
Okay, but
No.
February.
I think we do in
Yes,
February.
yes. You'll have one on this.
And actually, I take that back. The study questions are in your folders now, in your personal folder.
Oh, wonderful.
It's the file that says study guide or study questions, whatever. It says study something.
Okay.
So those are the questions, and I think all of the months are in there, but just do the month that we're on, because
Okay.
we'll get to the other stuff later. Like, you don't have to do anymore. And I think that's listed in your homework to do the study questions.
I think
right?
it is too. I have to look and
Yeah.
see. See, we haven't given you any homework. We gave you pre-reading.
Right.
Well, I don't know what that pre-reading means. We're gonna give you reading to do before you came.
Yep.
That was your only homework this time for the January month. So in February, we will give you, I have to do it, we will give you the homework due in February, and we'll give it to you in the next couple of days. That will refer you to looking at the study questions, to going over new readings in preparation for February,
Yeah.
and things like that.
Okay.
So we'll have more things in the future folders, but January, just the handouts. So we shouldn't have any study questions in the January folder.
So you have access to 2 folders right now, and one is your personal folder with your name on it,
Mhm.
and that's where you'll put your homework and stuff, and that is where the study questions are located. You'll find the attendance there. We actually had time to talk about this tomorrow, but we can talk about this today.
Sorry.
No,
That's
it's fine.
fine.
It's a
That's
good
fine.
question. We'll talk about it today. So attendance is there. The participation report forms are there. The observation report forms are there.
Okay.
And even your apprenticeship form, because you need to keep track of the dates and who you apprentice with and that sort of thing. So all of that is in your personal folder that has your name on it.
Gotcha.
And then you also have a link to the YTT downloads folder. And in that folder, it's by month, January, February, March, April, May. So you only have to look at January for right now. And that's where the handouts are that you can print for like Lisa's presentation and anything else that we're doing this weekend. Because tomorrow we'll talk about the Yoga Sutras. And so there's something to print out for that as well. So anything that's not in your manual that you need to have is going to go into that folder. And so your January homework that's due in February will go into that folder, or we might just email it to you, but we'll put it there also.
Yeah, I'll put it there. We'll email it and put it there.
Okay.
Makes sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay, good.
And I also have a question.
Go ahead, Nathaniel.
Yeah, I can't really see any of the other classmates, so I was just wondering if I don't know if they were taking notes, and you probably went over this before, but is there a preferred way that you want us to take notes, or should we even be worrying about notes?
Yeah, I mean, take notes on anything you find important.
Okay.
And do it your way.
Okay. All right. It's not like it's.
I didn't know you turned it on.
Yeah. Sorry, Nathaniel, you'll have to repeat that.
Oh, no problem. I'm assuming then that there's no required amount of notes that you need to take for anything. Like you're not going to look over it.
Well, I mean, you will be tested on the material that we tell you that you'll be tested on. So, like, take notes as far as what's going to help you to remember, those things. So, does that help?
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Any other logistical questions like that?
Just one thing. So I only have a link for the shared folder for everyone. I don't have a separate one for myself that says Marion.
That would have come like a day or two before you got the link for the YTT downloads.
You're right. It's on a different day. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
No problem. All right, so, and if you like lose the link or whatever, please don't lose the link. But if you do, you can email us, like email me. and-
Email her. That's it.
Yeah, but if you have Google, you can go into the shared with me drive and it will be there.
It will
under
be
your name.
there.
See, I don't know how to get there. That's what she keeps telling me.
Go to the shared, I
It's
go,
on the
Can't find the
left-hand
email.
side.
It doesn't show up on my Mac that way.
Even if you don't have the actual email from you for some reason, it's gone into your spam and you never saw it or whatever it was, that's the other way to look at it.
Yeah, and just to clarify that, so you go to drive.google.com. That's how you get to your
Okay.
Google,
So she's looking at
drive.google.com.
me.
And as long as you have a Google account, which I think everyone does at this point, because I think I was able to email everyone, then on the left-hand side, there's like menu items. And I forget what all it says, but towards the bottom, it says shared with me. So just go
It's
there.
like my drive, shared with me, shared, I don't know if they have shared drives. some other things.
Yeah. So under the shared with me folder, you'll get your personal folder. Now, for some reason, Google wouldn't let me share the YTT downloads folder, so you do have to have that link. But your personal folder is going to be under the shared with me folder. Okay? All right. So we'll look at Dandasana now, the staff pose. And again, that's on page 86 of your handouts. And just to sort of conclude that last portion, I mean, if at any time you have questions, please just ask. Like, don't be afraid to speak up. That's what we're here for, to support you. So, all right, so if you're on page 86, Danda means staff. And asana means pose. So staff, like I always think of Gandalf, you know, you shall not pass. That's staff that he's holding, right? It's staff like that. And let's say it together, Dandasana.
Dandasana.
Good. One more time, Dandasana.
Dandasana.
Excellent. So key benefits for this pose, it tones the abdominal muscles, believe it or not. It increases circulation. It helps to open the chest. It strengthens legs, torso, arms, and spine. It can help improve muscular endurance of the legs and the spine. It can help create focus as well. In connection with your breathing, it can reduce stress. And similar to Tadasana, mountain pose, it is a pose that informs all of the other poses. So really the only difference between Dandasana staff pose and Tadasana mountain pose is that the hips are flexed. All right, so it looks like this. Let me take my folded blanket. And the sitting bones are lifted on the folded blanket, and then we stretch the legs out straight in front. So Dandasana is right here. Hands are by your sides. Like often in class, you'll say, take Dandasana or take staff pose, and people are here. Like, this is not staff pose. I mean, it's sort of, it's getting there. But with staff pose, we have the leg muscles firm, we have the spine elongated, the collarbones are lifted, shoulder blades draw down the back, and hands are by your sides to help support you here. So, okay. The other thing I'll say regarding your foundation is that that internal rotation of the thigh bones is a key action here. So I know I'm not going in order for the key alignment points, but for the internal rotation, one hand comes to upper inner thigh, other hand comes to the sitting bone. We did this a little bit earlier. So once you have your solid foundation, and then Lucy was reminding me too, from the side view, this is definitely my habit.
And mine too. We have to remind each other.
Yeah. So it's possible to like sit up too tall, and can you see how I'm maybe you can't?
Yeah, you
sort
can,
of
yeah.
overarching here. So kidneys draw back, like the side ribs draw back to keep the spine in neutral. It doesn't mean the spine is stick straight, even though it's called staff pose. The spine is in its natural curves, which we talked about earlier. Right, so here's our staff pose. I'm going to invite you to do it now. You can set everything to the side. And grab a folded blanket. If you don't have one already, take a folded blanket, or the bolster might be too thick. It depends on your body. But let the sitting bones be lifted on something. Okay. And just the sitting bones, really, if you can see from the side view, like I'm not back here, so it's under the thighs as well. Let the sitting bones be on the folded blanket. And you'll stretch your legs out straight in front. Let's do the internal rotation. So left hand to upper inner right thigh, right hand to sitting bone. Draw the thigh bone in, like so internally, and then the thigh bone plugs into the hip and the sitting bone moves back and out. We did this earlier, I know, but if you do it on just the one side, you can feel a difference even into the torso. So then, of course, we do want to do both sides, sitting bones back and apart. Press your hands down into the ground by your sides. Press the heels into the floor as well. And when you press the heels down, notice how the leg muscles firm a little bit more. That actually supports the lift of the spine and the engagement of the core. All right, so inhale and lift your collarbones. On your exhale, soften the shoulder blades down the back, keeping the side ribs back enough so spine is stable. And then the chin is level with the earth. Take a big breath. Inhale fully and exhale fully. So Michael, you get to lift your collarbones even more. Yeah, and draw the shoulders back now also. That's it. Yeah. Good. Okay, so on an exhale, you can relax for a moment. So it's a basic pose, but it's an informative pose in the same way that we'll find out about mountain in just a minute, that it'll teach you about yourself. And so for just a moment, I'm going to have you to feel the difference. I'm going to have you come off of your folded blanket and sit on the mat instead. And, internally rotate as you need to. And as you sit like so, now it definitely depends on your body. If your hamstrings are longer, if your hips are more open, then this might be fine for you and not an issue at all. But if your hamstrings are tighter, if your hips are tighter, then it's going to feel different. Can anyone tell a difference? Yeah. So sitting up on a folded blanket can actually help release and relax the spine more. All right. So just wanted to point that out.
Basic pose, it still could be a very uncomfortable pose for people.
Oh,
yes.
Like, it's
Yeah.
not natural to sit. Like, I could never sit like this for more than the amount of time I had to really hold it.
Right.
It's by choice.
Right. Yeah, and so that's kind of what I was trying to illustrate by sitting on the blankets or not. You have a little more support if you're on the blankets, and that's why it strengthens the core, because it's not comfortable for most people. So in order to hold this for an amount of time, you need the engagement in your core. Yeah, so that's a really good point. Questions, comments? Yeah, Bridget.
My husband does not like sitting like this. He always wants to be obtuse.
Uh-huh.
How do you strengthen your body to be able to be properly aligned?
You do yoga? If he's sitting like that, is he like supporting himself? He must be supporting
Like
himself.
when he drives, he can't sit like that.
Oh,
He sits
Because
down.
his hips are tight, his hip rotators are tight.
Hamstrings too, maybe. So like half forward bend we'll do a little bit later today. That's a really good one to help lengthen hamstrings and open hips a bit more. So there's a few different poses to do for that. But
Yeah, and you can charge your quads in this one. So that will
Yeah.
take the weight off the hamstrings. So you press your heels into the earth, make sure your toes are pointed up towards the ceiling, sit upright. Good. Now isometrically, drag your heels. That's moving without moving. So try to drag your
this.
heels.
You guys should
Drag
try
your
this.
heels, everybody out, drag your heels towards you, so much so that your knees lift up 4 inches off the ground. 4 inches off the ground. Nope, more. You got more,
4 inches.
more,
So you want us to
more.
actually physically.
Yeah, I want you to physically actually engage the quads. A little higher, Debbie. A little higher in the knees. Now, a little higher, Cynthia. Your knees want to lift up. Press into the heels and try to plug back with your heels. Now, keep that. Keep that. And without the knees coming down, from the back of the thighs, try to press down to the earth and feel your legs engage. So you're dragging in and pressing down without the knees getting involved. You're pressing down and out through the feet. Can you feel that? That's how you get the quads strong and the hamstrings lengthened. And that should help your hubby.
Right.
That is going to take work,
Yeah.
but that's exactly what you need, especially if you're a hyperextender, which, probably 70% in here do somewhat.
Yeah.
So it's not a judgment, it's just a physical fact.
Right.
And so the more that you can work to get this strength and press down, you'll feel your quads again. It took me a while before my quads, they still don't function fully. But
All right. Any other questions on key alignment points?
I have a question.
Yeah.
I guess sometimes when I'm sitting, I'm trying to figure out like where my shoulders are in relation to my hips, because usually I want them to be one over the other, right?
Yes.
So is there a good cue for that, or?
For you to feel it for yourself or for?
Yeah, like, I guess I'm not even positive what I'm asking, but like, how do I know if I'm in the right alignment from here up?
Well, part of that honestly is coming to class with the other human beings so that the teacher can see you and the teacher can help you that way. I mean, you could practice in front of a mirror, or like if you're on Zoom, you can see yourself in Zoom. But like when we did Warrior 2 earlier, I mean, it's a slightly different position, but shoulders over the hips. You know, we talk about the plumb line with the shoulders over the hips that way. And just, I think seeing it also, like the examples that Lucy had earlier, being able to see it like in diagrams, or Mr. Bojangles isn't exactly in the greatest alignment, but that can help too, so.
And also bend your elbows.
Side.
Bend your elbows
Side.
and take your elbows back and put your spider fingers on the floor, spider fingers facing forward. Take your elbows back of your hips. Good. Now, isometrically draw your legs in, press through the sit bones, lift your collarbones up. Can you feel that? All right, now press down through the thighs, take the sides of the ribs back a little bit. Yeah, Debbie. And you should then feel, can you feel? Now you can let go, now you're aligned. And you gotta work to keep that. So here's the thing, it takes work for you to get strong when you're first learning these, but once you do, then it's easier to be in the pose. You don't have to always do that because you'll be stronger.
Well, because
Your back,
you'll know the feeling.
you'll know the feeling, exactly, you know the feeling, Chris, and your back muscles will be stronger because when you're like this, they don't get used. So when you're upright, the back muscles get stronger, the core gets stronger if you remember to take the ribs back and your hip points and get towards each other, then you'll be strong and you can do it without worrying so much about it.
The other thing we could do is like you can film your own yoga time at home.
Yes,
And then look at your own alignment.
Yeah.
totally.
That's a good
On
idea.
Zoom, you can do that, absolutely.
Yeah.
We suggest you do that as you start teaching before you teach in April.
Just to film yourself.
Yeah. Go into Zoom, do your practice, do what you have to teach, and watch how you teach it.
Um,
Yeah.
So we've already talked about a lot of common misalignments, and I'll just briefly go through them. Like, you'll see people with their feet not engaged, right? That would be something like that. So we want the heels down with the toes spread nice and wide. Sometimes you'll see knees hyperextended here, like people are pushing so hard downward that the knees are hyperextending. And if the heels are lifted off the ground, that is a sure sign that someone's hyperextending their knees. So in this shape, we want to keep the heels on the floor, all right? The side body shortened, that's what we were talking about earlier, like so this would be short from the sides of the waistline to the armpits versus long, where we want to be. So the rib cage overly lifted, or in other words, the ribs poking forward, we talked about that also. The rib cage dropped or drooped, like a flattened lower back, so that would be more like a cat tilt. Again, the shortened side body and the ribs drooped are very similar. Head of the arm bones forward, so that would be like this, right? When the arms go like this, the shoulder blades wing off the back. Maybe if you play with that, don't hurt yourself, but if you play with it, you can feel it in yourself. So that's why we lift the collarbones and we draw the shoulder blades down the back. So that frees up the breathing space, actually. And like any yoga pose that we do, we're just trying to get prana, we're trying to get vital energy to flow through the body. And to me, it's intuitive. You know, if we're sitting like this, there's a sort of dullness there, right? The prana's not flowing. We're not breathing as fully as we could. So if you take good alignment, it's like I'm thinking of like when your mother says, put
That's
a heavy
exactly
book on your
right.
head and, you know, walk around like that. It's like there was a reason.
Probably the one thing
for
she got
that.
right?
No,
I know.
My mom never said that, but you know,
Yeah,
it's like
mine
you see it on the 50s TV shows or whatever.
Yeah.
So yes, when we lengthen and when we open the shoulders, the breath flows more freely. All right. It's also possible for someone to overemphasize, right, and really pull the heads of the arm bones back, and then we start to go into that arch again and that kind of thing. So either way, you could have an extreme. What we really want is the place in the middle. And forward head. Lucy had a good slide of this earlier. It kind of goes along with hyperextending the knees, you know, when forward head is here. And these days, with all of the texting and like looking at your, you know, device or whatever, that is so common and it causes so much pain. So just be aware that these are common misalignments that can show up in staff pose, but with practice of the proper alignment, it can really relieve the pain. So it's very therapeutic. aligning well in your
Yeah.
poses. So I think that's all for common misalignments that I had. We talked about pose, or we haven't yet, but poses with similar anatomy or alignment. Mountain pose is the big one. It's the same as mountain pose. It's just your hips are flexed. All right. Do you have mods for this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so L pose at the wall, which is staff pose. But instead of sitting your bottom on the ground, you've got the arms out. It's similar. All right, so that's a great one. And it's just, oh, let me see, Nathaniel. It's, I want to move these because we need this thing on the hand. Okay. So that's L pose at the wall. And now, granted, your arms are up, but you're hinged at the hips, yeah? So that's for people, like people can't get down to the floor. Somebody who's overly, has extra weight on, may not come down and sit on the floor, but they can come here. All right, chair, we need a chair.
Do you want me to get?
Yeah, would you play, and I'll pull up these poses. Oh, we should have chair. Then I'll show the modifications. Get my stand bar in. Apple Watch people, right? 30 seconds standing and moving. Stand bar. I'd be in a restaurant and I'd be with my daughter and we'd be sitting at the restaurant and I'd be going, she goes, don't do that. I go, I gotta get my stand bar. And she goes, you're cheating. I said, because I get the, 30 seconds of movement. I go, yeah, but I walk a lot of the time that I don't get credit for. She goes, oh man, you are fooling yourself. All right, what else is new? So anyway, let's be sure I get the right pants. Okay, so even here, this is a good place also to play to see if you can get the legs straight without hyperextending the knees. So, all right, so we'll get to that in a minute, but mountain pose on a chair, you want to come sit to the front part of the chair so that your sit bones are on the chair. And then, okay, this is Dandasana. So even here, if people hyperextend, they're going to lock it down like that. So this is a great way to come up on the heels and isometrically drag the heels in, press down into the legs, and get really strong. All right, so this is for somebody on a chair. Can't get down to the ground, this is a chair version. So we always want to give you chair versions as well, because who knows where you'll be teaching. It could be at a homeless shelter, it could be at pardon?
Nursing home.
A nursing home, it could be anywhere, and somebody could be on a chair, and this is a great way to do it, because they got to really work their legs, and being upright is what we want to do. Yeah? Okay. So, let me just show real quickly. So these are some modifications as well. So they share the screen. Because we got these great poses by Kelly and Lucy. So we want to tell you, I used to pull off from the internet, the Google photos, and you you've already seen that, we'll come back to this one. But so Kelly and I have filmed all the poses that we can remember. And, there's Dandasana, here we go. All right, so there's Dandasana, which Kelly just showed you, and there it is from the front, so that we could give these to you, and you have them, All right, so here is feet, toes should be pointing right up towards the ceiling. If they're going at all to the side, you've lost internal rotation, and that means you've lost support to your lower back. So you want the toes pointed upwards. All right, here Kelly showed you on the blanket. Here she showed you where your sit bones were slightly on the blanket and your butt was being held up some. And here's the rounded back. And look, it looks like I gained 5 pounds just by rolling forward, It's like your belly has no support or anything else. All right, here's Dandasana on the chair. All right, so you've got these in your handouts now.
So you're not really supposed to be straightening your arms to leverage.
No.
Right, it should be on your fingertips almost, and it's all in your.
Yep, can you see my spider fingers there? We call them
Yeah,
spider
right,
fingers.
yes.
So when we ask you to be on spider fingers, that makes you, we tend to put our hands on blocks and have the hands flat and things like that. And that means we're dropping the weight of the upper body, we're not using the upper body. So if you're on your spider fingers, you're gonna have to use the spine and the core and strengthen your upper body. So we ask that a lot of times that you do that. And on the chair, I'm holding onto the sides of the chair because I'm sitting close to the edge of it.
And if you have like, in my extra general, I have a couple that are overweight, at home, and some that are older, and some that are not as steady. So I have them hold the sides of the chair. So they're not pressing down, but that's the support for them. So that's a nice way to do it. Okay? All right. So let me come back and stop the share. Okay.
Okay.
All right, go ahead and teach each other.
I think we should move on and then
Okay.
we can have them teach later.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so what's next? Me? No, you got to do the book stuff.
So any last questions on staff pose? I'm gonna ring the bell on that one in. Okay, so next up, we get to have a little fun.
Yay.
We're gonna do foot massage, and this is in your manual on page 69. So we'll just do it. We'll have an experience of manual foot massage, and then we'll do it with the tennis ball after that. So once you got your page, you can set off to the side for a moment, and all of the notes are right there, and you can see like the reflexology points. Anybody familiar with reflexology?
I am.
Anybody?
Anybody else?
A little bit? Okay. So it's a massage technique, and the idea is that all of the internal stuff, your bones and organs and things like that, have a connection to the soles of the feet. Likewise in your hands, likewise in your ear. It's like a map of the inner body in each of these places. And so you've got an example of the map of your feet here for foot massage. So there are good reasons to do foot massage and even to begin your class with it. Like often in the level 1 classes that I teach, or the gentle classes, we start with one of the two types of foot massage. Not only does it awaken good circulation around the whole body this way because of the reflexology, but it brings more sensitivity to your feet, which can help improve balance. And many people in a gentle or a level 1 class can use balance improvement, right? So it will improve balance. And then the other thing we'll find out in several months, we'll talk about the fascia, the connective tissue, and there are lines of fascia through the body. So we'll actually find out how the muscles in your feet are connected all the way up to the other parts of the body too. So it's not just the reflexology and like the inner body, but it's also like the musculature and the soft tissue that it affects. Okay, so we can start from staff pose. Take a good Dandasana. And then draw your right foot up. We'll massage from toes to heel. And you just want to rub along the whole sole of your foot. If you come across a tender place, you could give it a little extra love, like take your thumbs and press into that spot for a breath or so, and maybe even just look at your reflexology chart and see like what is that affecting in your body too. And then just continue with your massage. And we want to get the inner arch, and the back of the heel, and the outer arch as well. Make your way all the way up to your toes. Have one hand to the little toe side and one hand to the big toe side, and rock your toes from side to side. That'll help make a little space in the joints, and we have 26 bones in the foot.
Yeah,
that's a lot of joints.
In each foot, yeah.
So making some space in between the toes, so now you can insert your fingers. As much as possible, try to bring the web of your fingers to the web of your toes. Now that may not be possible at all, and that's okay. Over time, it might get more doable. And we'll circle the ankle. Now notice if you lost the engagement of the other leg. Keep that foot flexed, press the heel down. Keep the collarbones lifted. And we'll circle the ankle the other way. You can do a little S curve now, just turning the big and little toes from side to side a bit. Then spread your fingers wide so the toes open and release your hand from your foot. Do a circle and a pull on each individual toe. Sometimes we get some pops and some cracks in the joints. As long as it doesn't hurt, then we're good. All right, once you've got all 5 toes, draw them in toward your body so you get a stretch in the front of your ankle. And then we'll press the toes away so you can stretch through the sole of your foot. And then clap hands with your foot. Applause. We'll do a double time along the sole of your foot, like a drum roll. And then you can take just a loose fist and we'll gently pat. Compassionately pound.
Tofu press.
Tofu press.
Yeah.
I like it.
I just called it the meat tenderizer, and then I thought, well, that's politically incorrect, so I did tofu press.
Hold your shin and shake your foot out. I like the tofu press.
I did too.
And then you can even rock the knee side to center.
I actually really like it. I have one. I use it all the
A
time.
tofu press?
Oh my gosh, yes.
Me too, yeah.
It's the only way to do it.
Yeah.
What is it?
A tofu press.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's really good. I mean, it drains everything out so that you can saute it and you don't have all that water. Yeah, it's really great.
All right, I like it. I do it the old-fashioned way, paper
I
towels
know,
and a plate.
2 plates, yeah, good narrow.
Stretch your leg out and notice the difference in one side compared to the other. Like maybe there's even a color difference
Yeah.
in the 2 feet. And notice how far up your legs, maybe into your hips, maybe into the torso, maybe into the shoulders or the neck that you feel the difference, right? One side different than the other.
The whole right side of my face was more relaxed.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
All right.
Seriously.
So let's do side 2 now. Otherwise we would be imbalanced. Draw your left foot up. And so you want to massage from toes to heel, and really we just want to cover every little millimeter of the sole of your foot.
Maybe a pedicure. Expecting your foot.
And you might notice a tender place on this side too. If so, give it a little extra love. You can take your thumbs and just press lightly for a breath or so, and then continue with the massage to encourage good circulation. You want to get the inner arch and the back of the heel and the outer arch. Bring hands to either side of your toes, and then we'll rock the toes from side to side.
Being shoved in shoes, I love doing that.
Yeah, right?
Shoving in shoes is a problem with most of our
I
feet.
know.
Yeah. So once you've made a little more space, then insert your fingers into that space. And again, we're moving towards getting the web of the fingers to the web of the toes. That may or may not be possible for you today, but moving in that direction. So circle your ankle. Circle the ankle the other way. And then we'll give a little twist side to side. Spread your fingers wide so that the toes open even more, and then release your hand from your foot, and on each individual toe we'll give a circle and a pull. It always seems like in the fall we hear the popping and the cracking of the joints a little bit more, like Ayurvedically speaking. Fall is the air time of year, so there's more air in the joints. You can grab all of your toes and we'll draw them in, so that we get a stretch in the front of the ankle. Just a quick little note, I don't think anyone's really doing it here, but sometimes like you could sickle your ankle, so we want to avoid that. You want to keep your foot straight at the end of the shin. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Okay, and then press your toes away, stretch through the sole of the foot. And then we'll clap hands with your foot. Do double time along the sole of the foot. And then a compassionate pounding as well. All right, we're gonna give the foot a shake. Lift your shin and just keep the foot relaxed. Let your arms do the work here. And then you can rock your whole leg side to center. So if you need a little afternoon pick-me-up, then foot massage is a good option. Stretch it out and enjoy the balance. All right, so like I said, you have the basic instructions here in your manual, so you can do it for yourself, and when you start to teach, it's a great way to begin, especially the gentle or the level 1 classes. Okay, so any questions on that? So we'll do the other type of foot massage, which we can use tennis balls for, and you don't have a handout for this one. I think maybe sometimes studios don't have tennis balls,
I
but
should write that one up.
we should write this one up. We're lucky here at the
We are
Yoga
lucky
Center
here.
because there are props for everything.
We got props.
So grab a tennis ball. Nathaniel, hopefully you have a tennis ball at home, right?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I like the children's tennis balls because they give a little more. Have you used those, Kels? The youth tennis balls, the one that are red and yellow?
There's rose balls also.
Well, but the red and yellow ones are the youth balls, so they don't have as much bounce and they give a little bit more. I really like those because I have a little plantar fasciitis tendency. So those feel good to me. You haven't seen those?
I think I've seen them. But
You gotta try it. You gotta try it.
All right.
Okay,
So you get
good.
to stand up now. So I'll talk you through like the general sequence that I do when I use the tennis ball for the foot massage. And this is definitely like using a ball like this is considered myofascial release. And we will talk about that more. I think June is the month that we really go talk about that more. So stand tall. If you need support for your balance, you could stand against a wall or maybe hand on the back of a chair or something. So you don't have to just freestand, but you know, if you're good with your balance, you certainly can. We're going to roll under the whole sole of the right foot. And you can roll front to back or side to side or roll in circles. And again, we've already warmed up the feet with the other foot massage, but perhaps there's an area of your foot that needs a little more attention. A little sustained compression on a spot that might need more attention is always welcome. And then roll along the inner arch. Roll along the back of the heel and the outer arch. And you can even roll up under your toes from big toe to little toe and back again. And then we'll bring the tennis ball to rest just under the mounds of the toes. And people are sometimes like, what is the mounds of my toes? So you've got your toes here, and then where the toes meet the foot, like that's the mound. It's the same thing with your hand. You've got fingers, and then where the fingers meet the palm, those are the mounds of the fingers. Likewise with the toes. So have the tennis ball just behind the mounds of the toes. Like some people will do this up here. That is not behind the mounds of the toes. We want to have it there. And have your heel on the ground. So if the feet are side by side, it will be harder to have the heel on the ground. You could step your other foot back to make it more doable. All right, we'll keep the heel where it is, but let the front of the foot go side to side. Internal rotation, external rotation of the leg. And the foot and extension of the leg. And so after a little bit side to side, we'll bring it back to the center point. So it's still just behind the mounds of the toes, right to the inside of the big toe mound. And then curl the toes around the ball, like you're trying to pick it up, really. So we get a stretch on the top of the foot. That way you may notice it other places too. Keep pressing into the ball lightly, but lift and spread your toes wide apart. And then we'll do it again. We'll curl. Have your heel on the floor as you do, and then lift and spread the toes wide. And then one more time we'll curl and lift and spread the toes wide apart. Now notice what your fingers are doing.
And your
I don't know.
the tongue.
Yeah. There's actually a neurological connection. Like if you spread your pinky fingers out, it can make the pinky toes spread a little bit wider too. So fun with the body. Now relax your fingers and relax your toes. Lift your heel and we'll roll under the whole foot. So you just kind of even out the sensation. Then roll specifically from big toe to heel and press into your heel. And then from second toe to heel and press. And third toe to heel and press. Fourth toe to heel and press. And then the last toe. And press into the heel. Let the tennis ball stay center under your heel. I'm going to scoot back a little bit. Tennis ball center under your heel. Now, just one more thing. You have two options here. You can keep your left foot flat. That will be more supportive for your balance. All right. Or the other option is to flip the other foot over, and with the toenails on the ground, you get more of a stretch through the front of the foot and the front of the ankle. Now, if that's not comfortable for you, keep your foot flat. Totally fine to stay there. If you are here, just make sure that you're not splaying the heel. We want to keep the heel in line with the foot and the leg, right? So there's a straight line there. Now, hips are level. whether the foot's flat or not, have the hips level. So that means one or both legs are going to be bent at this point. And we'll let the arms flow with the breath 3 times. Inhale and sweep your arms up over your head. And as you exhale, float your arms back down by your sides. Good. There's no shame in having the other foot flat. Inhale as you lift, and exhale. We'll float the arms down by your sides.
You have arthritic toes.
One more time.
you
Yeah,
don't
you
turn
don't want to
around.
do it at all if you have arthritis in your toes. Exhale, release. Okay, step away from the tennis ball, and as you take Tadasana, mountain pose, notice the difference.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Which foot would you rather do tree pose on?
Yeah, right.
Okay, let's do side 2. So roll under the whole sole of the foot. And again, you can roll front to back, like toes to heel. You can roll side to side, inner arch to outer arch. You can roll in circles. If you come across a place that feels a little tender, you can pause there, a little sustained compression for like a breath, and then continue with the massage, encouraging good circulation. And then we want to outline the foot as well, along the inner arch, and the back of the heel, and the outer arch, and up under your toes. And then we'll bring the tennis ball to rest just under the mounds of the toes. So again, we got the toes, we got where the toes meet the foot, and then just behind that is where we want the tennis ball. Heel on the floor. If that's not possible, step your other foot back more until it is possible. Keep the left heel where it is and let the front of the foot go in and out. So it's an internal and external rotation. Not just of the foot, but of the leg too. Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, the point just
Yep,
inside
that
the
one.
big toe. All right, so after side to side a few times, we'll bring it back to that middle point just to the inside of the big toe, which Lucy just reminded me, it has a name. It's called bubbling spring. I think that's an acupuncture.
It is
Yeah.
acupuncture.
Okay, so heel still down, curl your toes around the ball. And then lift and spread the toes wide. We'll do that 2 more times. Curl. And lift and spread. And once more, we'll curl. Lift and spread the toes wide. Now you don't have to spread your fingers, but it might make a little difference if you do. But then we want to make sure we relax them and relax your toes as well. Okay, lift the heel, roll under the whole foot to even out the sensation. And then roll specifically from the big toe to the heel and just a little press into the heel. Second toe to heel and press into the heel. Third toe to heel and press right at the center of the heel. And then fourth toe to heel and press. And then the pinky toe to heel and press. Okay, so we're going to keep the tennis ball center under your heel, have the feet side by side. You have the same 2 options we did on side 1, so do what you did on side 1. If you kept the other foot flat, keep it flat on this side as well. If you flipped it over, you can flip it over, unless there's arthritis, then you might not want to. Okay, so heel in line with the shin and the foot. If you've got your foot flipped over, keep the hips level, so one or both knees will be bent. And then arms with the breath 3 times. Inhale and sweep your arms up over your head. On your exhale, gently press the air down around you. And 2 more times like that. Inhale and exhale. And 1 more time, we'll breathe in and arms lift. And we'll breathe out and arms lower. All right, good job. Carefully step away from the tennis ball. And as you stand in mountain pose, I mean, you might even notice that you're standing taller, right? The crown of the head wants to lift up a little bit more. Can anyone tell any difference? Be honest. It's okay if you say no. Okay, good, good. So, so those are 2 ways to do foot massage, and it is a great way to warm up the body. I think the only thing I'd like to add to that is we did talk about the 4 corners of the feet earlier. So I just want to be really specific, and I'll use Mr. Jingles about that. It's not necessarily related to foot massage, but since we're talking about the feet here.
Get his right foot, it's a little better than the left.
Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you for that reminder. So 4 corners of the feet, we've got the big toe mound, right? And that's where the toe meets the foot, right? The mound. And then the inner heel. And then the little toe mound.
and the outer heel. Those are the four corners of the foot. So it's like the wheels of a car. Say it again.
No, I'm repeating it.
Oh, okay, okay. All right. So it's like the wheels of a car. We want all four wheels on the road. All right. They're not moving, the wheels. They're stable. Now, you'll hear it talked about the 3 points of the foot as well. So sometimes being aware of the 3 points can create a stability that you might not notice with the 4 points. So there are different occasions for using one versus the other. And so the big toe mound and the little toe mound are 2 of the points. And then the 3rd point would be just in front of the heel. Right? I just want to make
Yeah,
sure.
just in front of the heel. So it's
Yeah.
like, right, so it's a triangle. It's right about there.
Yeah, and if you think about, okay, so stand in your mountain pose, stand in your Tadasana, lift and spread your toes wide apart, and then keep the toes lifted as you press a little more through the big toe mounds and the inner heels, keeping that. Press down through little toe mounds and outer heels too. All right, so you've got all 4 corners pressing into the earth. You can keep your toes wide, but bring them back down to the ground, and just notice how that feels for you. Okay, and then you can like march in place a little bit. You can even shake out your legs. So I'm just like kind of wipe the slate clean for a minute. And then back to your mountain pose. Lift and spread the toes nice and wide apart. Press down through your big toe mounds. And then go to the center in front of the heel. So right about there, if you guys can see that. Okay, so big toe mound to the center of the heel, to the little toe mound. Press down through those 3 points simultaneously. You can bring your toes back down to the ground. So it's subtle, but you may notice a little difference in like the stability, the sense of stability that you get. So pointing that out, just so you'll know, there's 2 ways to look at how you ground through the feet, through the 4 points or the 3 points. And we'll talk about that more later too.
Yeah. When I do the 3 points, I feel like I can get a little bit more drawing towards the midline. It's almost like, it's easier to sort of fall out on the back heel because there's no bone underneath of it. You're actually on the outside of the heel, the bone. So it's kind of nice to go in front of the heel. It's almost like that triangulation brings a little more of a midline focus, I think.
All right. So it's really subtle, but
Yeah, but so much, you're probably noticing, so much of what we're teaching is subtle. Yeah, those internal rotations, taking the side ribs back a little bit, knitting the hip points together, which we haven't done much of yet, but we will. All of those are subtle. This work is subtle. And so as you move along in your yoga practice, moving, it's like the koshas of the body, from the gross to the subtle, you're going in. So as you learn more, the more that you yourself can feel the subtle, the easier it's going to be to teach the other stuff to students. Yeah, Elijah.
Question. So when I'm doing this pose, my feet supposed to be straight.
Could you speak up just a little bit?
When I'm doing this pose, my feet are supposed to be straight, because naturally they want to point that way.
That's because of your hips.
Okay.
So if you have more duck foot, and you're not bad duck foot, okay? But when so Elijah's question was, my feet are a little bit out like this, so they're supposed to be parallel. Now, when we say supposed to be, it really depends on your body too. It could be how you're structured, depending on your skeleton, depending on your hip, the inclination of your hip joint.
and your knees.
Pardon?
And your knees.
And that's going to affect the knees. The hip joint, how your hip joints incline will affect what's going on in the knees as well. So if you can try to bring the heels out a little bit, that's going to open up your sit bones in your lower back. It's also going to make you more balanced on the leg to include feeling the outer leg and the inner leg a little more. If you can't, I would just say add the word yet to it. I can't do that yet. And let that be your goal. And again, if your body's not going to do it, I don't know what your hip is. It could be, but I would, most of the time, for most people, it's just a matter of tightness in the hips. And the other thing that when you're out like this, you tend to be more like that. When you take the legs more parallel, see how you put more weight into the heels. Most of us carry too much weight in the foot and not in the back. So yeah, that looks much better. How's it feel? Weird?
It feels fine.
Okay, cool. Feels fine. Excellent. So the more that you're able to do that, okay, here's the other thing. Just gotta say, we tend to be like that, and again, not you guys, but the population.
So when you lift and spread the toes,
I do it.
yeah, I know, we all do, okay. Okay, we are confessions, true confessions now. All right, so you can parallel the feet. Now, like Kelly had you do, lift and spread the toes a little bit. See if you can not lift them too high. Try to lift them just a little bit and you feel the sole of the foot more. I only know this because of the myofascial release guy in Costa Rica. He was super. All right, so now lift your toes just a little bit. Now shift a little bit of your body weight into the heels. You're going to feel your butt blossom. Can you feel that? That's going to put you in, all you have to do, and that brings the hip over the ankle, knee over the ankle. So if you can work the feet without overly lifting the toes, if you can keep the knees soft and put just, I'm talking taking the body back, the whole body as a unit back, about a half an inch, you'll put weight into the heels and you're going to feel it all the way through your sacrum, and that's going to open up your hips as well. Okay, it'll give you freedom in the hips. Begin to. There's more to be done, but okay. Okay.
Any other questions on foot massage or the feet in general? I'm gonna ring the bell on this one.
Cool.
You all can have a seat, I guess. I think you're up next.
Yes, I'm up next. We're going to do Tadasana, but you can sit for a
Oh.
minute. We'll sit for a minute and I'll talk about it. Okay. So you won't sit for long. See, during the time we were doing Asana, you're up, down, up, down, up, down. But that's good. That keeps you awake. Yeah. Good. All right. So anyway, Tadasana. I don't know why I came up here. I could have stayed back there, except that, Nathaniel could see me more. Okay. So Tadasana is mountain pose. Say it with me, please. Tadasana. And that means mountain. Tada is mountain. So you need to know this in your so plus in the Sanskrit, each
I think I have it.
okay, good. I don't have a manual, so I've got the
Yeah,
I got the-
84.
okay, 84. Thank you. All right, thank you. So Tadasana, Tada means mountain. On the Sanskrit too, after each weekend, Kelly will send you an audio of the Sanskrit pronunciation.
Oh, good.
I know. How cool is that, right?
Somebody said last night, keep up with the Sanskrit, and I'm thinking, how am I gonna do that? I can't even say these words.
Yeah, and she will, so you'll get, they're in your manual, so they're in your manual, I think, by each month, what the Sanskrit is. Kelly has a recording that she does of each of the Sanskrit with the correct pronunciation. So when you get it, play it in your car when you're driving and pronounce the words, okay? Pronounce the words and start to learn what they are. And that's how you keep up with it, okay? But it is important to keep up because we got a lot of Sanskrit on the exams because the language of yoga is Sanskrit. Now, you won't teach the Sanskrit names in prison, in the military, in homeless, and because it sounds like a foreign language, and we want it accessible. So we want English language, secular as possible, no woo-woo stuff. No ohms necessary. You know what I mean? We're into woo-woo, no, not woo-woo, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
We're into spirituality, we're into the chakras, we're into things like that. Depending on your group, if you get to know them, they may be open to it. Like at Fort Meade, I was there for 5 years. By the end of about the third year, I knew most of the people, and I said, "Do you want to ohm?" And they went, "Yeah." But they weren't heavily traumatized for the most part. There was some trauma, but they. The couple of times that people came in where they couldn't close their eyes and other things, we would never do it. But my point is, you need to know the Sanskrit and the English. So what happens in teacher training is they get so good at Sanskrit they forget to give the English. So then they'll be teaching a class and they'll go, "Now do Tadasana," and the class of new people will go, "What?" So knowing both. Is going to help you. Yeah? All right. So Tadasana mountain is considered a standing pose. Key benefits. Aligns the spine, tones the abs and the buttocks if you engage like I was just showing you. If you do a nice firm Tadasana, lined up and stack the bones up the way they're supposed to be. Opens the chest, improves posture, strengthens the arches, ankles, knees, and thighs. Oh, look at that. Imprints the optimal alignment.
Nice.
In the body. We did that.
Good.
Yeah, goody. All right, so again, that optimal alignment is for your body. So, for instance, if Elijah turned out to have a hip inclination that turned his hip out 5 degrees, his optimal alignment might not ever be to parallel the feet. But I don't sense that with you. I don't see any other things going on in your hips. So that's why I thought it would be good for you to try the parallel feet if you're able. And again, we always add if you're able. So optimal alignment depends upon the individual. Okay, key alignment points. Okay, so I'm going to show you. All right, so I'll show you from the front. All right, so feet parallel, hip width apart. That means the outer part. Now, your feet are not 100% parallel, but here's a way that you can know. The base of the second and third toe, not the toes themselves, because most of the time they're off out some other direction. But the base of the second and third toe, were you to draw a line straight up, you would cut right through the center of the ankle, right through the center of the knee, and come up to, guess what, those hip points. Okay? So if you align from that imaginary line from the base of the second and third toe up to the hip points, then you'll be coming to the outside edge ideally, and the outside edge of your feet line up with your outer hips. That's a good a general guideline, okay? So that's what we do for the feet. All right, knees soft with space behind. All right, so let me see if I can show a locked knee. There's a locked knee. There's an unlocked knee. So watch. I do it a little bit, but this knee's not a bad one. So watch. Locked, unlocked. Locked, unlocked. So when I came around to several of you giving the reminder, I said soften your knee. So when I lock it, I don't want to bend it that much so that I'm not using my legs any longer. So you don't want to do a deep bend. And it takes skill to get there from locked to unlocked. Okay? So that's a soft knee. Now, how do you know? If you take your hands back behind the knee, if this tissue is tight, you're a hyperextender. All right, so when you're standing up in your pose, and we'll play with that in a minute, we'll see when we do another pose when I teach a little later. All right, if I come touch back there and it's really tight, that's the popliteus. That means you've overstretched that tissue. You push the kneecap back into it. Okay, so lift and spread toes, and again, lifting just a little bit so that you get the arches more so than the toes themselves hyperextending. Put a little weight into the heels, soften the backs of the knees. Now, the next thing we want to do, remember we talked about inner rotation? So I'll show you with the block. So we'll play with the block with this maybe. Put the block way higher than you think it ought to be. So that is your upper 2 finger widths below where your legs meet your trunks. So this is the area, upper inner thighs. All right. Now, when I put the block there, I want to line the feet up again, feet parallel, hip widths apart. Okay, lift and spread toes, a little bit soften knees. Now, I'm going to squeeze the block and internally rotate my upper inner thigh. So I'll show you, can't really see there. Let me show you from the side. All right, so I lift and spread the toes, squeeze the block. Now I'm going to take the block back. I'm internally rotating my upper inner thighs. And I'm staying upright. Can you see my head's not moving? The upper body's not moving? It's a little bit of a pelvic tilt forward. Okay? Now, can you see how my ribs are pointing forward? So I take a nice breath in. As I exhale, I soften the rib cage back. Woohoo! I can feel that in my back body now. Yeah. And that is mountain. Basically, that's from the feet up. That's how you get in alignment. Now, another way with the upper body to put the shoulder blades on the back, you can do all that I just did. Lift and spread toes, soften knees, squeeze the block, take them back, soften the ribs back. Now, if I turn my palms open like that anatomical neutral was, and then I just turn the whole arm, internally rotate the whole arm, that also I start with this way. I start with my palms facing backwards. Oh, I that was wrong. Palms facing backwards, I inhale. Now I turn the palms forward. That also is going to put the shoulder blades on your back. And then I can let the hands hang. And that's it. If you align from the feet through the hips and the mid-rib cage, the shoulders, neck, and head come into position because the rest of the spine is encouraging to go back. You don't have to say anything else. All right, so feet parallel, lift and spread toes a bit. Soften knees, shift weight into the heels as you squeeze the upper inner thighs to internally rotate the thighs in, back, and apart. Okay, that opens up your sit bones, your lower back. Then soften the rib cage back and press down into the heels, and that's pretty much it. All right, questions? All right, come to standing with the block. Let's play with it. Move your things off your mat so you can stay on your mat. Please? Such a command. So we spend our whole lives teaching you to teach direct, active instructions like take a wide stance, bend your knee, breathe in, da-da-da. Then when we do trauma-sensitive yoga for prisons, And for other traumatized populations, you never give a direct command. You have an invitational language. I invite you to take your feet apart. If it feels accessible to you, do this. So all the things that we do in regular yoga class, we back off of and make it more invitational and softer language for people who are struggling with trauma and so forth. So just an aside. All right, so first of all, see if you can find parallel feet. All right, so look at the outside of your foot and kind of see if that feels like it's around about the outside of your hip. Good. All right, now put the block between your upper and inner thighs, and it's going to feel intrusive. It should, yeah. And if you make sure that now when you do it, you took your feet apart. So can you shake your feet back close again? And then you say hi to your thighs, right? Feel it? Yeah. So now you're really feeling your upper inner thighs. So now you're in mountain pose. Yeah. You know what, Elijah, take your feet just a little bit closer. Yeah. How's that feel? So you check. All right. Now. Lift and spread your toes a little bit. I'll show you from the side. Lift and spread your toes a bit. All right, not a whole lot. Shift a little weight into the heels as you soften the knees. Soften your knees a little bit more, Liz. Good. Keep squeezing the block. Good. Good. All right, now from there, try to squeeze the block and take it back a little bit more. Try to internally rotate your legs. Yeah, exactly, Bridget. So you just went back that way. It may not happen right away, but you're going to work on that. Nice. And staying upright. Good. Now, take your hands right here at your wrists, like you've got your ribs on a tray. All right, now gently just take the ribs back. Just take them with your hands. Press in and take them back. Can you feel now your sacrum, the back of your body, pressing into the earth? Now bring your hands down by your side and hold all that. Can you feel your outer legs work though when you do that upper inner thigh thing? Maybe? Yeah? Good. And then exhale. Breathe. All right, so could you feel the difference with you working from the foundation up, using the legs for support, using that internal rotation? That internal rotation is that same thing that we're doing manually. You're doing it standing. You're internally rotating. We say take the tops of the thighs back, but it's just not thighs back. It's internally rotated thighs. But that's our shorthand, that's fine, but you've got to internally rotate to do it. And then you soften the ribs back, and that's going to anchor you down. And that's pretty much it. Yeah. Make sense? Good. And that rib cage thing to do it, so I see Chris going, what is that? All right, so put your hands on your lower ribs here. All right, now take your lower ribs. All right, come back into your legs. All right, now lift the ribs up. Good, and take them back. Lift them up. So what you're doing is lifting your entire chest. You're lifting your entire chest. When you move the ribs are connected to your collarbones. They're connected to your sternum. So can you feel that? When you're moving from the rib cage, you're moving from the whole side body. Yeah, nice.
I mean, not like,
No, that's your traps.
right,
So I'm just doing, we're stiffest here. I do this all the time. So you might not do it too much. All right. So take your hands like this. All right, bring your hands forward. Take your elbows right by your side body. All right, now lift the ribs up. Good, and then just take them back. Almost do like a little cat back, but right at the bottom of the rib, not in your shoulders, but above the waist. A little cat back, just above. That's it. That's it. Yes, Bridget. So it's like this. It's like. So I'm not moving. My pelvis moves a little bit as a function of it, but it's more. This is the part. So here's another way to do it. Put your hands here on your ribs. Now lift them up. Lift your rib cage off your waist. And then take it back a little. Turn it sort of down. So watch, you're spinning. All right, there's a cog here. There's a cog, and it's going to spin this way. So lift your rib cage off the waist. Now spin the cog. Yes. Yes. All right. That's okay. No, it's hard. It's hard. So may I?
sure.
All right. Lift up. Good. Now back. Can you feel that?
Yeah, but I feel like I'm moving forward.
Well, you are at this time because it's still a little stiff for you. But if over time, this is what, so it's like, let me see if I can show on Mr. Bodenankles. And this is key to get into your core. Another way, all right, let's try it this way before I do that. So if you're having a hard time with the ribs, all right, now take your hands and find your hip points. All right, so it's kind of like you're standing arms akimbo. Good. All right, now stand upright. Now work the feet. Lift and spread the toes slightly. Soften the knees. Take a little bit of weight into the heels. Now, so now with the hip points, you're going to
you're going to turn them like that, all right? So you're doing that. Yep. And when you take the hip points, you feel it? Yeah, take your hip points back. Can you see me from the side? Watch. Here's my hip points back. Okay? Hip points towards each other. Keep your elbows by your side. Yeah. And do the hips. There you go. So that also will help to bring the rib cage in. So we talked about 4 points of the feet. All right, so the lower ribs and the hip points are 4 points. Okay? They want to draw towards the midline. All right? Here are your hip points. Right there. All right? And the lower ribs are right here. These are points too. So these, when you start to take them back, they come more like that, which connects to these deeper abs, especially the obliques here. All right, and then these hip points, we want them to come in. Now they're knitted. When you knit, a stitch is very tiny. All right, so you're knitting them a stitch closer. So these come like that, like that. Now, when you're first learning it, your shoulders might lift up. Yeah, but over time they won't. All right, can you feel that? Can you shift a little weight now? Can you feel that? Yeah. You're starting to feel it that way, but try to keep upright. Don't let your upper traps go. See if you can, so you're engaging your, so go to, where's Kelly? So go over to Cynthia. Good. All right, and hold your hand on the back of her head at the occipital ridge. Good. All right, now, Cynthia, just here. Yeah, try to take your rib cage. Yeah, there it is. And don't let the head and shoulders. Now you got it. That's work, isn't it? Mm-hmm. That's from mountain pose.
Can I ask, I just remember in days of old that they would just say, make this face and then tuck the tailbone.
Don't even say that word,
That
tuck.
does not
Throw away tuck. Throw away tuck. Oh my God, tuck. The tailbone does not move except as a function of levator ani, which is on your pelvic floor. So when people would go tuck the tailbone, they would scoop. They would do that and flatten the back. So everything you just did to open the whole back body, now you're going to go like that. And that's what people would do. They would tighten the glutes. So the glute's the bully muscle. The glute is trying to pull forward. So what you do instead is that you do all that we just did. All right, now if you take the rib cage towards the center and you don't move anything else, you'll feel your pelvic floor tone because your levator ani is gently lengthening the spine by pulling on the coccyx. Okay? So throw away tuck. Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
That's okay, that's okay. And I don't even refer to the tailbone any longer. I understand what his intention was. His intention was because so many of we yoga teachers in Asana were like that, and they were trying to get us to lengthen the spine. But then people would do that, and you're going, and I even saw a demo that way by lots of Asana teachers. So instead, you keep up. All right, you take the sit bones back. That's going to give you a lumbar arch. Now, if you just knit the rib cage towards the center, the lower ribs, you should feel that in your sacrum all the way through to the pelvic floor. You should feel it lift up because that's what gets engaged. I didn't mean to yell. Okay, I get so excited. It's like, oh my God, the tailbone! Don't even say tailbone. And never say tuck or scoop. Just throw them away. And I understand, it's still in the lexicon, it's still taught. Many teachers, we go to a refined level and we're teaching you refinements that we've learned through studying with a lot of movement specialists and different specialists. And so it'll catch up in the broader community over time, just like everything does. Yeah? Okay. So don't go tell your teacher. Lucy said, don't ever say it.
No, actually, so this is from like 20 years ago.
I know.
That's why I was kind of.
Yeah. So just toss that one away, just like ragdoll. We don't do ragdoll, so. Okay, nice. Now she's holding you good.
How come we don't do ragdoll anymore?
Because you have, and I'll show you the pose. When ragdoll is when you hang forward, and when I get to my pose, I'll show you.
Okay.
I promise.
Okay.
Duke Integrative Medicine, I took yoga therapy training there, and Duke Integrative Medicine said that's the worst pose in the world because you put maximum pressure, the whole upper body weight is hanging in the lumbar discs. Best way to kill your lumbar. Yeah. Do we need a 5-minute bio break? We promised you one. Hold on. Let me finish with mountain pose.
So are you getting it? It's like everything else that will, in these standing poses, if you started from the feet, if you can engage the legs, if you can not hyperextend the knee, and that's going to take some time, but if you can work with it and start to play with it, and this idea of this internal rotation of the upper inner thighs will help to set the stage for you then to come into the upper body, yeah? All right, so let's see. Let me see about poses with similar anatomy and or alignment. All poses. So meaning that if we say every pose is Tadasana. So that means if I'm standing like this and I lift a leg, everything else stays in mountain. If I'm standing like this and I open a hip, everything else stays. I don't lose anything on the height. If I'm standing like this and I grab a toe, and I need to walk because I can't talk and walk and do all this at the same time. So I'm doing that. I'm still into Tadasana in the rest of my body. So every pose, and that leg, when it extends, is a Tadasana leg. I'm just hinged at the hip. If I'm here, I'm hinged at the hip. That's Tadasana, but I keep the long spine. I keep the long straight legs. Does that make sense? Everything is Tadasana. So what's the master standing pose? What's the master seated pose?
Dandasana.
Excellent. Okay, good. All right, so any questions? Let me see, as far as, well, there really are no alternate. Let's see. Oh, chair. Okay, chair is seated mountain pose. And that was, I pretty much showed you. So some people can't stand, or they can't stand for long. If they're recovering from knee surgery, if they are amputees with no prosthetic on and no wall to be next to, they might be in a chair. Prosthetic artificial leg. All right, so sitting, they come in, I go, okay, that's slump asana. That's how we sit all day long. All right, so I say you come here so that you're closer to the edge of the chair and your back is against nothing. You open up your hips, okay? And you're now on the tops of the sit bones. And ankles under knees is fine, but you can still slow. If you take the feet forward about an inch or two, it's almost impossible to slump. I mean, you can, but it feels really weird. So I have them have feet slightly forward of the knees. Gosh, that sun's in my eyes. So that's seated mountain pose. And yeah, and so that's pretty simple, yeah? And so they keep that for everything. Now, for pregnancy, the main thing for pregnancy, we'll tell you this all the way through. Pregnancy, there are certain things you don't do, like deep twists and things like that. But for pregnancy, think about what goes on here, and it's all here. So you want to make space for the baby. So they may stand with their feet wider apart because they need the space, okay? If you were to hinge forward, they might come not all the way down, okay? So with pregnancy, you can always feel okay for the most part if you just make space for the baby. Yeah, this is just a general thing I'm throwing in now, okay? Any questions on Tadasana? All right, can we ring the bell on that? All right. Yay.
Oh, Lucy, I have one.
Yes.
Can you show us Tadasana at the wall?
Oh, yeah.
Is that all right? Sorry.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Because sometimes it helps to feel it, like you feel it against your own back against the wall.
All right. So if you're doing Tadasana at the wall, and I do this to usually at a corner, when I'm working with a private student, I'll have them come to a corner and I can look at their alignment and see what space is behind their back. So I would stand, you can't stand with your back fully against the wall. So you stand so that you're comfortable. It depends on your bottom in the back, okay? If you're really thin, maybe you can. But I try to put the sacrum, the bottom of the sacrum on the wall, and that just makes me more into my legs. So the bottom of the sacrum is here. The top of it is up here just below your waist. The bottom, if you anchor the bottom of the sacrum on the wall, that means, and on the floor if you're on the floor lying on the ground, that means that you've got the arch in the low back. And then I just come up to standing straight, play with the legs and feet. And if I'm standing straight and my feet are slightly forward because of the space of my bottom, my back isn't going to be on the wall, but it makes me work. So come up here, let's see what you're doing. Do you mind coming up?
No, I don't mind. No, I want to feel it. That's the thing. Okay. I don't think my sacrum's on the wall.
All right, you just flatten your back. Why you didn't need to do that?
Okay.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
Okay.
All right. All right, you're not showing place on your back. I guess my bottom sticks out more than what I thought.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
All right. What do you know? All right. So now I would say I'm looking at your ribs.
Yeah.
May I?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm just gonna soften her ribs back a little. Can you feel that?
Yes.
Yeah. So I just helped her turn the ribs down a little bit.
Okay.
All right, now soften the ribs back, so draw them together right there. Draw your hip points together right here. Good. Now, lift from the collarbones, lift up. Good. All right, soften your ribs back a little more. Yeah, just a little. Yeah, now you're feeling it?
Yeah.
Yeah, now I just felt you do it too.
Yeah.
Right now, I would say your head doesn't need to be on the wall. Yep. Can you see her from the side? Doesn't that look right now? Yeah.
That's good.
She didn't need head on the wall. She was taking it back because what that started to do was to clamp here.
Okay.
So even right there, occipital ridge there. Good.
Okay.
And lift your collarbones up. See how you want to take the head back?
Yeah.
So I'm holding that there, and you're lifting up the collarbones. I soften the ribs back like I did. Not from the front, from the sides. There you go.
Okay.
Good. All right, how's that feel?
Good.
Good.
That's a lot of work.
That's a lot of work.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
that's the thing in all the poses, you're welcome, in all the poses, to do them and to really get them in your body, you break it down. And this is what you do in your home practice. This is how you play in your home practice. Say, well, I don't know what you meant here, but let me try this. And you start playing with it. Then you come into class with us and ask us, and we take a look at what you're doing and give you more information and more guidance. And that is how you start to grow. Yeah?
Do we have time to maybe try with Cynthia? Do you want to try it?
Sure. Sure. Come on up, Cynthia.
Question. Yeah.
And by the way, you never have to come up, but it's instructive of other people. Inspire others. You got that Inspire shirt on. You got to do it. All right. All right. So now let me look from the side. Give us up a little more room. All right. All right. Good. You can take. Good. All right. Now, I'm just okay to touch. Yes. Okay. Good. So inhale. Lift up through the collarbones. Good. Keep that nice and soften the ribs back. So now that way. Yeah? All right, now lift your collarbones again without poking the ribs up. Lift your rib cage off. Yeah, that's the work, isn't it? That was uh-huh. Good. All right. Good. So, lift the collarbones up. Let's soften the ribs cage back. There, nice. That's even better. You feel? Yeah. Did you get that? Yeah. Yeah. So it's sometimes hard to feel. So I'm really helping her lift up, and I'm bringing her rib cage points together. You feel that? So that's where you want to work, or hip points together. Good. Nicely done. You got tall. She got taller.
She did. Yeah.
I did.
I know you did. I saw it. I know you did. So we'll continue to work on this. So we can look at all of you over the weekend. If you want a minute, just come up. We'll come up, and we can work with all of you. Yeah. Cool. All right, so let's go. Let's we'll put the we'll say yeah on Tadasana, and what's next?
5-minute break.
Oh, bathroom break. Yeah, good. And then it's Kelly. Yeah. Okay, bathroom break. A 5-minute bio break. I know you're like what? Cool. Pardon? I had two. I had to take a I didn't even put my pants back on and everything. That's warm. Yeah. Me too.
Yes, that was the one. Yeah, 15 minutes. Or you could get a paper map for it. Good, I'm glad you found it.
Yeah, I did that the whole of last week. I ordered the other ones. This will be coming tomorrow.
Good. Yeah, I think maybe that one is going down print or something. I don't know, because you weren't the only one having trouble finding that one.
So
Yeah, good, I'm glad.
that you should feel it against the wall. It does help.
Sorry, can you
Just not figure out how to form my head.
Yeah, just trying to fix that guy, but I don't think he's gonna fix. So, say it again?
So if we're working our way up from the floor, right? So feet, thighs, up, And then this piece about the ribs, like I don't know what that is.
Well, soften your knees a little bit
Okay,
more
yeah.
and create just a little more internal rotation with the thigh bones. Yeah, like that. So that was really subtle, and that should have helped draw the hip points towards each other a little
Yeah.
bit more. Doesn't have to be a lot, but a little bit. So
Okay.
then I'm going to place my hands on your ribs here.
Yep.
Okay. So then the movement is kind of that direction, like the side ribs are drawing back as we lift up there some. So it's trying to make more fullness here. Does that make sense?
Yes. So I feel like I'm just now depending on, what if I did it on the wall?
Yeah, try it on the wall. I think that was helpful for the others. So you want the sacrum to be against the wall. And then bring your feet a little bit closer to the wall. There you go. Right there. Okay, so the sacrum is back, and now the side ribs are going to draw this way. So try a little bit more. Right. Yeah. So you're not moving at all.
I know. I'm saying I don't know what the feeling is supposed to be.
So think of a cat tilt when you do a cat tilt, but it's only between your navel and your heart. It's just there. Yeah. So that looked better. Now can you keep that but lift the collarbones and roll the shoulder blades back? Soften. Yeah. Yeah. So let me see.
Wait, hold on.
For you.
I don't know.
And well, I mean, I think that's better, but it looked like when you took your shoulders back that the ribs went forward anymore.
Of course. That's what I'm saying. Like, so that's just anatomically like what has happened to myself, like over time, probably working or working
Yeah,
through and all
like
these
habit
things.
patterns and
Right.
things. So
So
we're
it's
working
probably-
on.
I have to just, I'm trying to get to the one feeling so I know what that is. So it's not this necessarily, like everything up against the wall.
Right, because you're not forcing, right? But it's a subtle, and even this area can go back a little bit more. But it goes back because it draws in. Does that make sense? It draws in
Like, it's
forward.
almost like, so it's like sucking in your.
A little bit, but it's not a physical, like you're trying to, it's the movement of the ribs that makes it happen. This movement of this area between the navel and the heart. And it is a little bit of a cat tilt, but you don't want to lose the hips back or the shoulders back.
Right, because I keep going like this.
Right.
I think it's so
Right.
stupid, but it's when you do this. I don't know if I'm doing it.
I think that's better.
Yeah,
what do you think?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I can feel what it's supposed to. That is the line. It's more this exact area between like draw and waistband.
My friend was a psychic.
Yeah, I mean, I think of it as like between navel and heart,
Okay.
but basically that's the same thing.
So then it's just pulling that
Drawing
section
that
back,
back a little bit. Yeah.
keeping the shoulders back.
We have a page in your manual. I don't have my copy yet. Let me look at your manual for a moment.
Sure, of course.
So what we're working with. Let's see an illustration. Energetic groups. So, I mean, you can read through this later, but here's the illustration. So it's basically as this area, like the side ribs draw back, and there's a little lift in there, because that's what my hands were like this, on your back, right? So then the front ribs soften down and in, and yet at the same time, the shoulders are going up and back. So that's what we're talking about, is these two actions here. But you have to have the whole bottom support to get to that point. So, just thinking about that more, trying to feel it in your body.
Okay.
And it is subtle, so I mean, it takes a little practice.
Okay. So,
Let's see if I can fix this guy. Yeah. Did it help?
a little bit, but it's funny. She's like, I'm not feeling anything new. I'm like, exactly.
Okay.
So I think I know what the feeling is supposed to be. But
Maybe
yeah.
because the soft back, that's the soft back, And the other book is the hard back. That's probably why.
Did you find a link?
She found the, because there was an offer for paperback, and so when you click on paperback, it takes you to a different book. It's not the same book. So that is a Yoga Sutras, but I don't think that's the right translation. Yeah, we need the Alastair Shearer translation, which is that book.
So,
Can you just purchase that one? It's available? No, the other one.
It looks like this.
it's the one that changes. Yeah, no, that's, that's the
oh,
one.
I
that-
have
not seen it.
Lucy sent me the link to Amazon with this picture cover, and I clicked the link and I bought it.
That is what we were just looking at.
Yeah, but I couldn't find it on my own because I tried.
So,
I
you
found
know-
it on textbooks.com too.
Did you? Textbooks, how much did it cost?
Like $6.40.
Oh, that's
wow.
excellent.
It hasn't been used, but it
That's
was-
okay, you
I know, I
can
was
use
like, I used it, but-
textbooks.com. Yeah, there's something wrong with the Amazon link.
Yeah, I bought a lot of my books used.
That's a fine thing to do. Really,
Can I
seriously.
get the phone now?
I just invested a lot of money in this. Used books works.
Maybe try textbooks.com. Oh wait, place your order. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, looks like you're here. All right. Are you ready? Everybody back? Mr. Bone Jangles is not ready. There we go. There he is. All right. So we'll look at another pose now. We're going to look at Ardha Uttanasana. This is L pose at the wall. And in your manual, it should be on page 88.
I'm gonna leave this open.
Yeah. Okay.
Some air in here.
Sounds good. So page 88, Ardha Uttanasana. This is the master of all therapeutic healing poses because you can teach many techniques here. Like everything that we just talked about in Tadasana and even in staff pose and Dandasana, you can feel in this posture, and sometimes a little bit easier. You can feel it in this one. So Ardha means half. Go ahead and say that, Ardha.
Ardha.
And then Ut is intense and Asana is yoga posture. So Ardha Uttanasana.
Ardha Uttanasana.
Yeah. Ardha Uttanasana. So it's a standing pose. It's a forward bending pose. We're flexing at the hips for this one. So many benefits. It strengthens the feet, knees, and thighs, the whole lower body. It stretches hamstrings and calves. It can improve the function of the digestive system. It opens the hips and groins, and it may stimulate the liver and kidneys, alleviating discomfort from sinusitis in the head. It can soothe the nervous system, and we'll find that with basically any forward bending pose, it'll help soothe the nervous system. And it may relieve mild depression as well. Cautions for this one are back injury, and in that case, feet go wider, and we bend the knees a little bit. Low blood pressure is also a caution. In that case, we definitely don't want to take the head below the knees. In half forward bend, we don't tend to do that anyway, but just, a little reminder there. And for pregnancy, a wider stance. So I'll demonstrate it. If we start at the wall, now your images are using a chair, which you can also use, but I'll demonstrate at the wall. So there is an image. Did you see here? You were saying there's no image for this one, but there is. Go to page 88 in your So for half forward bend, you'll start in mountain pose, Tadasana, with your hands on the wall. And if you bend your elbows so that the forearms are parallel to the floor, your hands are going to be a little bit higher than your hips. So that's an excellent place to begin. Hands on the wall, shoulder blades down the back, and then we walk back to hinge at the hips. So it's sometimes called L pose at the wall, but it's really an upside down L, right? So I know you can't see from the side view at this point. Maybe I'll grab
So
a chair.
I have it as a chair, but we don't have an L
That's
pose
what I
at the
just
wall.
said.
Yeah, but we don't have L pose at the wall. I put these on the slides.
Okay. So we need one at the wall.
We need an L pose at the wall.
All right. I thought you were saying earlier. I thought you were saying we didn't have any photographs.
No, I said there's no L pose at the wall.
So imagine this is a wall. And notice the back of the chair is a little bit lower. So if you're, anyway, it's the back of the chair is a little bit lower than the wall. So this is what half forward bend looks like here. And notice I'm not like collapsing down or rounding up either. If someone is here, feet wider and bend the knees. It's going to give you more freedom to move in the back of the room, and notice how the lumbar curve arrived at that point. So there's your L pose. I'll talk you through the key alignment points. So we start in mountain pose at the wall or the back of your chair. And for a good mountain pose, we've got the knees soft, the inner thighs drawing back, the side ribs drawing back, shoulder blades drawing down the back, chin level with the earth. And then as you walk back, shoulder blades draw onto the back as you bring your feet underneath your knees, keeping a neutral spine. So it's basically, can you see the mountain pose? It's basically Tadasana, but you're flexed at the hips.
It's also downward facing dog version. Okay.
It also looks like staff pose.
It is staff pose.
What do you know?
Standing. So isn't that cool that it's almost like once you learn the basics of some of these poses, they repeat in different ways in other poses.
So let's try it. You can move your stuff to the side. You can keep your mat where it is, but take your body to the wall. So folks in the back row, you get to just go behind you. Folks in the front, you can come forward or to the side, whatever you need to do. Begin in Tadasana, really close to the wall. Bend your elbows so that forearms are parallel to the floor. And let's do spider fingers, actually. Bring your hands to fingertips. That way, we're more likely to maintain some muscular engagement. So, yeah, Michael, walk in closer and bring your elbows down by your sides. Yeah, but hands on the wall with your elbows by your sides. There you go, like that. Okay, so let the side ribs draw back a little. So we've got that stability through the core, and then keeping shoulder blades on the back, walk back and hinge from your hips. Half forward bend, Ardha Uttanasana. Now, if you have your hands on spider fingers, it'll be easier, I think, to feel the shoulder blades drawing onto your back. And we're trying to create a straight line from fingertips to sitting bones. And maintain a lumbar curve. This is doing really good, actually. Have your chin away from your chest. Think of how your head would be placed in mountain pose. Excellent. And we'll take one more breath here. Inhale from nostrils to belly, and with your exhale, imagine you're rooting down through the soles of your feet. And then you can slowly walk back in, and we'll stand tall in mountain pose. All right. How'd that one feel?
Good.
Good. Okay. What I saw looks good. So you're welcome to come back to your spot, and we'll talk about the key alignment points or anything. Did you have anything to add? Okay. Okay.
No, it's just going individuals when I could see them.
Yeah. So you've got key alignment points listed in your handout there. Are there any questions about the key alignment points? So common misalignments then. The feet not engaging. I mean, basically anything that could go wrong in mountain pose. You know, you could have the same issue here. Like feet not engaging, like the arches are not lifted, for example. The toes are turned out, perhaps. If the toes turn out, that tends to tighten in the hips and the lower back. So feet parallel, as we talked about earlier, between the second and the third toes, pointing straight ahead, is important. The lower back rounding, which I actually didn't see much in the room today.
You guys look really good.
Yeah, yeah. So lower back rounding would be, I'll move the chair back here. I mean, you guys already saw me do it, but I'll just show it again. You will see a lot of this, right? So it's like a cat back.
It's like Humpty Back Camel, I call it. I call it Humpty Back Camel, where the upper back is really tight, and so are the traps, and the head is hanging. So, and that's from trying to recruit the flexibility because the lower back is, and the hips, usually the hips are tight and the hamstrings are tight. That's usually what does it.
Yeah, and shoulders are tight, you know, there might be this kind of thing going on as well. Or the head dropping down, like your chin comes into your chest. And if you go back to Tadasana, if you go back to mountain pose, the chin is level with the earth. That's the same relationship between head and torso that you want when you're in your half forward bend as well. So, modifications.
Modifications.
So your modifications, a lot, they're in what we have as far as, not so much. So got, yeah. But if you look, it's this handout, the pose sheet, the yoga class plan, pose adaptations for January. So just know that we give you some modifications for every pose, and that's so that you can teach to a wide variety of people. So on this one, I think Kelly's covered most of it. For those unable to do Uttanasana, they can do this, forward standing, forward fold, okay? And so I call it, it's the master therapeutic healing pose from my perspective. Because when people are in it, like I can see what's going on in your hips, I can see what's going on in your side body, I can see what's going on in your shoulders, neck, and head, in your feet and knees, and give you some adjustments that get a pretty quick response. So for some of you, I said a little more mooning and then a little bit more shoulder blade tips, and you can feel that going through your whole body. So it's a great way if a student has questions or something doesn't seem to be working, take them to the wall for an L pose and look at their alignment and offer some suggestions that may help them to deal with whatever the tightness is, or such as that. Okay, great alternative for general therapeutic and pregnancy for whatever's going on. If it's hard for them to bend forward at the hips a lot, they could have the hands up higher on the wall and just do a modified version. So it's just great for thin. So what is important here for you to know, because this works in a lot of poses, I gave you hand arm variations, and these can be used for a whole lot of things. So hands slightly wider and higher than hip height, okay? Hands much wider and higher than hip height, which would mean you'd need to bring your feet a little closer. So I'll show you those in a minute. All right, cactus pose. So everyone knows cactus pose? Show me cactus pose. All right, so here's what you want. The elbows line up with your armpits. All right, elbows line up with your armpits, okay? And when you look forward, you should be able to see your hands out of your peripheral vision.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, so if you take them too far back, you're going to cramp your upper back and you won't be able to see your hands. So the elbows, many people are like this. No, make it, it's 7:11, 3 a.m. Okay, I'm awake, you got all my money, okay? And be really enthusiastic about it, right? Right? So you got it, baby. I'm not moving, so I'm not just there, you can take my money. No, take it, right there, it's all yours. So that is a cactus pose, yeah? And you can use this for a variety of things. You can use this for Vrksasana for tree. You can use it for warrior one if raising your hands too high causes high blood pressure to bother you, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So cactus arms we use a lot. Headstand arms, all right, and then dolphin arms. Okay, so first of all, this is hands. So this is L pose. All right, sorry, let me get back here, Nathaniel. So here is L pose. Sorry, you got the best part of me right now. Okay, I'm only kidding. This is hands a little higher. This is hands a little wider and higher, and I may need to stretch in to do it, and that's if my shoulders, neck, and head are bothering me. Here is, this is actually like peacock arms, I can't even get the words out, but you know what I mean. Peacock, dolphin, things like that. All right, and then this is handstand arms. So depending, headstand arms, my bad. This is, depending on what goes on for somebody, they can do their arms in a variety of places, yeah? You could do this on the ground from downward facing dog as well. Hands wider. So everything we did there at the wall can also be done on the mat. Okay? So, I think that's it.
Should we have them do that one?
Yeah. Say, do you want to come to the wall and play with the arms a little bit?
Sure.
Yeah, don't you think? Let's do it.
I think so.
Good. Kelly thinks so. Let's do it. All right, so come to the wall. All right, so first of all, if you have some shoulder, neck, and if you've got frozen shoulder and things like that, you won't be going as high. You can take your arms out wider. From someone who had broken shoulder and frozen shoulder, this is where you are for a while. All right. You can also take the hands up a little higher, which means you might need to walk in, and a little wider if you need to. All right, so you guys know that. So now come to dolphin arms, yeah, or sphinx arms. So, good.
Like we're getting into pose and then we're trying to use modification.
Yeah. Now have your forearms on the wall, Chris. Good. All right, now, make sure that your head doesn't hang down. So depending on where you are, your head and ears might be higher than your upper and your arms. Good. All right, now I'm going to look at now. Move your ribs a little bit here. Good. Excellent. Good. Nice. Good. Excellent. All right, so now you can interlace your fingers for headstand arms. All right, and then play with just how that feels. Yeah? Good. Nice and soft in the knees, you two. Not bad at all. All right, so now keep that. Now watch right here. Just a little, not a lot. Just a little bit here. Good. Now keep squeezing, opening your hips a little bit more. Soft. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Uh-huh. Well, I know, and that's because that makes sense to lift the whole rib cage. Lift the whole rib. I said, "Pew was right there." Good. That's no, it's a seesaw, isn't it? Yeah. This looks good. All right. So can you feel what that does and how you? Okay. If your rotator cuff is a little stiff, then you would have your hands.
Arms are intense.
Yeah. No. Coming at the wall with rotator cuffs, I would not do that. You would have it as further. Okay.
Yeah. Sphinx arms.
Yeah, sphinx arms is really intense for the rotator cuffs. Okay. That's looking good.
Sphinx is this.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Sphinx. Sphinx is
Nice.
this like rolling on the floor.
Now, everybody lift your side ribs. So lift your side ribs just a little bit. Yes. Good. All right. Now, where's your big chest? Excellent. So your knees. Good.
One day, like,
Yeah, just let me know if you don't want. So
It hasn't happened yet.
yeah.
That's okay.
Yes.
Only day
Excellent.
Okay.
Good. All right.
Yeah.
So, did everybody get a chance and we gave you a little feedback? Yeah, if anybody didn't get feedback that needs anything?
Yeah.
Tired after doing that,
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, it's
Lot
a
of
work,
work.
isn't it? It's a lot of work. All right, good. And it's good for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ring the bell?
Yeah, ring the bell on that one. Ring the bell.
Ring the bell.
That's our official, we like to do that. It sort of marks that. Again, that's a ritual. It's a boundary. Yeah? Yeah.
The bell of awareness.
The bell of awareness.
All right, so next up is Uttanasana, standing forward bend. This is on page 96 in your manual. So from half forward bend to the full forward bend. Ut, again, means intense. And this is the intense forward bend. So you also have this in your books. In Hatha Yoga Illustrated, it's on page 138 and 39. In Yoga Toolbox, it's page 78. And in Science of Yoga, it's page 90 and 93. This was in your homework, in your reading. So it's a standing forward bend, a standing posture, and key benefits, it helps to strengthen the whole lower body, feet, knees, thighs, stretches the hamstrings and calves. It improves the function, it may improve the function of the digestive system. It's basically all the benefits of the half forward bend. It can open the hips and groins and may stimulate the liver and kidneys, may alleviate discomfort from sinusitis and soothes the nervous system. Again, it's a forward bend. It may help relieve mild depression as well. So cautions or contraindications are back injury and low blood pressure. In back injury, you want to keep the feet wider and the knees bent, again, just like before. And for low blood pressure, do not take your head below your knees. And likewise with pregnancy, widen the stance for pregnancy. So standing forward bend, if we start from mountain pose, standing nice and tall. I like to inhale, take the arms off.
I think you too.
On your exhale, take the arms out to the sides as you hinge from your hip creases to come all the way down. And then we want the hands to touch something, keeping the lumbar curve, right? That's going to be the hardest part. So if there's rounding here, then lifting your hands up on blocks will help the shoulders to lift so you can get a little more of the curve going on. All right, but otherwise, Uttanasana is here and getting into the mods, but feet wider and knees bent is going to support the lumbar curve. All right, so that's basically it. Hands to hips, we'll draw the elbows in. Keep a long spine as you rise back up. So here's a point that you may hear yoga teachers offer. I'm hearing it more lately. I don't know why. But when you're in your forward bend, they'll say round up.
Ooh,
Yeah. I don't know why I've
no.
been hearing that a lot lately.
You're kidding me.
So when you do that, it puts pressure on the front of the spine. It puts pressure on like the discs in between the vertebrae through the front of the spine. So in alignment-based Hatha yoga, we teach that you keep a long spine as you come out. You're like rooting down through your feet, and then the heart is reaching outward as you stand back up.
So you're coming up the way you went down.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're coming up with what's called a straight spine. It's got the S curves, but you've got the alignment of that plumb line. So, that rolling up one vertebra at a time is dangerous for the spine. Again, this is Duke Integrated Medicine goes, no, absolutely not.
So, want to try it? No rounding. But take Tadasana, take mountain pose. Have your blocks nearby in case you need them. And for mountain pose, remember the feet are neutral distance apart. So neutral distance means outer edge of the feet to the outer hips, and approximately second toes are pointing straight ahead. All right. Lift and spread your toes wide apart so that way the back of the knees soften and we can start to get a little more internal rotation of the thigh bones. So that way the groins are soft. So keep that, but bring your toes back down to the ground. Side ribs draw back. You could do the waiter with the tray if that helps. Collarbones lift, so shoulder blades draw down your back and the crown of the head lifts. So now that you're in your really good mountain pose, we want to keep that. As you inhale, float your arms up over your head. And on your exhale, hinge forward from the hip creases. Keep a nice long spine as you bring hands down to blocks or earth, whatever you can reach, keeping the lumbar curve. Let your head be in line with your spine here. So your chin is in neutral and the back of your neck is long. So you get to bring your head down a little bit. So yeah, even more. Bring your head down. More. There you go, right there. That's neutral. All right, same thing, maybe drop it back. Bring your head down a little bit more. Chin in a little bit more. Yeah, that's more neutral. Good. Okay, good. So just notice how much strength we need in the legs. If you're not feeling it much in the legs, you could play with imagining there's a yoga block between your shins and you're trying to hold that in place. So it's an isometric drawing in, which will stabilize the legs even more. Now to come out, bring your hands to your hips, draw the elbows towards each other, and then reach your heart out to rise up. Press your feet into the floor actively to lift. That was beautiful. You can reach your arms up to the sky if you want. And then we'll exhale, palms together, hands to heart center. Yay, well done. All right, release your arms and you can have a seat. Questions on what we just did?
I have a question. So, in a lot of like vinyasa classes.
Okay, hold on, we'll do Liz first and then go ahead.
And I guess in a lot of vinyasa classes, they'll say like forward bend, half lift. Is half lift have, is that the same as the same pose we did beforehand?
Yes, half forward bend.
Okay.
Okay, same.
What if you can't? What if you can't? Like, it's actually a pretty challenging pose if you've got tight hamstrings or whatever, right?
Yeah, so that's why you have your blocks.
Okay.
Or we'll talk about it in the modifications too. You can use a chair, hands on a chair, or just do half forward bend. Just do the last pose that we just did. Right?
Yep.
Okay, so you've got your key alignment points listed on your sheet. We'll talk about the common, we just basically went over them, so we'll talk about the common misalignments. And the feet not placed well, right? The toes pointed out, or maybe the arch is collapsing, that kind of thing. Knees locked back. This is a big pose for hyperextending. So that is a common misalignment. Your body's weight might be unevenly distributed in that case too, like leaning more into your toes, for example. What question?
Just page number.
Page number 96. Okay, so hips behind the knees, that would be a common misalignment if we're in the forward bend and you're kind of leaning way back like that, right? So in this pose, we want the greater trochanter, that's a bony landmark, the edge of the thigh, femur, above the ankle, so hips too far back would be a common misalignment. The lumbar spine rounding is a big one. the upper body dangling, right? We see this one too, you know, when you're here, and people do it on purpose.
That's ragdoll.
Yeah.
Do not do ragdoll.
What about like when you've been in classes where they're like, bend your knees so that you can lay your body on top of your legs? Is that,
That's okay.
That's okay.
Yeah.
so in
Like
this
that?
pose, what you would do is you would literally bend till you could get there.
Well, just like what Kelly's doing now.
Right.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that. Belly on the thighs is always okay, because that's you doing
And then are
a
you trying
safe.
to like shoot the butt up from there?
You're trying to spread your sit bones, which is the effect of taking your butt up high.
Right.
So you always want to do that. You always want to keep the pelvic floor open, the sit bones widened
Yeah.
in every single pose. That puts you in anatomical neutral with your pelvis. So that's why like I came to you and I said, move me a little more. You needed a little bit more of the widening of the pelvis because you were starting to lose the lower back arch.
What happens, like if someone gives that instruction, bend your knees so torso rests on the thighs, then when you try to straighten the legs, what can happen is this.
Yes.
That's what we
Yes.
want to avoid, right? The rounding through here. So you would keep your knees bent to keep the lumbar curve.
So you wouldn't try to deepen the bend by trying to move your butt back. I mean, that would be the pose. You'd just be there.
Yeah,
with
that
your
would be their
legs back.
pose. If they tend around in the spine, then you could stay here and this
Yeah.
is their forward bend.
Yeah, that's just fine.
Okay. Heads of the arm bones forward. Did we finish up on the dangling? The dangling part puts so much pressure on the intervertebral discs.
So like Kelly can do it, I can do it, because
We've been doing yoga.
we've been doing yoga
years.
forever and we know how to really work our legs and keep our spine. But most people will do that, right? Most everybody. And that means that you've rounded the low back. And you remember that concave lower back is now convex, which means you're putting undue pressure on the disc and you're going to force those discs into the spinal canal. Not a good thing. You're talking about disc herniations? That's what's going to happen. You do enough of that.
So the other
That'd be
thing you might
scary,
see
right?
is this with the shoulders.
Oh God, yes.
Right? You want to draw
Yeah.
the shoulder blades onto the back and your forward bend.
So some of you, I can draw your shoulder blade tips together and soften your upper traps, because we tend to often move from the neck instead of from the shoulders, yeah? And again, this is just, you're now getting a new awareness. You're getting a new awareness, yeah? And so that will feed into everything else coming together, yeah?
So modifications.
Modifications to Uttanasana. Basically, you're going to do the L pose, the half Ardha Uttanasana. So you could do, so on the chair, there's the mountain legs a little wider, arms there's two lean. So on the chair, it's kind of nice. So for Uttanasana, it's a deeper forward fold. So they could have the legs a little wider, right? And then this is actually skier's crouch, we call it skier's crouch. So it's like you're shushing down the slopes for those of you who used to ski or do ski. And your feet turn out just a little bit, shoulder blades are on the back. And so this is like, just like what Kelly was doing, what you had her do, bring the belly to the thighs. My belly's on my thighs now. Right, and so that works out. People could even take their hands. This comes into a full forward fold like Uttanasana. So, so that was Ardha Uttanasana. And then, if their legs are wide enough, they can bring their hands down. But the whole time, they have to keep shoulder blades on your back. Yeah. Right. Okay, I haven't been showing the slides. You've got the handouts, and you'll see a whole lot of those variations. You can see that, right?
Yes.
Good. Awesome. Cool.
Okay.
Huh?
So poses with similar anatomy or alignment. You can name one. Which one?
Huh?
What's a pose with similar anatomy or alignment? Tadasana, Dandasana, both of those.
Ardha
Ardha Uttanasana, yes. I'll name one more that we haven't really talked about yet, which is Prasarita Padottanasana, the wide-legged forward bend. It's very similar.
Can you say it one more time, please?
Prasarita Padottanasana, or wide-legged forward bend.
Prasarita.
Forward fold?
Yeah.
Prasarita Padottanasana for the Texans.
All right. Last questions on Uttanasana. Yes, Elijah.
When you say, just so I'm clear, what do you mean when you say knee soft?
Knees soft. So that's a hard knee, hyperextending, and that's a soft knee. So your leg is straight, but you're not locking the knee.
So a slight one?
Slight.
Micro bend.
It's a micro
right?
bend. We call it a micro bend. There should be space behind the knee. You should, so Kelly can put her hand down there, and there should always be soft tissue behind the back of the knee and space.
I
If that-
tried that when we were at the all, just so I could feel it to see if I was hyperextending, because I really had tight hamstrings.
Yeah.
And I adjusted a little, and I felt that softness, Elijah. So
Yeah.
for me, that was like really, really key,
Yeah,
because I can't tell sometimes in my own self.
that's exactly right, Debbie. That's exactly right. If you are wondering, like when we do a standing pose in a few minutes here, we're going to be looking at your back knee,
Yeah.
okay? And if you are hyperextending some, we'll come around and have you feel it, and then have you soften and have you feel it, so that you can start to know the difference. If you're wondering, as you're learning to break that habit, you can get some self-feedback, self-awareness. Yeah, cool.
Okay.
Good question.
All right. Shall I ring the bell?
Oh, yeah.
This one. Here we go. Moving right along.
Yeah, buddy.
Page 100 in your manual. This is Vrksasana, tree pose. So you have this in your reading as well in Hatha Yoga Illustrated. It's on page 60 and 61. In Yoga Toolbox, it's page 79. In Science of Yoga, it's page 110 through 113. So Vrksasana is a great pose for cultivating balance and focus. Vriksha means tree, and of course asana is pose or posture. So Vrksasana.
So the V, you say the V. You don't say brick, like it's silent V, the V's in there.
You do say the V, Vrksasana. Yeah, try it. Vrksasana. Good. Vrksasana. Yeah. Standing, balancing pose. It strengthens arches, ankles, calves, thighs. It lengthens the spine. It may improve balance. It may help calm the mind and cultivate focus. Cautions here, headache and untreated high blood pressure. Like if arms lift over your head and that affects your blood pressure, then you can just keep your hands at your heart, for example. So it looks like this. We did it in our warm-ups earlier. One leg is the standing leg, toes are spread nice and wide. We start from mountain pose, we start from Tadasana. And then if you lift the left heel, mirroring you, we turn the left knee out to the side, then you can really anchor through your foundation leg. You might start with the heel on the ankle and then just play with lifting your toes. So that's gonna get someone started with their balance, right? And then second step, foot is just below the knee. Third step, foot above the knee. And there's a firming in from all directions as much as there's a rooting down and then a rising up as well. All right, so Vrksasana. Want to try it? Come on up to mountain pose. Tadasana. And build your pose from the foundation up. So look at your feet and then place them well. Toes are spread wide. The approximately second and third toe parallel to each other. And then as you stand tall, we'll lift the left heel and turn your left knee out. So that way body's weight starts to shift into your right leg. Feel the four corners of the right foot. Big toe mound, inner heel, little toe mound, outer heel. Now when you feel steady there, you can also gaze softly on a spot in front of you, a steady gaze. And then place your, you can have the heel at the ankle and just play with lifting the toes off the ground. Or place the sole of your foot to the lower leg. Or place the sole of your foot to your upper leg. So firm in a bit. Bent leg towards straight leg towards bent. hip points draw towards the midline. We want to knit them in a bit. And then as shoulder blades draw down your back, you can reach your arms up. Yeah, steady inhale, steady exhale. Good. And then slowly we'll release. Lower your arms and lower your leg. All right, good job. Should we have them teach the other side?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll pause here. You'll get to teach your friend the other side in a few minutes. All right? So we'll come back to our handouts. We just basically went through all the key alignment points. If you keep mountain pose the whole time, then you've got your tree pose too. Yeah, I think you can read through all of the key alignment points on your own. So I was thinking that too. Thanks. So common misalignments, and this one is like not necessarily a common misalignment anymore because some people say it doesn't matter so much, but placing the lifted foot on the inside of the knee, right? So some people say that that puts too much lateral pressure on the knee, but other people say it doesn't really matter. So I still teach it, don't put your foot on your knee. I think Lucy still teaches it that way too. So something to be aware of. Shifting the hips to one side, like sometimes you'll see when, I'm gonna go this way, when you're standing up, people lean into the hip, right? This is not drawing in, this is drawing in, right? So instead of collapsing in the hip, that would be a common misalignment, shifting hips to one side. Bent knee forward, you might see this. Okay, in tree pose, we want the knee out.
And if someone's tight in the hip, they might not be able to open that hip, so just know.
I saw a really good mod the other day, but I'll wait. Well, actually, it's mod time now. You want to do mods, and I'll show one for that too.
Yeah. Okay, so, okay, so now, using the wall is a good thing, and one fun play, if you start at the wall, like with the general class, you can have them take the leg that's in the center of the room and place their foot wherever they want to place it. All right, then you can take the fingertips up along the wall and take this other arm up so that they get strong enough that the wall is there, but they don't have to use it. Or they can have hands here. Or another one, the extra gentles like, is this one. It's called So What Arms. Remember So What Arms? Okay, my balance is a little off, you guys. Okay. So that. Another nice way is to open up so that the knee that you're opening up, the hip you're opening up, you have to figure out your placement, but you want to have it at the wall, which makes you have to stand up, the knees at the wall, and then you get to a point where maybe you can move away. But you start with the knee at the wall. We can try this in a minute. It feels really good because it really makes you conscious of the hips. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on, Nathaniel. My bad. Okay. So the first one was having the hands here and opening the hips and taking the arms up. And then you can take the fingers away from the wall. All right, this other one was when you do tree, the arms like this, with the upper arms close to the side body, so a little more stable. And then you can take the arms out to the side, the extra gentles like that. All right, and then you can try opening up the hip and bringing you place the foot on the leg. All right, and then you can bring this knee towards the wall, and then you can work on getting balance here so that you won't need the wall. But the thing about the knee at the wall really makes you conscious of keeping the hips aligned. So I like that. Okay, on a chair, there are a couple of ways you can do it. Okay, so you can always use the chair as a wall. So just everything we did, you can turn on the back. Okay. All right, and then, depending on how open they are in the hips, that's an alternative, but they have to be pretty open in the standing hip. And I'm short, so they're usually taller, and it wouldn't be the leg up that high. So if there were sometimes there's a chair with a bar on the back, or you can put your foot on a block. One of the students in the extra gentle will hold on to the back of the chair, and then she puts the foot on the block to open the hip. Okay, all right. You can also rest. I'm too short for this. Probably have to show that. But you could put. Well, you can't do that. All right. So that. All right. I'm too short to do that. You have to show that one. But you're not that tall either. All right, you can do it on chair. So in accessible yoga, they do it on a chair in Dandasana, and then place the foot against the inner calf. All right, and then they can play with the arms. All right, that's for people who may be in a wheelchair or can't get up out of their chair. Okay, they could do it like that. All right, you can also do, this is a modified version, but this is almost like almost seated pigeon. And then we come forward like that. But yeah, so on a chair, and then you had something else on the chair.
It's actually with a block. It was kind of similar to what you showed when you had the foot turned out like that, except for you put the block on the other side, so then you would be here.
Oh, that's like Shiva.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
Krishna, right?
Krishna, that's what I mean.
Playing with it.
Yeah.
So just a
Very
different way of placing
Cool.
the block for
Yeah.
a variation there.
So are you seeing every pose can be adapted for everybody? That's what we want you to see. Whoopsie. Okay. All right. So those are the mods that they use.
Okay. So poses with similar anatomy and or alignment. One big one.
Tadasana.
Yay! Awesome.
You almost never go wrong with that one.
Right. Yeah. That's actually the only one I had for that one. I don't know if you had.
I think that's true. If anything, you know, as I say, seated on a chair, seated pigeon on a chair is similar to it, but I wouldn't even bother with that. Yeah, I'd say Tadasana. It's a hip opener. Tadasana with the hip opener. I'm sorry?
No. Sorry, that was me. I was just saying that, I didn't mean to interrupt, but it says Virabhadrasana.
Oh,
Virabhadrasana.
Vrksasana. That's right. That is Virabhadrasana is here.
Is there?
Upward arms. Urdhva means upward and Hasta means hands.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's basically just that.
Thank you.
All right. So before we ring the bell on this one, you get to find a friend and teach them side two. You thought we forgot that, right?
Yeah, no.
Find a
I have
buddy.
question first.
Yeah. Okay, Bridget.
I have one leg that's always slides down and one leg's very stable. I don't know whether it's the yoga pants that are a little slippy or it's strength.
Not if it's only one leg, girl. No, that has to do with you. All right, so what you have to do is you have to be pressing the leg that's bent against the upper inner thigh of the standing leg and pressing the upper inner thigh standing leg back into the foot. So that's going on. That's muscle energy and organic energy. That's what you have to do like crazy. If it's only one leg that doesn't stay up, unless you have something structurally going on, which, you know, like one hip is higher, one leg is shorter, the bone is shorter, and you have, you know, documentation for that, which I doubt. I have a feeling I mean, you could, but you haven't said that, so I figure not. So you got to be pressing both against each other, and that will usually help keep it up.
I actually have a question leading up to that. I was having a similar issue, more so on one side than the other, but with both of them, I can't really consistently keep my foot above the knee. It always slides down to the knee, and obviously I don't want to keep the foot on the knee. But when I push my foot into my upper thigh, I feel a sort of like it's threatening instability in the knee that's kind of keeping the straight leg. So I'm wondering how, like, what areas need to be strengthened in that way, and then also how can I keep my foot higher? How does that, like, what transitions do I have to do for that other than just yoga in general?
So you're not just pressing the foot into the thigh, but you're also pressing the thigh into the foot. Right? And so it's basically the whole outer line. And we'll talk about this in the fascia too. There's a side line of muscles that go all the way up. So it's like the IT band, it's the TFL, the tensor fascial lata here. I mean, it's the whole side body that needs strengthening. And believe it or not, if you can get the transverse abdominis, the abdominal muscles to engage, the side ribs drawing back makes that happen. That's going to help keep the leg up also. But just know that it's not just the foot pressing into the thigh, but you got to press the straight leg into the bent leg also. It's both, drawing towards the midline, basically.
And then start at the foundation. Oftentimes, that standing leg, the reason why one leg is sliding down is that standing leg's not firmly grounded. So you've got to look at that standing leg, make sure you haven't locked the knee on the standing leg, okay? Because that's normally what happens. The place where people come out and shake their legs
is tree pose. Okay, because it takes a lot to stand on one leg and lift one off. So I would say look at your foot. Do you have the four corners of the feet? Have you lined up the feet under the knee, under the hip? Have you not locked your standing leg? Because that's all going to contribute, if you can keep the alignment, that contributes to the strength of that anchor leg. And then it can push back without your knee being affected. Because when you say your knee's affected, it sounds to me like you're missing some structural support below.
Yeah. Okay. Lots of subtle adjustments.
Yes, lots of subtle adjustments. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So Nathaniel, what I'm going to recommend for you is just like look in the mirror and teach yourself, because like speaking the words is going to be helpful to practice since we don't have a second person online for you. And then folks in the room, you get to find a friend and teach your friend side too.
I think you're even number,
yeah.
because we're missing one today. She's not well. All right,
So
so
go
find
for it and choose a friend.
Find a friend.
Guys are like, really?
Everybody's like,
it's your first chance to teach.
You're going to teach now. Just be gentle. Follow the.
You can
the
use your
instructions.
notes.
You can read your notes. You can read your notes.
In your ankles aligned. Feet hip width apart. So I'm going to bring them up. Round through all the four corners of the feet. Space in the back of your knee.
Now you're excited.
Okay, so eyes internally rotated. Pelvis neutral. So bring the corners of your hips towards your rib points. Haven't started on my thought. Okay.
It's the first time.
Oh, right. Okay, so this collarbone lifted, so and then thinking right side shift the weight into your left. So let's start from mountain pose. Up the heel of your right foot, feet are parallel, and then turn your weight out on the side. Grounding your feet, so keeping everything all your muscles in. So guiding your right foot, but sticking your butt out. Sticking up to your thigh. Okay, and then you're going to shift all your weight to your left foot. And now, okay, you want to make sure you feel those four corners on your left foot.
That frosted part is hard.
Yeah, put your weight, like put your mound of your foot down and kind of shake it around so you can loose. Your hips level good. Create a figure four here. Try to leg out. And then pull it onto your standing leg. And either go down, you go halfway. If you want, you can try to grab it. When you do that, you have to make sure that you're pushing both together. Okay? And this is feeling so rare.
It gets easier. It's easier. This is why we get you right away.
And then
You're like, oh my God, what? And then when you start doing it,
so I'm going to walk
then
around
you
to
turn
your
left.
left.
The more it's like.
Yeah, they freeze that was
Pretty cool.
Pull your shoulder blades down.
Okay, so we're gonna start with our feet around your hips.
Okay, and
Make sure our ankles are right
straighter.
under our
You're a little
knees, making
straighter.
sure that
Okay,
the
and then
kneecaps
still
are
pull your
nice
shoulder
and
blades
tall.
down so you get those
Good
nice.
job.
Nice, smooth.
When you're ready, you want to make sure the
Welcome.
four corners of your foot are planted.
Nicely done. You guys.
And you're going to come up on the ball, lift up your toes for your right. And then you can begin to start bringing that foot slowly off the ground. As you're doing that, you're going to go ahead and squeeze the inner thighs and try to bring the legs up as high as possible or to the point of comfort. If you can get it connected with your inner thigh, good job. Make sure to stand up, collarbone nice and tall. Rib cage is going to be engaged. You're going to take your hands up above your head, squeeze those inner thighs.
Pull your ribs back.
And you can bring your hands down to the center
Oh, okay.
of your heart.
Because you can correct all.
Right, because you were all
That was like.
Okay.
Okay.
I was like,
Let's have a few minutes.
They say so many words, but it's so important because you're gonna, even when you do like soften up, like you said, engage the rib cage, I was like, oh yeah, I need to remember to I still get
I want you to stand up.
like it's
But I'm trying to refer to
get our professionals something with a foundation. So like that's that walk.
So we're
the
gonna
entire
pull our
part.
shoulder blades up, back and down.
It's that sneezing.
Back and down. You want your
Well, yeah.
try to bring your shoulder blades down.
Oh, you're telling me to start on the feet.
Okay, so let's lift up our toes. Get our neck all set. Four corners of your feet. Put your toes down. Your balance work. We're gonna someday we rotate our thighs.
Your balance is really good. My ankles are so weak. Try to like.
You're doing well. It's really hard.
Just feels like
So if you start with the feet, I was playing with the feet, so I'm kind of like.
Oh, and your feet are parallel.
So if you say, let me just look at, all right, feet are parallel. All right, so lift your toes and then you look at your knees and you go like this, so kind of like that. That means.
It did help because when we first did the judo, just like the down apart, and then after that, it was like.
So squeeze the block, sit bones back and apart.
But still, yeah, still just about here on this side.
Yeah.
It's like it's.
So if you can get into the feet, the knees, and the hips, you got 3/4 of it. And
It wasn't too bad.
Okay.
So, and
I'm saying it out loud at home.
this is, you guys, this is the first one you guys, I walked around, you guys sounded good. And again, what I was saying is that you were watching,
Your voice is nice and clear.
you were watching.
Definitely let me know
That's
the things
exactly
that I
how
need.
you know, I saw you watching, I saw you talking, and that's exactly how you know what to teach.
How long does it take to get the right and the left? Like looking
Oh,
at
you know,
people, that takes
yeah.
forever. And then like now are you guys just forever messed up?
Yeah, all
Like
it is.
never, you're never in real life.
I never, like I tried to teach when Kathy was here last night, I'm like, oh my God, I give up, right? But I don't know, then I just switch to front leg, back, arm, because I get so confused. Forever, this is my right, this is my left, when I go to a regular class, he's like, you must be a teacher. You know, because we're always on the wrong leg. You guys did really well. They did really well. They were watching each other, they were looking. Good. Nicely done. Nicely done. Excellent.
Next time we teach, we'll do like.
Should I ring the bell on that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't that fun?
Good. Nerve-wracking.
Oh, yes, of course.
I know it's like not high stakes. so-
I know, but still, it's like, oh my gosh.
Well, that was your first experience of
Yeah.
teaching in this group, so.
Yeah, so cool.
All right, I'm gonna ring the bell from this one. Unless there's any last questions, going once, going twice. There you go. So I believe it's you, my dear.
Oh, extended side angle. Okay, extended side angle. What, do you know what page that is on the manual?
Well, it's wide stance first, 95.
So it's 95?
And yeah, for wide stance. And
Wide
then-
stance, okay.
And then
Nice, yeah, 5-pointed star. Okay, so, and the wide stance, 5-pointed star is a good way to feel strength and length, and it's a good way to set up for all the lateral standing poses, okay? So, wide stance, I'm not even looking at my sheet, tell me if I, okay. So now, when you say to somebody, take a wide stance, this is kind of where they are, yeah? All right. So this is just a guideline, but if you take the arms out, extend them out, if the ankles line up over the line up under the wrist, so can you see? Is my stance wide enough?
No.
Okay. So if I go wider, oh yeah, okay, and I could probably go a little wider, but I have short legs, so that's good enough for me. This feels good. All right, so that's setting it up. So feet parallel. Once again, parallel feet. If you can keep feet parallel as you start everything and as you do many of the standing poses, you keep the internal rotation of the upper thighs. You keep the sit bones open without having to do much more. So that's the importance of this one. And then what we'll do is cross the arms to open the heart and give us an external rotation of the upper arm. And then exhale, you just turn your palms down, and that's you grounding towards the earth. So that's the setup for a wide stance, otherwise known as 5-pointed star. The reason, the way that you make it 5-pointed star is now I'm going to draw in from my fingertips and feet and from my head to my pelvis, okay? The focal point on every pose, there's a place to which everything draws in and extends out. It's on the midline, okay? For most poses, it's going to be the pelvis. Downward facing dog, it's the heart. And some other things, it's the palate, but we won't worry about that now. But for 90% of the poses, it's going to be the pelvis, okay? So with my arms out here, on my inhale, I lift and spread the toes.
I isometric, and I engage my fingers. In other words, my arms are not, I'm not casually hanging them out, okay? Arms are long. All right, now I inhale, plug in from the fingertips from the feet and the fingertips, plug in, arms into the shoulder socket, hips into the, feet into the hip sockets, legs into the hip sockets. All right, that's muscle energy. Keeping that, as I exhale from my pelvis, I'm going to root down through the legs. There's a rebound that comes through the body. I root out. I try to extend my arms like webs of steel, like Spider-Woman, webs of steel, yeah? To the wall. You got it. And out through the crown of the head. That's 5-pointed star. Each inhale, I continue to plug in strong. Each exhale, I continue to lengthen out. This is not casual. All right? So come to standing. Clear off your mat for standing, and let's see 5-pointed star. I'll talk you through it. Cool. All right. All right, so first of all, take a wide stance. Take your arms out. Let's see. Oh, you can face this way. That's it. Yes, thank you. Good. So if you guys all face the middle, we can see you more easily. All right. You got it, Nathaniel? Nice wide stance. Cool. All right, so take your feet nice and wide. All right, good, good. And look for parallel feet. I'm just looking at parallel feet. Good. Good, good, good. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Good. All right. Parallel feet. I'm not doing that, Julie. It sounds like it. So your foot tends to be a little bit out. Can you take your feet just a little wider? Good. Now, see how they're turned out? Take your hip, turn it so the feet are more straight. Yes! Yes! That's what we're talking about. Excellent. Beautiful. All right, so that was good on the feet. Now, open your arms to open your heart. Good. Oh, I like your kitty, Nathaniel. I love kitty. I have a kitty too. Kelly has kitties too. We like kitties.
Cricket, his got
You have Cricket? I have.
his name.
Oh, his is Cricket? Cricket!
So there's two of them. This is OJ, the orange one, and then yeah, just it's J. Just we want to we don't call him OJ
because OJ's too long.
Why we call him OJ Simpson, but he's J.
Okay.
And the other one's Cricket. So
Good.
Yeah.
All right. Excellent. Wonderful. All right. So are your arms getting tired?
Yes.
All right. Put them down for a minute. All right. Okay. Thank you, Nathaniel. All right. So now, just lift and spread your toes a little bit. Okay. If you tend to lift them really high, can you lift them not as much and feel how when you lift them not as much, you really feel the sole of the foot more? It's not just, yeah. All right, now, before you use your arms, pretend that you're on a sheet of ice and isometrically squeeze your legs, like there's a huge beach ball between you or your legs, all right, and squeeze the legs and now, reach down, touch the back of your knees. Is the tissue hard? Soften just a little bit. Yeah, yes, good, good, yeah, and that's because we forget. We're focused on the feet and other things, yeah, good. All right, good. Now take the arms out. Inhale, cross your arms to open your heart. Exhale, palms down. Now, look forward and wiggle your fingers. If you can't see your fingers wiggling in your peripheral vision, you've taken the hands too far back. All right? Okay, so that's where you want to be. Now, as you inhale, lift and spread the toes a little bit. Squeeze the legs towards each other. Plug from your fingertips into your shoulder socket like you're plugging your arms into your torso. And as you exhale, from your hips, grow the bones down to the earth and feel that the energy comes back through the legs, out through the body, out through the fingertips and the crown of the head. Good. Exhale, bring your hands and arms down. How much work is that? Yes! Good. Step in. That's 5-pointed star. So this is a good one to teach when you're teaching somebody before, like a new class and you're teaching somebody, teach them 5-pointed star first so they see how to work with the legs. Do you feel it in your knees?
Yeah, but it's more just like it's really, you have to really work.
Yes, yes, yes. So just be totally aware. So feeling the back of your knees. All right, that's 5-pointed star. You can sit for a minute. Of course, you'll be standing again in a second. So wide stance, Utthita Tadasana. I never call it that. Do you ever call it that? What's that? Wide stance. Utthita Tadasana or 5-pointed star. We call it wide stance. Huh. We should put wide stance in the manual too.
Are we gonna have to say Utthita?
No. Wide stance. So we need to say wide stance on that too. All right. Okay, good. All right, Utthita, wide stance. All right, standing pose. Key benefits: lengthens and opens the whole body, realigns the spine, opens chest, and strengthens legs. Right? It's Tadasana with your arms out and your legs out. Right? Everything else is Tadasana. Contraindications: knee injury, hip replacement. So, what are you doing when you take the legs away?
Abduction.
Yes. So abduction for recent hip replacements, depending on whether they've come in from the front, the side, or the back, is generally contraindicated. But if they come into your class with a hip replacement, you find out from them what their doctor and physical therapist has said they can and can't do. And just make them aware that they, take responsibility for themselves, but they let you know. So you're not going to run into that a lot. Most people that come into your class after hip replacement have an idea what they can do. And they won't go as wide. So if you're asking somebody to take a wider stance and they don't want to do it, just say, oh, maybe it's something to do with your legs or your hips or something. Oh, yeah, I just had it. Because inevitably you go, hi, everybody who's new. Is there anything I should know about as a yoga teacher? They, no. After class, they go, well, I had a hip replacement 3 weeks ago. And you're like, oh, my God. Or I had a knee replacement 6 months ago. And you're okay, that would have been nice to know. Or I got a herniated disc in the back. And when you did that forward fold, I'm going, oh, my gosh. So I'm just telling you, you won't always hear it from them. So you can ask, you can inquire. But don't force anybody to take it wide if it doesn't work. All right, so alignment points, we step the feet wide, wrists line up over ankles, feet parallel, all the things that we did for Tadasana, but with your feet wide and your arms out, okay? Common misalignment, what do you think? Too narrow a width, okay? That's pretty much it. And the feet turned out. When we get into the wide stance, people get lazy with the feet and either turn them out. Sometimes they're turned in, but most of the time it's turned out because they're able to sink into their hips and their lower back. And it's a function, too, of tight hips as well. Yep. Poses with similar anatomy and or alignment, all the lateral standing poses, which we'll be covering this weekend. Virksasana, which is you on the ground, and we haven't gotten there yet, but this is the wide stance, but you sitting on the ground. Sitting in Dandasana with your legs widened. Okay, Dandasana, staffer stick pose with your legs widened. Vrksasana, which is this one where you, this is like tree pose on the ground but seated. Yeah. So it's not so wide, depending on whether you can take this front leg out more, then it becomes wider because you're widening up from the upper inner cuffs. All right, those with similar action or anatomy, wide stance. All right, so I'm not going to have you teach. I'm going to go right to, is that good? Do you have any questions on wide stance? Good, so we can.
I actually have a question, sorry. So with one of the contraindications is knee injury. So if somebody has a knee injury, what is recommended for them instead of doing the 5-pointed star? Like, what do they?
Not as wide a stance.
It's not as wide. Okay.
Yeah, and it depends on what the knee injury is. And again, they'll have to tell you if they've got, if they've got stuff to do with the ligaments, if they've got knee replacement, if they, fell and bruised it and is swollen. So it really depends on what's going on. But for everything, when you're taking the legs wide, if it's bothering their knees, they can step in a little bit, but they just won't go as deeply into the pose. Okay? Cool. All right. Uh-oh. Oh, I was going to say, where's the thing? It's right there. Okay. Wide stance. Utthita. No, you're right. Okay, now turn to page Utthita Parsvakonasana. Where is that?
102.
102. Thank you. Okay, but so our manual is coming. 102. All right. So Utthita Parsvakonasana. English translation. Utthita means extended, Parsva side, and Kona, of course, is angle. And we see that a lot. And Asana means pose or posture. Okay, extended side angle, posture. So can you say that with me? Utthita Parsvakonasana. Utthita Parsvakonasana. One more time. Excellent. Wonderful. All right, key benefits can relieve symptoms of sciatica. That's that, remember that was the sacrum inside of the sides of the pelvis, the ilia. All right, and that joint, sciatica comes from some instability usually in there. Okay, sciatica opens the hips and groins, lengthens the spine, and opens the side body. May help with breast cancer, COPD, osteoporosis, menstruation, weakness. Yeah, that's from Yip Guru. So that's from Lauren Fishman. Okay, so as far as what it can help with breast cancer is if they've had any reconstructive work or anything going on, being able to turn and open up in this whole upper chest area is really important. Whether they ever can take the hand up or over doesn't matter. If you can get anyone that's recovering from breast cancer surgery, to be able to keep the shoulder blade on the back and open up this whole chest where things get tight, that's all you need to do. So keeping the hand on the hip for breast cancer, I think, is a good place to go. If they do that long enough and that is open that tissue, then they can take this arm up. Okay?
I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
About this pose. If someone doesn't have the feeling in one arm, would you use a band to assist them with trying to extend, or how would you kind of assist them in getting in this particular pose?
Can we talk, we'll talk about that modifications in a minute. Okay,
Yeah.
Thanks, Miriam. So Miriam asked about if someone didn't have feeling in a part of their arm. We'll talk about that in a minute on the modifications. Excellent, don't let me forget. Okay, great. All right. And COPD, that's a decrease in the capacity for breathing. And so this helps to open the chest. Osteoporosis is excellent because anytime that you're working standing poses and holding them for at least 30 seconds, you're building bone, okay? Menstruation, I don't know. Trying to remember it. But the thing is, you'll even see it in some of your books that this is contraindication for menstruation, and that's just a word about that. That's old stuff. Where they used to say if you went upside down, it wasn't good because you'd get cramps and stuff like that. Because the theory was that what was supposed to be leaving your body upon a bayou and the menstrual blood would go back up into your uterus and cause congestion. Well, we know from fascia that when you turn upside down, your heart doesn't flow up the other way. Your lungs don't, your lungs don't go backwards. You don't lose the fluid in your kidneys when you go upside down. So yes, for some people maybe it doesn't feel good to go upside down when they're menstruation. So they should know, don't go upside down. For the rest of the people, it feels comfortable to them, they can do it. Okay? So when this says, and he says good for menstruation on this one, but I think it would depend upon the individual. Yeah? So, but still, sorry. Weakness? Good for weakness. Okay, good for weakness, makes you stronger. This was from Lauren Fishman, most of that. Okay. Cautions and contraindications, knee injury, especially anterior collateral ligament, lateral ligament, okay. And so, again, you have to be careful on the front knee. On any of these poses, you don't want to bend it too deeply. So if you've got knee issues going on, you don't go so deep into I'm talking about modifications now, aren't I? You don't go so deep into a forward bending the knee. You would stay up higher, and you would be sure, like I was cueing you yesterday for some of it, make sure you can see the big toe inside of the knee so that it's not tipping in towards the center. Okay, so I'm saying you could do it with care, but you want to do it cautiously. All right, untreated low blood pressure, you can do it. You just want to come out of it slowly. Okay, because the big thing with low blood pressure is jumping up too quickly because there's a shift in the pressure, and you don't want that to happen because you get dizziness. Ankle issues, Achilles tendonitis, you would have a hard time doing with the back leg any of the lateral standing poses if you have tight Achilles tendon or Achilles tendonitis, because it's hard to keep that back foot flat on the ground when you're doing it if you have Achilles tendon stuff. And that Achilles tendon is that one that goes from your heel up to the calf and the soleus muscles. Okay. Shoulder issues, acromioclavicular arthritis. And so the acromion process and the clavicle, so there's a joint here. I don't want to get into this. So if you have certain conditions, you don't want to, you want to be really careful anytime you've got something going on when you're moving deeper into poses, especially if you're going over like this and putting pressure on, yeah? Okay.
Know your body.
Huh?
Know your body and listen to it.
Know your body, thank you, bless you, thank you.
Bless you.
All right, key alignment pose. All right, so you're moving from Tadasana, so here it is. So I'm in mountain pose, my optimal alignment today. I'm going to step my feet out to a wide stance. And that usually feels pretty good to me. Let's see. Yeah, that's pretty good. All
All right, so that's my Y stance. So that's that. So mountain pose to Y stance. All right, now I want to internally rotate this back leg. So I'm going to come up on the ball of the foot and pivot on the ball of the foot and set the heel down. So that's going to anchor me into the heel. I turned open this whole back leg by rotating the foot just like that. All right, then I'm going to rotate this front foot out 90 degrees. And this is the same leg setup we'll use for the lateral standing poses. Yep. All right, now I take the arms out. Inhale, open my arms to open my heart. Exhale, palms down. Breathe in. Exhale, ground through the back leg first. All right, I'm watching my back leg. Bend the front knee to 90 degrees or thereabouts. Good. And I look down to make sure that my toe I can see inside my knee. All right, that's warrior two, but I'm going to take my right forearm to the top of my right thigh, left hand to the left hip. All right, that's where I'm working. You could put a block on the outside of this leg and bring your hand down there, but this feels better to me tonight. All right, now, first of all, I take the left thumb to the top of the left shoulder, turn the shoulder open. That's turning from my axial skeleton, and then taking the appendicular arm up. Okay, extended side ankle cross. Yeah? Good. Now, I'm looking at my leg, making sure I'm keeping the four corners of the feet engaged. I'm looking to make sure the knee doesn't tilt in like that. Yeah. Good. Inhale, press through the legs, come back up, turn your feet parallel, and heel, toe, heel, toe, or step in. I like to do that because you're moving the femur and the acetabular, you're moving the thigh and the hip joint, and that feels good. So coming up, I'm going to teach you side one, and then you get to teach side two. Okay? I know. All right, so we'll go to the right first. That means you'll be teaching going to the left. Okay? So take a while. So mountain pose. First take mountain pose. Let me see your mountain pose. Soften your knees a little bit. All right, good, 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 good. All right, and then step your feet. We don't jump because it's hard on the legs. Iyengar's jump. We don't jump. So take your feet. I know, you Iyengar people. They are good. All right, I know. Take the legs out. Step the feet wide for what you think is wide, and then you can open your arms to open your heart. Oh yeah, you're going to jump. Go there, Catherine. Go turn your palms down. Good. All right. So now, I have nothing against Iyengar. That's what I did the first couple of years of my, yoga. So they're good, but just very specific. Yeah. All right. So now we're going to go to the right. So we want to internally rotate the back leg first. Your left leg. Come up on the ball of the left foot, and then take the left heel back, and feel how that whole thigh opens up. Beautiful. Good. Now turn the front foot, the right foot, out 90 degrees. Good. Okay, I'll do it. Thank you. You're welcome. Let me do that for you. Good. All right, now, take a nice, you already got the arms out. So you're in Vira 2 right now, aren't you? Almost. Okay, take a nice breath in. As you exhale, bend your right knee to 90 degrees. Then your right forearm, okay, and place the right forearm palm up midway on your thigh. Take your left hand to your left hip. This way, Michael. Yeah, there you go. Good. Now, before you even do anything else, on your inhale, open up the whole left shoulder. Yes. That's turning from the axial skeleton. Now take the left thumb to the top of the left shoulder and extend that left arm straight up and over. Yeah, and have your arms straight. So that arm is bent. Watch. I'll say it 10 times. You good? Feel the difference now that arm's straight. Good. Yeah. Oh. Okay, good. Excellent. Good. All right, now to come back up, on your inhale, press into your legs. Lead with your heart, come all the way up, take the upper arm down, bring your arms back down, turn your feet parallel, and step in. And then find a different partner, change partners, find somebody else, and teach them going to the left. All right, Nathaniel. Nathaniel. Let's start. So, Laura, do you want to go first? You guys switch your feet to the camera. I want to see the Nathaniel. There you go. All right, Nathaniel. If you can speak loud enough, do you want to teach Kelly or me? You want to teach me?
Sure, whatever you want to do.
Kelly, you teach Kelly, I'll walk around.
I guess you have to see me.
And then, but I have to hear you.
I can barely hear you because everyone.
Yeah, it might be hard to do.
Oh.
I think I hit the mute button by accident. Can you hear me now? Okay, good. Well, why don't we try, and I'll see if I can hear you good enough. If not, we'll just stop. Let me get the volume.
I'll try to move this back so you can see me properly. I'm teaching you. Is that what's happening?
Okay.
Right. So you can hear me, right? Right, great. So
Your left arm, place that halfway, so palms down, then your front.
I'm having a hard time hearing you, actually.
Your right hand.
make sure your legs are parallel. So
Slide your left leg. Right leg.
Yeah, that's my left.
Take your left arm.
That's so weird because it keeps cutting out. Like I hear you and then I don't hear you.
I was trying to gesticulate, so it would make a little more sense. I figured.
Yeah. You know what? Why don't I just not do it? I'll just sit here and you can teach me and I don't move. Would that be hard?
if you can hear me from over here, I mean, hopefully it'll work.
Yeah, I'll try it again. I think maybe this mic was picking up other noises and so Zoom was like cutting you off or something.
That seems possible. Right, I'll try anyway. Alright, so can you
Good job.
Yeah, it's doing the same thing. That's so weird. Let me try one more thing. I'm gonna mute this mic and then I'll see if that works better.
Okay, you can hear me now? Yeah, great. All right. So starting out in a standing position with your feet parallel, mountain pose, and you step out, make sure your feet are parallel with the short sides of your mat facing the same direction. If your arms parallel out, facing either, or not facing, at either side. And then we're going left this time. So we're going to bring the left foot facing in the same direction as your left hand, and the back leg, we're gonna angle the ankle or the heel back a little bit so that it's at a diagonal. And then from there, we bend the front leg to a 90-degree angle. And then from there, we will do this. Very descriptive, I know. And we're gonna bring this arm up overhead, facing straight. And I know you can't really see it because of the camera angle, but you know the pose. I'm doing it right. Just trust me. It's facing straight, it's overhead. And just hold it for a second. You can, actually, I'm not going to say anything about the shoulder because I'll probably get it wrong. And then from there, if we want to come up, we can lift, straighten the leg, return the feet parallel, and then either do this or just step in. And that's the whole thing. Right.
Awesome. That was good. You did a good job getting people into the outer form of the pose. I'm going to give you two tips. So first one, when you talk about moving the feet, move the back foot first. So like if you're going to the left, you're going to lift the right heel and take the right heel out to the right. And then do the front leg, then turn the left leg out to the left. For some reason, if you do the back foot first, you're like more grounded, you're more anchored. So then moving the front leg becomes easier. So that's like a fine point for sure. I mean, you got what you said, what you needed to say, but it's just a fine point to do the back foot first. And then the second tip is once you have the forearm on the thigh of the front leg, like you were doing it, like the hand is active, right? Because sometimes people just relax, but have the palm face up and the fingers out. So that's actually the third thing. The thing I really wanted to say is once that forearm is down there with the upper arm, you suggested to take it over this way, right? Which is not wrong, but if you bring the thumb tip to the shoulder and draw the shoulder blade onto the back more first, and then extend the arm out, just like extending straight up as opposed to going out, it tends to put the shoulder into alignment like a little more quickly. So that would be a little more refined way to move the arm.
Yeah, because I knew there was some movement with the shoulder that I wasn't remembering, because I remember every time we've done it, you've said like do something or other with the shoulder, make sure that it's, so that's what it was. I all that, so thank you. Yeah.
Well, and like I said, I mean, you did great getting into the outer form of the pose, so these are just like refinements, and like it takes practice to say what you already know, so good job.
All my classes are just going to be just follow along exactly what I'm doing. I'm not going to explain anything.
Okay, well.
All right, well, thanks for the
Sure. I think we're about to finish up, so.
yeah.
Did you get a chance? Thank your partner.
How's that?
Thank you.
Good.
Is that okay?
All right, so I'm not going to spend a lot more time. We moved into the pose. Common misalignments, all these. A wide stance, not enough. Alignment of the front leg, the knee drops in. We talked about looking at the toe. And so those are the common misalignments there. And the shoulders rolling forward, that comes from not opening the hips, not opening the legs, yeah? Modifications, we did forearm to thigh. You can take hand to block. You can keep the hand on the top hand on the hip if there are shoulder injuries, okay? Or you can do the arm extended. You can even take the arm straight up. You can do all sorts of modifications for whatever's going on for you or anybody else.
Another variation on that pose would be the bind.
Yeah, there are binds on all.
Like level, is that considered level?
Yeah, that's much bigger. You're going to learn level 1 up to 1-2. Okay, that's way advanced.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, good. All right, poses with similar actions. Also preps. Many times poses that are preps have similar actions. 5-pointed star we did. Vira 2, which we'll do tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Trikonasana tomorrow. Uttanasana we've done. Straight leg lunge, we haven't done it officially, but you know what it is, and as we do it in our practice. Kelly did Alanasana crescent lunge today. We'll be doing that. And Ardha Uttanasana is downward facing dog. Okay, poses with similar actions. Those are preps. Post poses, standing poses as above, seated poses. So those are poses. They're all listed in your list. And that helps you as you're creating a sequence of poses over time. You will know how to build things to do beforehand and things to do afterwards. Yeah? All right. So what else do I have for modifications for Parsvakonasana? Oh, on the chair is a big one. Everything else, all the chair we've done for the lateral poses. But this is where in extra gentle we do all the lateral poses seated first, because many people don't get out of the chair much, and so I do like 10 minutes of standing at the end. So if you're able, you can have the whole front thigh supported on the chair, okay? And then it's basically, and I'll tell you what, chair yoga ain't for sissies, because this holds your pelvis completely neutral and you can't recruit flexibility from other parts of your body. So it really makes you conscious of being aligned. Right now, not everybody can get this back leg back, especially in extra gentle. So instead, we come to the corner of the chair and take the right foot out where we can, and they can extend this leg more out wide. We're getting a little bit of opening of the upper inner thighs. It's not quite the same, but this is close. So they can be there, they can be there. They probably won't get there. They can be a little bit there. So many people will have this modification of the leg, and that's in your handout pictures as well.
but this is really kind of nice to, can you see? Good. So that's a modification. That is more of a modification similar to what we're doing. Yeah? Okay, and even one of the students likes to bring the block here instead of the forearm there. She can get a little deeper, so that feels good to her to do that. So you can do all the same things that you would do in standing, basically sort of on the chair. Yeah? All right, what else? Modification. I think that's pretty much it. Pregnancy. And back to the wall on any of these lateral standing poses is really supportive for everybody, and it helps them to feel support and to keep aligned. Okay, back to the wall. Yeah, that's fine. You can always have the back wall, back foot to the wall for support. So, for example, I could have the outside edge of the foot on the wall. Good. And be like this. And this gives me, I can turn the foot in a little more. So having the heel on the wall sort of helps me feel a little more grounded. Okay, so the back foot on the wall for any of the lateral side opening standing poses that we've done. I think that's pretty much it. Okay, so we got as far as good. Utthita Parsvakonasana. Oh, good, I'm done. All right, so we got that much done. So tomorrow we'll start out. Kelly will be opening. And we'll bring in Virabhadrasana II tomorrow. You'll get Virabhadrasana II tomorrow, along with these others. So you should bring your Yoga Sutra book tomorrow. Okay, and you should bring.
You should ring the bell.
Oh yeah, ring the bell now. Thank you. Good, thank you.
I felt like it wasn't.
Yeah, I know. I did. I jumped right into it, didn't I? So, and again, having these books as we go through, the reason why we ask you to bring them is so that you can look and find, like lateral standing pose on your yoga toolbox is on page 23.
Right.
So
Yeah, I tagged them all.
yeah, if you can it helps.
really
It helps you to look at our notes and look, because there are additional things.
Yes.
And so it helps you to know where to find the resources, and it helps you in your teaching. That's why we suggest you bring the books. Okay. All right, if you don't have the books, you share with a friend. Yeah? Cool. All right, so I don't have to watch
I mean, it's 6:13.
6:13.
So we usually like to do Savasana at the end for a few minutes, but it's already 6:13.
Yeah.
So just for a minute, just sit quietly. Just come to a seat. Let everything else go for 1 minute. All right? Come to a seat. All right, wherever you're sitting. And close your eyes. Place your hands on your thighs. And just close your eyes for a moment. And just let your Savasana be this seated pose at the end of class, similar to when we started this morning, or this early afternoon. And for the next 20 or 30 seconds, just notice your breath. Notice your body, notice your energy, and just be with this sense of quiet for the next 30, 40 seconds. Just be. And please bring your palms together at your heart center, or cross palm over palm at your heart. And just come back into your heart, to the fullness of being you, to connect to the wonderful things that you've done today, studied, listened, learned, started your teaching. And feel into the fullness of being at the end of this second day of your yoga teacher training. And let's just celebrate our time together as we like to do by closing with an Om. So please exhale fully, then inhale and join me or just listen. The light in me honors the light in you. Namaste. We can turn to our neighbors in the room and on the Zoom and say namaste, honoring and to namaste my teaching buddy, and namaste to Nathaniel and Zoom, and namaste everybody. So sleep well. Take your books, take your goodies. We can't leave things in here because we have classes. So we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Come fresh, and any questions that you have from today we can answer tomorrow.
Thank you guys so much.
Oh, thank you.
It was a really good class.
Wasn't it fun?
Yeah, so fun.
I know, you're just starting your teaching journey. Just wait.
Starting us out there, but I like it.
Oh, yeah, buddy, you gotta start. You just gotta start. What we know is the more you teach, the easier it becomes and the better you get.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, but you guys make it look so easy. So then when you guys put us on the spot, it's like, wait, what were they saying? I mean, we are watching you guys, but
Oh, we
it's different when
know.
you're put on the spot.
Oh, we know. We remember. We were there once, 20-some years ago. Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, you guys. Oh, let's see if my watch is charged up. My watch died. I was thinking that